know, that they're not listening because this keeps happening. I think that the only way you do it, I don't know whether I said it earlier, is to make people unselectable. You know, I've been made to stand in the corner a few times during my career.
But Phil, well, the key to this, Phil, is,
it's not just
Stefan mentioned, it's easy to do it now.
Yes.
Against Pakistan at home, that we know you can do without a Briding cast. Sri Lanka in September in white ball cricket. You know, if an incident like this happens just before the Ashes series next year or before a World Cup, you know, what's going to happen?
Well, this was your point, wasn't it, Stefan, that the personnel involved make a little bit of a difference. And back in the day, of course, it didn't quite. So, you know, Ian Botham was banned for how long was it? 9 weeks in 1986 before he came back. And he was an integral part of that team. But the decision was still made. Doesn't matter how big a player you are. They decided that he'd transgressed in such a way and he's out the side. And you say this has all started with Harry Brook. Them not treating him in that way.
Yeah, I do. I do. I think it stems back to November. They knew that afternoon of that game in was it Wellington, where they were playing, when they were bowled out pretty cheaply. The game wasn't a very quick one. They knew that afternoon what Harry Brook had got up to as the England cricket captain, and they brushed it under the carpet.
There's two different things at play, isn't there, as well, in terms of, I don't know, the punishment, if for want of a better word, or the regulations that Bryden Cast may or may not have breached, and what sanctions he gets in terms of a fine, missing a game, whatever. There's that side to it, but then there's the selection side to it, and you've got a new captain in Joe Root and a new coach in Stephen Fleming coming in, and whether or not Cast is available for selection, well, they don't have to pick him. And
no, but what about Durham in all this? Because Durham could set an example.
He's playing today.
Yeah.
Well, this is this not a little bit weird? Because he's actually on Durham duty when this happened, not on England duty. And I know, yes, he's a contracted player.
Contract is where it gets.
I know he's a contracted player, but he's just won a game for Durham. If we're expecting England to say they shouldn't select him, why should Durham be selected? Should they not be taking a lead here as well? Because people ultimately come through the system playing for their counties. If there is a culture of this, it can't just be put down at the door of the ECB or England team. Surely you come through the ranks and you find yourself as a test player having come through from Durham, and you know, if they're selecting him nonetheless, that's a little bit peculiar, isn't it?
But just as a reminder, Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson both played county cricket when they were stood down for the test match at the Oval as well.
Durham do their own thing, don't they?
But you see, in that incident, I think there are differences, aren't there? I mean, in that incident, with Atkinson and Stokes, Surrey probably didn't think that there should have been a curfew, and Atkinson was not accused of anything, in actual fact. He was, if anything,
and Gus didn't know there was a curfew.
And just didn't know there was a curfew, which is that's a failure of the ECB. But he was, we believe, the recipient of an unprovoked punch. Now, there's no reason why Surrey would not pick him, because they see him as a victim. But if you've got your own player in handcuffs outside a bar at 4 o'clock in the morning,
and the police are still investigating.
How are you still being selected?
Yeah, that's for Durham to answer.
Well, I suppose there is an inconsistency in that we've been told that England have left Cast out of the squad for this week because he's under investigation from the cricket regulator. So I guess, therefore, the question is, if the cricket regulator investigation is preventing Cast from playing for England, why does that also not prevent him from playing for
He hasn't been
Durham?
Suspended by England, has he? So he's just been
Stood
dropped
down
from the team.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, but only because it's pending.
Yes.
So let me come back to this question of culture, because I asked earlier if anybody could think of any incidents that had occurred in the New Zealand team, the South African team, the Indian team, and you were all entirely silent.
Well, because listen, they don't do it for. If you're going to go out and celebrate, we were talking about in our days and what have you like that. We didn't do it quite so visibly. Perhaps we'd sort of go out and celebrate, and you know, you'd have a.
Is that true? So what would you
couple
do?
In the bar, you know, perhaps some beefy might invite us for a nice yacht or something.
But I
don't have available yachts, unfortunately, in Derby.
And I think that now the England cricket team and I think also what they've now got to realise is that they might be slightly copping it a little bit. You know, if they walk into a bar, you know, at midnight or a nightclub at midnight, they might go, well, a couple of the lads there or whatever might target them a little bit. So they've got to realise this now. And I slightly disagree with the camera phones and everything like that a little bit, because you know, you can provoke people, you know, and you can sort of like, oh, you know, cricket, you know, blah, 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 with all this sort of backstory. Let's wind them up a little bit. That's what apparently happened to Stokes and Atkinson, wasn't it?
Well, Phil, if that's the case, and you're in an era where these phones are going to become a real what are you doing out in Derby at 4 a.m?
I couldn't agree. Nothing good happens in Derby at 4 o'clock in the morning.
If it was LA or New York, get it, Derby.
I think the bottom line is that the fact that we are talking about this again sums up what the issue is.
Yeah.
Whether you think it's right or wrong, people listening about what's happening to these players and it's
got to stop.
Punishment. The fact that we're talking about it last night in the unveiling. We're talking about it again today. I was talking about it with Mark Wood at breakfast this morning. It is just the conversation that there is now surrounding English cricket for right or wrong, and people can take whatever view they like about what the players are doing. This talk in itself is damaging. Damaging for sponsors, damaging for advertisers, damaging for people who might be thinking about paying £180 for a ticket to go and see a test match. All of that chips away. All of that chips away. And that is what the ECB has got to get to grips with, because this conversation has to stop.
Yeah. I think people, and you're talking about the general, public and what have you, I don't think people mind you going out and celebrating a victory. But so long as you do it in a way or not quite so visible, I don't think people mind if you win a Test series.
But Phil, I think the public they like to see characters play the game, but they also like to see discipline
and respect for the game.
The real frustration for me was that the performance at Headingley, you could argue, is probably over the course of the last 2.5 years,
they played well.
the most disciplined game of cricket that we've seen for a while from this England cricket team under new leadership. And we thought, fantastic.
But it wasn't any of their players who were in the nightclub in Derby.
No, it wasn't. But
not the players who played at Headingley.
But that's the frustration, is that they produce a real disciplined display. I mean, the win here against New Zealand, the talk was the pitch. It wasn't a great pitch. It was a bit of a lottery. But that performance at Headingley against Pakistan, all right, Pakistan aren't a great cricket team at the minute, but it was a wonderful performance. And to think just a few days later, Joe said it himself on Tuesday, to think that we're continuously going back to discipline and the culture of the team on the back of England producing a really good display will frustrate the management, will frustrate the ECB. And the only thing that you can do, and if Brydon Carse is that scapegoat in a way to send the shiver, well, it has to happen.
This seems to me like it's been going on for quite a long time. So 2017 Ashes, the Australian media love to confect a large part of that, but you remember the Johnny Bairstow supposed headbutt incident with Cameron Bancroft, and then Ben Duckett pouring a pint of either beer or water. I mean, that was slightly peculiar because we weren't sure whether it was beer or water over Jimmy Anderson's head. I know, it's insane.
It's been going on 10 years.
Well, it's been going on at least 10 years, and I wonder whether the fact that they are more invisible in England, the players, because apart from Ben Stokes, I mean, who knows what Matt Potts looks like? If you're in Derby, who knows? Who knows? Brydon Carse looks like Woody Harrelson. He's going to get mixed up for him, is he?
Woody Harrelson.
He's not obviously recognisable to the average person in the street. So is that part of what's happened? They've been going out drinking with impunity, and they've not considered any of these issues because they've not actually, people don't know who they are.
Some of the England players, I think, some of the players who were on their first Ashes tour were surprised about the scrutiny that they were under in Australia. And
really?
But how that's it. I'm going to come straight. How can they be surprised? And how have the leaders of our game not explained to them, by the way, as soon as you touch down in Australia, get ready?
And Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have both admitted, actually, that they thought they underestimated how prepared some players were for what was coming.
Well, that's just that's worse than actually not playing any cricket before that first test. If you've not prepared a group of players, by the way, you get into Australia and there'll be plenty ready to get you.
I mean, these will be players who haven't played much in India then.
Well,
because any cricketer who plays in India, Dan Christian can't wander around Bengaluru without being mobbed.
But I think there is an element of when Varney was talking about the public liking characters, and therefore there is a bit of a line to be trodden, isn't there? Because when you're talking about 2005 and almost the celebration of the how much drinking was done after England won, and it spawned however many after-dinner stories and all those sorts of things. Or, I don't know, when Manchester City won the treble and Jack Grealish was celebrated because of how he celebrated.
Because they'd won.
Because they'd won. And you were asking me about other instances of other teams that might be in trouble at the moment. There's a huge scandal in Australia at the moment around the Sydney Swans AFL team that has basically captured the imagination of that country, and the allegations are very, very serious. Other teams we know have been out drinking. I mentioned Travis Head during the Ashes, but back 3 years ago when the Ashes was here in this country, remember when Australia won the World Test Championship final at the Oval? They sort of very publicly went out and drank in a pub in London. And Nathan Lyon actually said afterwards that drinking he thought contributed to his injury here a few weeks later, and he sort of cut back on his drinking since then. Mitchell Starc, I don't think had a drink at all during the Ashes, just gone. So there's degrees of it, isn't there?
But what you're saying, Steph, is there's always been sports people that drink.
Yeah.
You know, that's happened for a long period of time, but you know, the problem with this England cricket team, it's not just the drink, is it? Because something happens. Because there's been incidences. There's been, you know, Harry Brook's been punched by a bouncer. You don't get punched by a bouncer for just drinking. You do something. You don't get handcuffed in Derby on a Saturday night, I'm sorry, for being merrily drunk. You do something to say to the police, put me in some cuffs. And, you know, I think the incident after Lords against New Zealand, it sounds like that they were on the wrong end of a rugby player that was just probably a little bit intoxicated himself, and by the sounds of things, the two England players on that occasion were out a bit late, but were doing nothing wrong. You know, so that's a little bit where you have to say, okay, you are allowed out, and they weren't doing anything wrong, but you've got yourself in an incident by being out late.
That's the point,
and that's the key. You know, when Doug Paget, my Yorkshire coach, used to always say to me, if you can't get it done by 12 o'clock, go home.
Wise words. Terrific advice. So we've got an inspection taking place, by the way. Umpires are coming out, which is marvellous, and some of the players are starting to warm up. So we might be able to anticipate dare I dream, a noon start? Do you think?
Not quite so much grass on it now as well. They've had the rake and the mower out.
Yeah,
I walked
still,
on
still green tinge.
I guess you got on it yesterday. I went across it yesterday a couple of times, and there is a green tinge, and it just feels quite soft. You know, I don't think it's going to have any pace. I think it'll be a nibbler. I think obviously both captains will want to win the toss and bowl today, and I think someone like Mohammed Abbas, and Alistair said actually this week, he said the only way Pakistan get back in this series is by winning a good toss and having them 30 for 4. And someone like Abbas on a pitch like this and conditions like this with a bit of moisture coming up from the ground, you would think that Pakistan have to win that toss.
The danger would be England win the toss.
Correct.
And Ollie Robinson has Pakistan 30 for 4 instead.
30 for 8.
We haven't mentioned David Warner and Joe Root yet, have we? In the walkabout.
What year was that?
2012.
That was the first. I
2013.
think that was the
2013,
first punch, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, if you want to go back in time.
Joe got punched.
Joe got punched.
Do you remember? I remember a John Crawley incident in the 90s in New Zealand.
Cairns.
Yeah, Cairns.
In Australia.
So that I was trying to think the other day about incidents in
That was
where
that was
there's
in the
been
90s.
punches thrown. Yeah, and that was
Were
the
you on
only
that
one I
tour?
could.
Were you on that tour?
No,
Cairns.
wasn't there.
So it was late
Not
90s.
guilty, Your
Not
Honour.
guilty. That was the late 90s when John Crawley got. No,
Yeah, but
no
that
one really
wasn't
got to the
his
bottom
fault.
of that.
That
No one
was-
got to the bottom of that. I
No,
don't know.
absolutely. He just got lumped by some.
Yeah.
And by some Aussie fella going, you know.
We're trying to work when the first punch was thrown, aren't we?
So anyway, right, how does this get resolved? Do you think it gets resolved by there being unequivocal punishments for people who are caught up in incidents of this sort? So in the case of Pride and Cars, it doesn't actually have to be overt, does it? I mean, you can just simply not select Pride and Cars.
You go back to, I don't know, look, things will have changed. But if this had happened when I was playing, Ken Higgs was the coach. He'd have walked in, he'd have slammed the door. He said, I'm telling you, if this happens again, you're down the road. That's always he's saying. You'll be down the road.
What, Northants?
Just anywhere you like.
Right.
Just, you'd be down the road. He'd have walk out, shut the door, and that'd be it. And you know exactly what it meant. Anything else, bang, you're gone.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid that's kind of what it's all about.
And I think what's important is that the ECB shouldn't be worried. Say, because there's so many opportunities for players these days. So Brian Case playing for Durham today. If he loses his central contract, he'll go and play in the franchise leagues around the world. The ECB shouldn't be worried if a player suddenly goes, I'm not going to play for England, I'm going to play the franchise league. Let him.
This is far more damaging.
Absolutely.
I mean, is it a constructive dismissal? I don't know a great deal about employment law, but they've got a contract with the ECB, haven't they? So,
And it doesn't mean that you can't come back.
No, but if you bring the games of disrepute,
Yeah.
then
Yes.
that's termination.
Well, yes, but then but then you can still then play again for England, But right, young man, you
Yes.
knew what the rules were. We're taking away your central contract or something like that. Listen, you go back to Durham and keep knocking them
Well, we
over
must say-
in a year's time and prove to us that then you are. What we kind of want in this dressing room. Well, there's a way
Well,
back.
Bryden, Joe said on Tuesday that Bryden's been very apologetic. He's probably distraught
Yeah.
with what he's ended up doing. But, he's one of those characters that I keep hearing. And he's the one that I think the team, whatever he's playing for,
Need to look
they
after
have
him.
to manage him. They have to understand the kind of character he is. They have to really work with him to make sure that they don't put him in that vulnerable position again.
When in the immediate aftermath of when it came out on Sunday afternoon, you start talking to people around the game at the top of the ECB. One of the things that came through was there is still a duty of care to Bryden Carse to make sure that he's okay and he's looked after and he's got the right people around him. But I'll go back to the point of the sort of two different ways that this can play out, aren't there? And there was a precedent set by Harry Brook, and we know that the punishment rather that was given to Harry Brook, and when the Stokes Atkinson thing happened a little bit earlier on in the summer, that there was a bit of a standoff and there was lawyers involved and all those sorts of things, and that the England players have got their own representatives who are very good at arguing their case and making sure that they aren't punished in their opinion disproportionately. There'll be that bit that plays out, but then there is also the sporting bit. And I will use the example of Ollie Robinson, who was left out of the England team for 2 years for reasons that he probably didn't agree with. But you can't lawyer up if you're left out of a team on a selection decision. So that is the power that England have. If they decide they don't want to pick Bryden Carse, Joe Root and Stephen Fleming, well, they don't have to. That'll be the decision for them down the road.
There's something peculiar, though, going on here about cricket. Because when I talk to my friends who have children who are in the 18 to 25, 30-year bracket, and it's not just anecdotal. It's actual statistics. They've got fair enough. But less alcohol is being drunk as a general rule by young people today. Way less than was drunk by my generation. We went to the pub every night. There were only 4 channels on telly. So, you went out. It was what people did. It's what people came back from work and they went straight to the pub. That culture's not the same across the UK. Hospitality businesses will tell you that. So how come it is like a knee-jerk reaction for cricketers to go out on the lash? There's quite an interesting piece written in The Guardian, I think, by the so-called The Secret Coach.
Yep,
Have you read this, Stefan?
Yeah, I've read that. And I don't know, is there a generational thing? Maybe, because you've just said young people up to the age of 25. Bryden Carse is 31. There might be some still a generation of cricketers to move through the system where behaviour hasn't necessarily changed. I've just been told that Bryden Carse has taken a wicket in his first over as well.
Good lad.
So he's out of the cuffs then.
Yeah. Continue that thought. His hands are no longer tied. Yes, look, let me give you toss news because this is important. We're going to come straight back to this in a moment. But hot off the press, the toss is at 11:30, starts at 12, lunch is at 2, teas at 4:40, stumps is at 7, so basically 7:30, but we won't get that far because sunset at this time of year is around about 7:30 in London. So we can go on till 7:30, and we will be starting at noon, and the toss will be happening very shortly. But sorry, Stefan.
Yeah, you're right. The behaviours of young people has changed. And I'm just thinking Sonny Baker's kicking a football around there, and I don't think he drinks at all. I think he's teetotal. But that doesn't mean that young people don't go out and still have a good time and don't enjoy themselves in other ways. No. And we know that, for example, gyms are, membership is up and people are there and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I play club cricket. There are young people who I play with. They might drink less, but they still enjoy themselves.
So is this a cricket thing, though? Is cricket more, boozy? Because
I think the modern sports person goes periods without touching a drop, and then they get that moment where they think, right, we go for it. And I think Steph said earlier, I think they're binge drinkers, and they. I kind of, in a funny way, on Monday night on the Five Live show, I said, back in our day, you kind of got used to it because you did it on a more regular basis, so it didn't hit you quite as hard. And this generation,
they're sort of decompressing, aren't they? After 4 or 5 days,
they need to practice a bit more.
But that point, Vaughan, that
Other views are available.
I absolutely agree with you that cricket is much more professional than it was, because we use that example of 2005,
Yes.
of how that win was celebrated. But that was 20 years ago, and the game has moved on. But is it professional enough? It's more professional, but is it professional enough?
Well, cricket is it is a sport that is 12 months of the year. You're travelling a long period. You're away from home for a long period of time. And there's a lot of downtime in cricket. And there's a lot of days where you're a few days away from playing. So you think, OK, yeah. I think the binge drinking issue is a problem, because if you don't do something and then you do something really big, whatever you do, it's like if you don't go to a gym for 3 months and you're going to have a gym session, guess what? Your body's going,
stiff
and it's very similar with drinking. So, look, I said it, I think the UK, we've got a bit of a culture problem in terms of drinking. It's just what we do. We've been brought up. But I think this modern generation, and I can only speak from my kids, they don't drink anywhere near the amount. When I was 16, 17, 18, you guarantee every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you were out with your pals.
Well, that was the thing about playing club cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Someone would get a 50 and suddenly there'd be a jug hanging around and you were 15, 16 years old. I mean, not legally should you be drinking, and yet it was
they hang
totally
around,
normal.
They hang around frozen yoghurt places these days.
But one of the excuses that I often hear for cricket is that it's somehow harder, that it's more taxing on an athlete, that it might be mentally tougher.
That's right.
But what about, I don't know, a tennis player is on the road for a long time and they keep losing the first round. Would they say that they've got...
I think it's because you're there for 5 days for a test match. You're there for 5 days. You completely zone into that 5 days. Every single ball, okay, not every single ball, but most of it, even when you're in the dressing room, you're completely focused on that. And then you come out of that, and especially with a win, there is this sort of like elation for the win, and that all the training and that 5 days. I'm not justifying it here, but you've got that 5 days of complete effort and concentration, and then you come out of that dressing room with a win, and you sort of, you know what I mean?
But there's loads of sports who do that.
But Steph, you look at role models within English sport. Paul Gascoigne, what did he do back in the day? Brian Robson. I'm going back a long period.
So that is a long time ago.
Ian Botham. Yep. Some of our greatest ever sports people, the characters that we love watching, whatever
Dennis
the sport.
Compton, Bill Edridge, it goes back forever.
But you can also say, okay, probably the greatest athlete with Lionel Messi, and I don't think Lionel Messi drinks too much,
Ronaldo, yeah.
So there's a spectrum of, there's some great sports people that do it a different way, which is not about the drinking. But, if you said, name our 10 greatest UK sports people, I'd pretty much say that the majority of them have been characters off the field as well.
By the way, I've got to give you news that's not ideal, which is that the cover has gone back on, some umbrellas have come back up. I can't understand where the rain is coming from. Don't tell me it's the sky and the clouds, because obviously it is. But I mean, looking at the sky, it looks pretty clement to me, and the light's pretty good. So this, hopefully, is just a little passing bit of drizzly mizzle. Maybe mizzle. Maybe as little as mizzle.
So tough as this point about the intensity of a test match, and I absolutely accept that one. If someone, I don't know, has won Wimbledon and had to concentrate for 2 weeks and put themselves through that, you don't then see Alcaraz or Djokovic going out and getting...
Yeah, but also it's entirely up to them what they do,
you don't know where they go. They might go to a wonderful Spanish restaurant and have the best Spanish red wine that you can possibly get, because they can do that.
But what about...
The problem with England and the cricket team is they're doing it in a public domain.
Absolutely.
There's plenty of really nice restaurants, bars that you can go and sit in the corner, the hotel bar. The captain gets a suite. If you want to go and have a good gathering, go and sit in the captain's suite and have a few drinks. You don't have to do these things. And some of these sports people and sports teams that you say, probably don't drink, you don't know what they're doing behind the scenes, because they're not doing it out in the public domain.
But what about the other role models that we can name in British sport at the moment? Harry Kane, Declan Rice, Amy Hunt, Lewis Hamilton, Andy Murray.
Well, I've seen Declan Rice recently looking very worse for wear in Ibiza.
Do you think that the majority
It's not
of
one
the
size
top...
fits all. It's not one size fits all. We're all individuals. We're all different people.
But that's where I come back to the argument of, is cricket professional enough?
You could say, no, it's not. But you would say that, again, I'll go back to the great cricketers over the generations. Most of them have done it in the way that we're talking about.
Well, what's professional? What are you saying then, professional?
I'm saying
so Joe Root's our greatest ever player, yeah? What does Joe Root do?
You tell me.
Well, he has a drink now and again. Yeah. He doesn't drink every night, but he has a drink now and again. He's our greatest ever player.
But if you look at, I don't know, the way that Arsene Wenger revolutionised...
Jimmy Anderson's our greatest ever bowler.
Okay.
But how good could they have been then?
Oh,
Well, that's a counterfactual.
So the great,
We're not gonna get into that.
So no, look. Every sport can be more professional.
Absolutely.
If you really want to point the finger, every single sport can be.
I'm more interested in whether English cricket is less professional than New Zealand cricket or Australian cricket. I mean, look, we saw the New Zealanders over here play 3 Test series. They lost their first game. They won the next 2. We were in the hotel they were staying in Nottingham. They weren't out in the lash the whole time. They were actually together with their families.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a totally different atmosphere from the one that we're getting painted of the way the England team works. So it's really not just about cricket. It's about England. Is England, has they fallen behind, and has that been because after the COVID bubbles and heaven knows what else, there was like a massive pent-up amount of frustration.
One thing,
and
Dan,
McCullum's come in and just loosened things up, and it's gone too far.
Yeah, all teams are under pressure, but you could argue New Zealand don't quite have the scrutiny of an England cricket team. And I hope the fact that the team are under so much scrutiny that suddenly they think, oh, we've got to have a release. And the only release that they have is to go out and fill themselves with plenty of juice. And that's only the players can answer that. A few more covers coming on, I'm afraid. Daniel?
This is very, very frustrating, Rain, because the players, Pakistan players, for example, are just warming up as normal.
Anyway, we played
an England huddle. I mean,
there's
hardly any umbrellas over there.
We played really well at Headingley.
Yes.
Well, yes. I mean, but part of this is, I mean, another thing I want to talk about briefly, if we can, is how do you feel if you're Emilio Gay in that team? You know, who's got this highly spotless record, isn't it? He has to sit there and soak it up as the entire team is being pilloried, and he's, from what we would know, done absolutely nothing wrong. How do you feel if you're Jofra Archer, there's been one incident that's been connected to Jofra Archer, and that was that, didn't he stop by to feed his dog or something during COVID?
He did, yeah, he broke the bubble.
I mean, at the time it felt heinous, but really,
Yes.
we're not having Jofra Archer stories in nightclubs.
No.
Well, I suppose that comes back to Joe Root reading the Riot Act on Tuesday morning, doesn't it? Because he was essentially telling players that hadn't been involved in this latest incident, that there was probably some of them sitting there going, well, I haven't done anything wrong.
Well, exactly. I mean, they're also grown adults as well, and they're having to be sort of ticked off, and I find that all of that so peculiar. I mean, if you're
at the end of the day, you've got to live
man.
and die by it. You've got to live and die by it. If you decide that this is good for my game, and this is the way that I prepare and everything, you have to live and die by it. And then you have to sort of like adjust yourself to what is going to make me perform the best. That's another thing. You know what I mean? They're getting on a bit, these boys. You know what I mean? And look at some footballers, doing yoga every morning or whatever. You know what I mean? You prolong your career. As you get a little bit older, that starts taking its toll a little
Phil,
bit.
the problem.
But it's up to you as the individual, okay, and your team around you and what have you. But it's up to you as an individual to try and get the best out of yourself. And I tell you something, some of the best have tried it and failed.
I think if you look, so Brad and Cars, if this incident had happened 3 or 4 months ago under the leadership of Ben Stokes and Baz McCullum, you would argue that it would have been dealt with differently, because they've dealt with other incidences differently. He's now under the leadership of Joe Root and Stephen Fleming, and they won't stand for it.
No.
They will not stand for it. And I think Joe's message was very clear on Tuesday that, look, let's see when we see Bryden Cast again, that's going to be the proof. But whatever happens in terms of the outcome, I think Bryden will have a period of time away from this team because, there needs to be that moment where players understand that if you are going to bring the team into disrepute and you are going to bring negativity by being out late at night, even if he ends up having done nothing wrong, he still brought a huge amount of negativity onto this England cricket team. And I just get a feeling that Joe Root won't stand for it. So
so answer me this. If Bryden Cars, because you can see Bryden Cars being left out of a squad to go to South Africa, but Bryden Cars has got a ready-made replacement in Sonny Baker here. He's also part of a group of fast bowlers that have got sort of replacements for each other. Tongue, Archer, Atkinson, Sam Cook could replace Ollie Robinson. Who's the most key person in the team? Harry Brook, probably.
Joe Root.
Wouldn't it? Well, I mean, apart from the captain himself, because we can fairly much rely on him not to be caught in a nightclub in Derby at 4 a.m. But we can't necessarily rely on Harry Brook not to be. if there is a next time, Harry Brook is caught in an incident like that, isn't the proof of the pudding going to come when he isn't selected for the next game? Because in a way, Bryden Cars is not really proof of sort of anything, because he's not a key and integral part of the side, is he?
But the point that I was going to make about it's linked to that, in that we talked about why did Joe do the media the other day, and one of the reasons was that because of his credibility, and if Stokes and McCullum had still been in charge, maybe they wouldn't have been able to speak about that. There's another element in this, in that Brendan McCullum is still in charge of the white ball team, and Bryden Carse has been an England international in all three formats. So there could be a situation where this process plays out and Bryden Carse eventually is available to play for England again, and Joe Root doesn't want him to play Test cricket, but Brendan McCullum and Harry Brook might want him in the white ball team. And what would have happened if this incident had happened 3 days before an England white ball international, and we'd been asking Harry Brook to answer questions? And as much as I think Harry Brook has shown signs of changing and maturing in his leadership and all those sorts of things, it could quite have easily been a different format this week, and it would have been McCullum and Brook answering the questions that Root was.
Yeah, I think the key to the team gathering that... I thought that the British public have suddenly lost all respect for the team. I'm not sensing that, but I think that the proof will be in the pudding, that they have to start self-policing themselves. You know, they have to start understanding as a group what's right, what's wrong, and understanding those characters that potentially can just go over that edge to make sure that they get them in bed earlier.
Did you just say self-policing?
Yes.
Because they were policed by the police.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to say I'd like to have had those Durham teammates realise at 4 a.m. in Derby on a Sunday morning, it's not a great place to be.
And you know what? I'd really like to be able to start the first hour of a Test match by talking about cricket rather than the drinking habits of England cricketers, and not even cricketers who are playing in the England team, but happen to be playing for Durham in Derby. Mercifully, we're not going to be talking about that anymore because Alison Mitchell's arrived, and so's Ramiz Raja. So welcome, good morning.
Hello, Daniel. Good morning to you. We've got the cover back over the pitch at the moment. We're still hopeful that a toss will take place at 11:30. There was a little bit of mizzle, that's what drew the cover over. But we've sent Aggers down onto the outfield, so as soon as a toss is ready to take place, Aggers will bring it to us. And at the moment, we are still expecting a start time of midday. So we'll keep you posted with that. One of the covers as I speak that's covering the bowlers run-up is being drawn back by the ground staff. So all encouraging news. Ramiz Raja, welcome to you, former Pakistan captain.
Thank you so much.
Chair,
how are you
Chief
keeping?
Executive. I'm very well, thank you. Very well. Great to see you. Vic Marks is just settling into his seat as well, former England spinner. Of course, Ramiz, only one thing to carry on the conversation that's happened, because we do want to get talking about the cricket and what's in front of us and the Pakistan team warming up. I mean, both teams, in a way, have fans to win back, but for very different reasons. For a country like Pakistan, which is a dry country, all the talk then about a team needing to have a release after 5 days of Test cricket, or maybe 2 days in some cases. But a culture of alcohol being the thing to celebrate with. How do teams sort of let loose, if you like, let emotions out, celebrate in Pakistan?
So Pakistani players will never have a problem of alcoholism. So that's a very good start. Number two is, during the 92 World Cup, for example, Imran was a teetotaler as well. So, the Australian dugout would have 15 jars of beer, whereas we'll have 15 glasses of milk. But that
was Mark Wood's tipple after the 2019 World Cup when he drank milk.
And there was this Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan Qawwali, which was a spiritual connect, and that got us going. So we had a theme song during the World Cup. I'm not too sure what the present Lord does after winning a game or celebrating. I'm completely at a loss. But if you ask me, it's about being in the family, being with friends, going out for lunch or dinner, that kind of stuff. So everything is pretty normal, except that they probably will not visit a bar or a pub.
Yeah, different ways of letting off steam. Vic, hello to you. Morning.
I hesitate to mention it, but I remember I did tour Pakistan a long time ago, in the early 80s.
Yes.
And we came from New Zealand.
The toss is delayed, by the way, Vic. Carry on. The cover is being brought off, though, that hover cover, so let's keep fingers crossed.
And, of course, being English and, used to alcohol being part of the game, we brought quite a lot of alcohol from New Zealand. It's quite a difficult process to probably Lahore we landed. And then our manager was A.C. Smith.
Right.
You remember Alan Smith?
Yes.
I expect. And I just got this memory of landing probably in Lahore, and we've got these sort of cardboard cartons of booze, of beer mostly, and it's going around the thing, and it's leaking. And I've just got this picture of A.C. Smith, who I liked actually, who had quite a hard job as manager on that tour, leaping onto the carousel to try and rescue this carefully stowed alcohol, which we would have in our team room. So we tried to take precautions, but it didn't work very well.
Yeah. But you would do it in private, but behind closed doors, and celebrate how you.
Well, the team
room
was a big place. But the other thing we had were endless videos of Minder. I don't know if you're too
Minder,
young.
no, I remember Minder. I didn't watch it avidly.
That was also part of our evening entertainment or relaxation.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, how are this Pakistan team, Ramiz, going to turn things around from Headingley? Because it's an almighty task, but somehow you sort of think, well, if any team can, maybe Pakistan could do something extraordinary.
Yes, I mean, they need a miracle. But a couple of good reference points. They've beaten England twice now in the last two meetings here at Lord's, so that's a great reference point in the team meeting, for example.
Quite a long time ago.
Long time ago, absolutely.
2018
I
was
mean,
the last time.
And the stocks are not great right now in Test match cricket. They've been at the receiving end. So Babar Azam, so you've got a regular leader now leading them. That may just get them cracking. His own form is going to be critical to the cause. And the bowling, I mean, the first Test match, they had nothing to offer. I mean, at Headingley, if a spinner picks up 5 wickets for you, that means it was a toothless fast bowling effort. And that worries me even here, because who will they play? You see, there is Ubaid, who could come in the playing 11.
Quick one, Ramiz. The toss has been delayed. It is now scheduled for midday with a 12:20 start. So that's where we are at the moment. Toss to come up at 12, and hopefully then we'll get away at 20 past. So I think Aggers will probably, maybe he'll stay out there until midday, but he'll bring us news of the toss when it comes. Do you subscribe, Ramiz, to the view we heard during the week, which was maybe a slightly surprising one from Umar Gul, the bowling coach, that the bowling performance at Headingley was largely due to the change in temperature, the sudden drop from the heat of Beckenham to a bit more of a chill,
no, I don't
stiff
think
bodies.
so. I think that's not the issue, actually. Acclimatization, maybe yes. That's why you've got to have practice matches. I remember, during the 92 World Cup, before the 92 World Cup, we were the first team to land in Australia because historically we were appalling with the bat on those bouncy pitches. So Imran got us playing about 7 or 8 practice matches, and we paid for those matches just to get acclimatized. And so if it's a proper 3 Test match series, you've got to have more side matches than just one practice match. So I think that is what he should be meaning and telling the world, that they didn't have enough practice to get going before the first Test match was on. But otherwise, from extreme heat to less heat, I mean, that's not an excuse.
It was a little surprising, Vic, to hear those words.
Yeah. No, I suppose, it doesn't help much, but I suppose one, from a Pakistan point of view, can note the fact that earlier in this summer, England won the first Test dramatically, or very easily, here at Lord's. Then there was a bit of a crisis, alcohol and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, there's a sort of slight parallel
Bit
there.
of a pattern, you might say.
That's still, on the agenda. And then England got thrashed in the second Test match. So, whether that helps Pakistan or not, but it can happen. I suppose the secret is to try and sort of clear your mind of what's gone before and look forward rather than concentrate on all the things that went wrong at Headingley. Look forward. It's Lord's too, and there is a history of overseas teams coming here, and it's, everyone, I'm sure Ramiz, when you were in shorts, thought, I'd love to play at Lord's.
100%, yeah.
And sometimes that can act as a motivational factor as well. Just start a new game and play better.
Well, there's a new captain, at least we expect. I'm trying to see Babar Azam out there at the moment. I can see Joe Root already with his England blazer on in readiness for the toss at midday. We expect it to be Babar Azam who joins him out there for the coin toss. He says he's 90% fit, Ramiz, after the finger injury. But what impact, first of all, as a leader to have Babar back in the side? And he's been Pakistan's most celebrated, most famous player for his generation.
That's right. I think it's going to be key how he plays on this pitch, because they'll be looking at him, his technique, how well he fights, how well he leads them on the ground itself, what kind of team he picks. Actually, you see, it tells of leadership. If your mindset is to win, then you pick a winning unit. If your mindset is to draw and play safe, then you pick a playing 11 which borders on safety, and that can never help you after being so bad in the first test match. So you've got to get that first test match out of your system as quickly as possible, and then through leadership and good quality batting, you provide them with a great reference point that here I am fighting for you, and this is doable. So from body language point of view, from your showing your presence at the crease, from leadership point of view, with how you pick the team, it is so important for Babar Azam to play an outstanding overall innings. I don't know whether he's ready for it or not. He's 90%. The finger wasn't broken. So I felt that he could have taken a little bit of risk playing the first test match also. People would have given him a lot of plus. Yes. Yeah. Because you've got to act as a leader. Even if you're half fit, you know that the batting relies on you almost 100%. Then you've got to make that an all-important call. I felt that, he could have played that one.
I suppose it's a sort of parallel, isn't there? There's Babar Azam coming back to captain Pakistan, having done it a while back and then had a break.
Yeah.
And now he's
back
again. And Joe Root.
Ramiz, were you chair when Babar was appointed captain? Is he your appointee?
He was already the captain. But you see, I would have long sessions with him, because at times he can be a bit insecure. And because I played under Imran, and we felt, all of us in that era, that the captain was the all-important thing. And so I try to instill that importance in the team also, that here's a guy who's going to lead you into action. So no politics, please. He is there till the end of my term. And he is a multi-format player also. His record in white ball cricket is as impressive. So I gave him a lot of confidence. We had long chats, talked about, his playing 11, and that don't worry about the criticism. I'll handle that criticism. You go out there and be yourself and be the leader. Obviously, there were shortcomings as well, because he's not a natural leader. A good system, and I'm talking a first-class system, domestic cricket throws good leadership also. And we don't seem to have a strong domestic structure where we churn out leaders. And so he had to be taught on the job at times. I would get a bit frustrated with the kind of field set. We got beaten by England 3-0. And it was a close series. We could have won 1 or 2 actually, because it went to the last part of the day 5. And somehow the field sets I didn't agree with. He generally wants a lot of security, reassurance that you're the best. Don't worry about the criticism. It's you who's going to manage everything, and I'll take the heat.
So who would he get that from now in his second coming as captain? Because his run scoring, though, has got to feed into that confidence as well, surely. And he was showing signs of that in the West Indies soon after being reappointed. Yeah,
you see, there have been so many changes. It's been topsy-turvy times, So you look at how Pakistan have performed in Test cricket in the last 2-3 years, and then you look at the administration bit of it. And I think it has impacted the players indirectly, because, everybody wants security and consistency, and that they're lauded for their performances, and what they're doing is backed by the administration as well. I don't know. I'm not your in-house keeper to tell you, what is happening out there at the PCB or with the team management or with the selection, the process, the domestic cricket. But it's a reflection. Our performance actually is a reflection of what is happening at the sub-tier. You can't have a great winning test team unless you have a great winning structure.
On Babar specifically, Vic, the importance of having a captain who is scoring runs was his. I mean, the stat oft-cited at the moment is it's been 4 years since Babar's last Test century. That was against New Zealand in Karachi. But yes, he has started to work himself back into some form against West Indies until that injury. So yeah, what is the impact of having a captain who's perhaps not scoring the runs that he might like?
I mean, it's obviously easier to do the job when you're playing well yourself. Root's found that. I mean, if I can just sort of think back to talk about Root, and I think he's coming back for another go, and he's going to try to use all that experience, all the good things and the bad things that happened. And one of my thoughts about Root towards the end of his captaincy was actually that he was trying to do too much. In that he was a very caring captain. He's always trying to help this, sort that out. And I think he probably learnt that at the end of his reign, he was trying to do too much. He was almost too conscientious and too selfless. And I'm sort of hoping that this time round he can kind of delegate in his own mind how much he does, because the most valuable thing Root can do is to score a stash of runs. And curiously, that's the same with Babar.
Yeah.
That, he's got a lot on his plate, but almost number one priority, because he's the best player in the team, is for him to get in a state, even if it means being a bit selfish about how you practice or you can't do X and Y, you've got to let someone else do that. Because that's what Pakistan need more than anything from Babar. And once he's scoring runs, the captaincy will be easier because people are looking at him and admiring what he's done. And he's got a great record and he's the best player there. But it's a big challenge.
Yeah, of course it is. Some players subside when they're made captains. Some rise to the occasion. So the jury is still out, how well he manages himself with the bat as a leader.
Yeah, and interestingly, to again draw that comparison between Babar and Joe Root, when Root dropped back into the ranks, his run scoring flourished, didn't it? As we've seen him climb and climb.
Well,
and now
did, but I think he scored pretty heavily when he was first appointed. And it's not a killer stat, but it's one I quite like, but it needs checking, but he's not here. Alistair Cook, when he was made captain, I think it's in his first 5 or 6 matches as captain, he got 100, which is pretty astonishing.
Yeah.
So I think quite often, initially, new captains actually prosper with the bat, partly because they're taken out of themselves. They haven't got time to worry about their own game so much, so they're so desperate to do well. And they know they're not going to be dropped as well, that helps a bit. That they have a period of excellence, but then they get tired sometimes and it gets harder and harder and there's so much going on. I mean, it's not all dependent on Babar, but it just feels that for Pakistan to do well, he's got to...
Do you think Babar found it difficult dropping back into the ranks when Shan Masood was then captain, playing under somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, he wants to be engaged. I don't know whether he was engaged properly or not. I don't know the inside story, but it felt as if he was bit off, that he became a bit selfish also, that he just looked after himself. A player of his stature has got to be a team player as well and be a helping hand, especially when Shan Masood was going through a very, very rough patch as a leader. But I felt that he was offhandish and it felt a bit odd.
Shan Masood himself, I find a really interesting character. I think that same time when he was going through a rough patch with the bat, was at the same time his sister died. He had a sister who had a congenital disorder that affected her cognitive development. And I remember speaking to him in Australia, probably about 18 months, maybe 2 years after her death. And he said how actually her death had a huge impact on his family and him for what she taught him about life, which was about caring for other people, about having to have a different perspective on life. And he believed that his sister made him a better person, possibly a better captain in terms of those soft skills that you need in a dressing room.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can we talk about the bowling?
Yes.
Ramiz, because that was
if you must.
That was a weak point at Headingley, make no mistake. I talk about some players who aren't here, first of all, because where is Shaheen Shah Afridi? We know he's been winning a tournament, hasn't he, playing domestically in Pakistan. His name was brought up with Umar Gul in the press conference, the bowling coach, and he referenced Shaheen Shah Afridi as being our best bowler and then directed any questions about him to the selectors, which seemed quite a pointed remark, albeit made in a very polite fashion.
No, I think it's up to the coaching staff and the captain to ask for someone of his class. He would have given them the left arm angle. He would have tried his mightiest in working conditions. But I don't know what's gone wrong with him. I mentioned that earlier also. You know, some say it's an attitude problem at times. It's an administrative struggle at times. He's not 100% there. And so that could be one reason why he's not your number one preference. But you've got to forget all about that and encourage him into being your match winner in English conditions. You know, his pace is a bit off as well after that knee injury that he sustained about 3-4 years back, and I was then the chairman of the board. And I distinctly remember I got a call from Imran Khan, who was then the Prime Minister, and he said, look, this is a serious injury that he suffered, so don't rush him back in quickly. Let him take his time. This is a 6-month to a year period. But because Shaheen Afridi was on top of the game, and he wanted it desperately to make a comeback, that he rushed back into playing the game, and he suffered more. So I don't know whether he's the same bowler pace-wise and quality-wise after sustaining that injury. But it's, you know, some characters need to be handled a bit better. You know, some can be easy to work with, some can be difficult to work with. So Shaheen Afridi, I think, you know, he would have been idle in such conditions. But I don't know how fit he is physically and mentally right now.
I guess it's a different thing, isn't it, playing one-day cricket to then the rigours of, well, however long a test match may last. But he took, 7 for 36 in the final of the domestic one-day competition in Multan. So he's finished that as the lead wicket taker, which is what has, of course, brought those questions forth about should he actually be out here. What's happening with Naseem Shah at the moment as well? Because I remember
only one brother can play, so Bad Shah's here. So that's why, you know, he made way for him.
And we may well see him as well. Ubaid Shah. But yeah, I remember Naseem Shah when he made his a memorable Test debut in Australia, and he was only 16. That happened as well. I think
he still remains the youngest hat-trick taker in Test match cricket.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think he got one against Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I mean, again, someone who's lost a bit of pace through injury. And you've got to create that Test match environment around some of these kids. I mean, he's still a kid. Just tell them the importance of playing Test match cricket. And as you would know, sadly in subcontinent, you made stars through T20 format these days, not through Test match cricket. And so that could be one reason why some of the fast bowlers are just not interested also. So they are fit enough to bowl 4 overs and not 18 over kind of spell in a day.
How can that shift? You know, that sense of, you know, red ball cricket, other than the economics and, I know, paying players more to play Test cricket.
Are pretty critical. I mean, it's actually one reason I quite have admiration for Jofra Archer, who could have made or was already making a terrific living as a white ball cricketer. IPL, you know, go to the IPL, the money available there is staggering. So I quite like the fact that he's kind of made a commitment now to being a Test bowler, and I think that comes about partly when you, when you've made some money, but also you start to think about your legacy. And
that come with age
I'm
a little bit.
pleased to say, in a way, that you look at some of the Indian, Kohli, for example. I don't know Kohli at all, but I bet you it's his Test record that he wants people to remember.
It's what people do remember.
And it's what people do remember. And so there is still that draw amongst players who recognise, you know, how cricket works and the traditions of cricket, who, like Jofra, I think, he wants to be, like Mark Wood was a terrific example. He could, you know, he punished his body, but he kept wanting to play Test cricket. And Jofra's come back, and I like the way he goes about his business, even though you thought he might just say, right, well, you know, 4 overs in T20, that'll do me and I'll have a very good career. It may be easier to do that when you've stored up quite a good little
and of course Pakistan players don't get the opportunity to go to the IPL and have that massive payday.
And also the crowd like this, back home, if you're playing Test series, you hardly get a house full. So I mean, here there's this extra incentive for English players that, you know, let's play at Lord's and it'll be house full for the first 3 or 4 days, and that's such a great incentive.
And I mean, you might say it's the same for some India Test matches. Even you don't
Yeah,
get big
they're not
crowds
getting big
at
crowds
matches.
anymore.
But are people still following the game, Rameez? Is it?
No, they
I don't know,
do.
Is it economics? It's hard to get to the grounds.
No,
Is
no, it's not that.
desired
It's
from-
just that, you've got to have a winning team. The fans are a bit off, massively off, in fact.
At the
I mean,
moment,
at
yeah.
Headingley, there were, what about, less than 1,000 Pakistani fans who'd come in. And that's a rarity. I mean, north of England, playing at Headingley, it's like a 50% in the Isles. Not anymore, because fans feel that this team is just not good enough to hold them in for full 5 days. And that's such a travesty, I would say, because fans desperately want Pakistan to do well in all the formats. And when you come to England, you've got to be massively prepared, because the world's eyes are on you in this Test series, because of the media, because what it means to the world if you score a double 100 here at Lord's. It'll be remembered for the rest of your life, and by the fans as well. So I don't know how they're thinking right now. I think, can they do something different? I don't think so, because the team that they've been given, say Babar Azam, he can only do so much, because there's so much of talent in fast bowling, for example. And you've got to think from the left field, right? So there's an 18-year-old Ali Raza who bowls at 150 clicks, right?
Where's he?
So he just plays white ball cricket.
Yeah.
So you're letting him know that it's fine if you're 18, you just bowl 4 overs, you pick up cash, and you walk away from Test match cricket. I think he could have been an ideal young kid here. Don't play him in all the games. Just get him around the Test squad.
Just to understand
Just
what
to
this kind of
understand what
occasion
Lord's means.
Yeah.
Just let him understand, what the fans mean. And that would have encouraged him a great deal.
Are we a bit idealistic sometimes, Vic, that whilst Test cricket in England is well supported, that other visiting nations, the players don't have the same appetite to put their bodies through the rigour? Or do you think, again, it might come in a cycle with Pakistan that you'll get players come back to
Rameez
it?
is right about whether you're winning or not makes a huge difference. I think it's easier for an English player to recognise the rewards of playing Test cricket in terms of profile, and you get pretty well remunerated in this as well. Even Joe Root, Ben Stokes turned their back on the IPL, but they could afford to do that.
Yeah. Mitchell Stark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the Australians.
And it is noticeable that there were few Pakistan sports. I mean, I contrast that with those ODIs against India. They were complete sellouts, and I don't know, it was sort of 50-50 support from either side when they played around the country here, and it was fantastic to see. And it'd be lovely to see that when Pakistan are playing. It might be slightly different if it was an ODI series, I don't know. I expect it would. But yeah, success breeds
following support,
and it's elusive sometimes, and this is it's quite an unrecognisable to the layman, and possibly even me sometimes. It's not an immediately recognisable Pakistan side with, I must go and see him play. Apart from Babar, perhaps.
Well, and hopefully we will see Babar back in the side, indeed, very soon, with a coin in hand for the toss. So we're expecting the toss at 12 o'clock. We've sent Aggers out onto the outfield in readiness. I can already see Joe Root there with his navy blazer on. Aggers, let's cross over to you.
Indeed, thanks, Alison. Yes, that blazer's been on and off a couple of times because we were going to have the toss at 11:30, and then it was put back by another half an hour. I'm not quite sure why. I think they've finished rolling the pitch now. So yes, Joe's got his blazer on. I'm just looking for Babar Azam, who I think will become here. He is over there, smiley face, one of the most approachable captains in international cricket. So I'm looking forward to chatting to him. He'll be wanting to win the toss, I think, because it's very humid out here. Two captains gave each other a hug there, Michael. I'm not sure I've seen that happen very often before.
No, that's maybe at the end of the game, not quite before the game. But I have to say, it's very muggy down here. There's moisture in the ground. There's a tinge of green on the pitch, and it's quite humid and warm. So I'm pretty sure both captains will be desperate to get the ball in hand.
This is a brilliant bowling morning. There's absolutely no question, or afternoon as it is now. Very humid, cloud cover. There's quite a lot of grass on that pitch. I mean, they mowed it while we were chatting up there earlier and took a fair amount off, but there's still a really proper covering. And what I will say, compared to the first Test match pitch here of this summer, which, as we know, was a bit of a disaster. This looks completely different. I mean, that one, do you remember we were talking about it in terms of looking like somebody's, like an old-fashioned hair transplant, in terms of the surface. This looks like a proper cricket pitch.
Well, it looks like the transplant has happened.
Yeah, it does.
There's a bit of a few pieces of grass that have been added. Yeah, it looks a decent pitch. I don't think it's going to have too much pace, but there's enough there for the seam to grab hold of. So, there'll be a bit of movement. Batsmen's techniques are going to get challenged. I can't think that the scoring rates are going to be 4 and 5s like we saw at Headingley for the England side, but. For Pakistan, I think this is their chance. If they win the toss, this is their chance of getting a few early wickets.
Well, the captains have approached this sort of tossing carpet, as we call it. Here's a blue circle that Joe Root is trying to land the coin on. He seems to be going higher and higher with his toss every game that he does. But Baba's alongside him. And we have a mascot. The first time, I only mentioned it the other day, that the day of the mascot seemed to have come and gone. But there's a young girl there alongside Nasser Hussain, who's going to be conducting proceedings. As usual, a posse of cameramen there pointing their lenses at the two captains. Ranjan Madagala, my old friend from Sri Lanka, played against him many times, is there as match referee. He's been doing this a few years now, and standing and making sure that all is well. Pitch microphones are going in. We know that England are going to be unchanged, or at least we're pretty sure they're going to be unchanged. Interesting, you were having a chat there with Sarah Taylor, Michael, weren't you, about Jamie Smith's wicket keeping and the improvement that there seems to have been there?
Yeah, I just congratulated her on it because I've seen a real difference in James Smith's keeping. Particularly stood up last week. I thought he was excellent, and just said, his balance looked fantastic. Is that what you've been working with? And she said, yeah, he's worked hard, and he's getting the just rewards for that hard work, which is great. She's a good coach. I've heard so many people mention her around the coaching circuit that she's a proper coach, and England look like they've got a good coach to work with. All the keepers, won't be just Jamie Smith. Jordan Cox is here. He keeps. Ollie Pope. She mentioned the list of keepers that she's working.
Right. Hang on. Here's Nasser. Here's the captains. Here's the toss.
Our match referee is ready. Annabelle, our mascot, has got the coin. Please give it to Joe. Annabelle.
Heads is the call.
Heads is the call. It eventually lands. Baba, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We will ball first because of...
Right, well that's an obvious one. But I tell you what, it makes it an interesting game, this now, I think, because you're right. What a chance for Pakistan to get back now.
Yeah, and with Mohammed Abbas, I mean, he's renowned, isn't he? I presume he's playing, of being a master when the ball starts to move around. And I'll just be interested about the tactical side of Pakistan, whether to get Rizwan up to the stumps, even though it's the first few overs of the Test match. England's batters will bat out the crease to Mohammed Abbas. So they've got to try and nullify that, the Pakistan side. And if he comes up, it'll be more of a threat with all the different dismissals. But you can see Babar, he's back in the team, he's back captaining. And there's a glow to his interview to Nasser Hussain, because he knows he's won a good toss.
So let's just run through the Pakistan side. England are unchanged, that's confirmed. So Azan Awais, thought maybe he might have been left out actually. Imam ul-Haq, Shah Masood will bat at 3, Abdullah Shafiq, and then Babar Azam, the captain, is back in at number 5. Saud Shakil, Mohammad Rizwan, the wicketkeeper, and then we go down to Ali Usman, Khurram Shahzad, Muhammad Ali, and Mohammed Abbas. And Babar, it's lovely to see you again.
Good to see you.
Welcome back. Now you'll be happy with that, won't you, to win the toss like that?
Yeah, to be honest, yes. Overcast conditions, and you see the grass on the pitch, so
yes.
We are utilized that thing because of when we see overcast conditions and you ball first, that thing is utilized.
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas we think might be very difficult on here.
Yeah, because
look at him smiling. He's got a massive smile on his face. Hey, you haven't bowled a ball yet.
Yes, he is experienced bowler. He knows that conditions. He's playing a lot of counties here and other bowlers also. So, inshallah, we utilize that things.
Yes, and you have learnt from Headingley. What lessons did you take from the Headingley Test match? I know you were playing in that, but you were watching.
I think both sides we need good partnerships, bowling and batting, especially in batting when we have a grab opportunity. We lose the wicket back to back, so we are trying to do not in this match.
Good luck. It's lovely to see you again, Baba. Welcome back.
Good luck.
There we are. So he's one of the friends. He's still smiling.
For the first time.
He's a lovely fellow.
Have you ever had a captain in your
50 million years of doing your job, laughing, laughing, saying he's going to bowl.
Yeah, he's just such a nice man. And he's one of those, he's always under pressure, isn't he? The fans are always after Bubba, but what a lovely bloke. Here comes Joe Root anyway. He'd have loved. What's going with this coin toss? How high was that?
I need to get a bit better at the accuracy, but I'm trying to go as high as I can. Well, I don't care. I'm going for height. So.
Well, it didn't come down your way though, which I suspect was disappointing.
It is, but at the same time, that looks a very different wicket to last time out here. I think it's at 6 mils. So there's not a huge amount of grass on it, and as always with Lords, it's such a fast-scoring ground. If you get in, and if the sun comes out late this afternoon, it could be very good for batting. So I think it's understanding very quickly as a batting group what the challenges might be, how we're going to counter that, and when the time's right, can we exploit any loose deliveries that we get and get ourselves in a position to strengthen the game?
Yeah, ball nipping about, keeper standing up, that sort of challenge probably for this.
Maybe, but we've all prepared for that. We know what they're likely to hit us with and what the challenges could be, and things that you normally have to face when you come to Lords. So it's about delivering on that, trusting that, and having confidence off the back of what was a brilliant performance last week. I think that side of the game we actually did really well at Headingley. For large periods of our innings, it was in very bowler-friendly conditions, and we still managed the game well. So, chance for us to do the same again here.
I know you haven't got much time, Joe, so I'll let you go. We'll see you. Good luck. There we go, because play is starting in 20 minutes. Normally, it's half an hour after the toss. And he's got to go and get his pads on. So that is where we will leave it down here. Muggy, humid, overcast, green on the pitch. Bubba smiling from ear to ear. Let's see if Pakistan can deliver on that. They've certainly got some perfect conditions here to put England under pressure in this first innings. So there we go. I'm going to run up to the commentary box, and Ali Mitchell is already up there. Alison.
Thank you, Agaz. Yeah, well, the same Pakistan bowling lineup to try and take 20 wickets if they're to level the series here, one apiece. But yeah, big toss then perhaps for Babar Azam to have won. It is Salman Ali Agha who he replaces, who captained in Leeds, but Ramiz Raja won test as captain. The other captain is back, and you're immediately out. Did you expect that?
Yeah, I mean, Salman Ali's form has been very patchy, actually. So I think he's a better player than what he's produced so far with the bat in the last 4 or 5 test matches. But they could have taken out Azan as an opener. That would have sort of got Shan Masood playing as an opener, or Abdullah Shafiq playing as opener. So Pakistan didn't want to shift, and that could be one reason why Salman Ali Agha is out.
There's one English precedent for that, and it's dear old, he's just down the corridor, I think, it was Mark Butcher, who was put into captain at Old Trafford when Hussain was injured, and it was an ugly draw, and wet draw, in which he failed twice. Dropped for the next game. So Mark, he can go and have a chat with Mark Butcher.
They can reminisce together.
Yeah.
Let me take you through the 2 lineups then. England unchanged, which means what with Bubba having won the toss and opted to field, we will soon see Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay come out to take on the Pakistan bowling under very overcast skies, muggy, humid. There was mizzle in the air earlier, but all the cover's off now, and let's hope that we get a full day's play-in from here. So Duckett and Gay, and then Cox and Root, Brooke, Lawrence, Smith, Atkinson, Ollie Robinson, Jofra Archer and Josh Tongue. For Pakistan, that one change was Babar returning, and it's Salman Ali Agha who misses out. So they line up with Azan Awais opening alongside Imam Ul Haq and Shan Masood, Abdullah Shafiq, Babar Azam due to come in at 5, then Saud Shakil, Mohammad Rizwan, Ali Usman, Karam Shahzad, Muhammad Ali and Mohammad Abbas. The session times, then just to let you know, we're due to start at 12:20. Lunch will be taken at 2 o'clock. Then we have the afternoon session 2:40 until tea at 4:40. And then the evening session is 5 p.m. until 7 p.m. Of course, we would have until 7:30 to get the 90 overs in. Whether the light will allow us to do that, we will see. Of course, the floodlights could be switched on to play with the red ball until they start to take over. So that is where we line up. Mohammad Abbas, Agaz has already mentioned, is going to be pretty important to the Pakistan cause here. Vic, and how England take
I just love the fact that it's almost like a throwback in the sense that we live in an age where everyone tells us pace is what you need and you've got to be 88, 89, 90. So he offers a very different challenge. We've seen it in county cricket, and he's so skillful. And in a way, you'll have openers craving more pace on the ball, please, and being tormented by it. But he's got a fantastic record. The conditions should suit him. But I love it when, it's against the norm, goes against the grain. He'll be bowling at, I imagine, about 77, 78, but that doesn't matter. And he'll hit the seam or he'll wobble around. And some openers, I remember we talked about Marcus Trescothick, who's now the England coach. He opened the batting for England and Somerset, and he hated it when he turned up against a bowler like Mohamed Abbas. There's no pace on the ball. You can't necessarily look to be. A lot of openers like to be sort of essentially back foot players, using the pace, square, and he doesn't give you that, and they can really torment. And
the more you see the ball, the more worried you get.
Yeah, you've got time to worry.
So it plays on your mind that much longer because you've got to be technically so correct. Because he bowls that nagging length, and then I just hope that he's more consistent because at Headingley he was a bit up and down.
Yeah. Well, they're good players, obviously, and they don't like to be tied down. It's also, just looking from an England perspective, I think it's a big match or a big series for Emilio Gay, who's had 4 Test matches. There's a winter tour coming up, and he still hasn't quite proven himself. So, and it won't be easy out there. So it's a big match for him and a big series for him. But as I say, I'm looking forward to watching a certain amount of torment. If Mohamed Abbas is on the song, as they all crave for more pace, a wicketkeeper will be up, and that's not what the batting is Test cricket supposed to be around. Where's the paceman gone?
There's going to be nibble, whether he can utilise the slope well enough as well, and some of the Pakistan bowlers will be unfamiliar with the Lord's slope for sure. And the likes of Karim Shahzad, they picked up 3 wickets at Headingley, but was expensive, and there's a vast improvement that needs to be made, isn't there? But they've got the conditions if they can harness these conditions.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is what they wanted basically, to win the toss and bowl first. Conditions are ideal, so how consistent they are. What about the slip cordon? Because the catching was a bit off as well at Headingley. So they've got to catch everything in terms of edges and make sure that you put England under pressure.
Yeah. Talking of the batting, Vic, for Jordan Cox as well, I mean, if he does well, there's a chance to create a bit of a conundrum about when Bethel comes back.
It's always what was that? Waiting for Godot has given way now to waiting for Jacob, because he's always on the cusp of coming back, and we're all wondering, well, who's going to give way for Jacob? And I'm sure someone will, because he's clearly a top quality player, but it's not obvious how they're going to fit him in. They're an opener. I mean, there are things in this lineup yet to be decided. This England lineup. One is certainly probably the partner for Duckett. The other is the Lawrence position.
Yes.
And what happens when England play on surfaces where you have to play, if you like, a fully professional spinner, which isn't applying here. How they juggle that in the absence of a Stoke-style all-rounder. So those particular dilemmas may have to be sorted before the winter tour and how they balance their team.
And I'm sure England would also like to see Jamie Smith in the runs again. His keeping, Michael Vaughan mentioned there, and standing up as well, has been looking really good. But just to make sure he continues, he had such a fast start to his Test career, and just a little bit of focus starts to come on. Right, can you play that role? Can you score big runs and score when it matters? And then can you convert if you get to 50, 60? Can you also go on?
Yeah, I mean, the figures are slightly sort of misleading in that you look at his record, because Andy Zaltzman gives us this wonderful sheet, which once you learn how to decipher it, it's really quite useful.
Get your glasses on, and sometimes a magnifying glass.
And Jamie Smith's overall record is terrific in that he's scored 1,400 runs, just under 40, which you take that from your keeper. Yeah. But actually, if you break it down, the graph has been going in the wrong way. And his keeping has got better, but it's hardly surprising because he doesn't keep for Surrey. So, he's kind of got back in the groove playing for England, I guess. It's an oddity.
Yeah, the other difficult part for, say, Rizwan and keepers who bat at number 6 is how will they play with the tail? I mean, at times you've got to miss those singles and farm the strike and that kind of stuff.
I think that was the attraction of Smith because of his capacity to hit boundaries. Yeah. Even when the field's spread. That's what McCullum really wanted, and what folks who everyone says, is the class keeper, and is a good batsman, but, not so good with a tail because he can't take charge batting there. But there's plenty of options for England for keeper batsmen or batsman keepers. But at the moment, Smith's got the job, but there's quite a few queuing up, and there's quite a few even in this squad who kept. Ollie Pope had kept for a series in Pakistan against all the odds.
Jordan Cox can keep wickets.
But what I find interesting is that the onus on finding, if you like, true craftsmen behind the stumps is increasing because more and more they're working out. They want people to stand up to the medium pacers or even the quite. And you've got to be a real proper keeper to do that.
He's pretty tall as well, isn't he? Probably the tallest in the circuit.
Jamie Smith? Yeah, he's a tall man for a keeper. Yeah. But Rizwan was very effective standing up, wasn't he? And it is something that obviously the Australians latched onto during the Ashes for Joe Root in particular. Found a way.
Carey did it very well in the Ashes.
I think it's just a different kind of pressure, actually. It's irritating, actually. I never liked it. Because the keeper standing up to a medium pacer, and you want to be outside the crease, want to get to the ball a little earlier. And so it plays on your mind.
And I mean, you can be stumped just slightly overbalancing on the leg side. Your foot goes up, and you're not used to worrying about that. That's another way to get out.
And I mean, Joe Root for all of his runs, and should mark your cards as to where he sits at the moment in the grand run scoring lists after Headingley in the 66 he made there. He is 1,740 runs away from Sachin.
It's a bit premature.
Just keeping the tally going, Vic. Just keeping it going. But his 68 50s drew him level with Sachin for overall Test half centuries. As the players are coming down the famous Lord's steps now onto the outfield, the pitch will be under scrutiny, if you like, after that rating of unsatisfactory from the ICC after the New Zealand Test this summer. So yes, much to be observed as to the way this match unfolds as well. So players will be lining up. Ramiz, just perhaps a few more thoughts from you about how Pakistan will bounce back from here, and indeed England's strengths to counter that, and then Agaz will pick up.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have that bowler's mentality now for the first couple of hours. You've got to make sure that you pick up wickets, set the field, have that buzz and vibe in the field. Regular leader is in, Babar Azam. Let's see how he operates.
Well, if he stopped smiling yet, I've never seen a captain like it. His face was just bursting. I said, you haven't bowled a ball yet.
Perhaps England should concede now.
He just couldn't contain himself. He was just so thrilled to want the toss. He's a lovely chap. I do love Baba. One of the favourite captains.
We love him. He played a little bit down at Somerset, and we loved it because they do, the streaming they do now. And we get, I don't know the exact figures, but for a normal county game, you get, 4,000 or 5,000 might go on the stream. Babar would come into bat, and suddenly it would be about 75,000, 100,000, because they've all switched on.
So popular guy.
They liked him down there.
He's a lovely player, but missed the last Test match, of course. And they've dropped the stand-in captain, haven't they? Salman, they blamed him.
I've made them the Mark Butcher president.
Oh yes, of course.
Who took over from Nasser Hussain and then got axed the next game.
Your old friend Zahir Abbas is about to ring the bell down there, Ramiz. Right. I can see him on the big screen, looking very distinguished these days, silvery haired. What a player he was.
Yeah, tremendous player he was, actually. Very wristy.
Yeah.
I happened to play just one international innings with him in New Zealand in '85. It was a bad pitch, and they had a deep point for Chatfield, who was medium pacer on a bad pitch, and Chatfield could be a handful. He absolutely, with silky wrist, played that square drive, and that man at deep point had no chance on a slow, dirty pitch.
Here's the Pakistan national anthem. A rousing rendition of God Save the King. Lord's on its feet. Applauding now as the players separate the two teams. England will go back into the dressing room, apart from the two opening batsmen, of course, Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay. And Pakistan will remain on the field. They've won the toss and they've chosen to bowl first in these very, very favourable conditions. Even the light is fairly borderline. You haven't turned the floodlights on, but it doesn't feel that it will be far away from when they might have to. It's very humid, and there's some proper grass on this strip. I get the conversation about the pitch that you're having, but actually, no two pitches are the same. You can't sort of write off an entire square because of one pitch. They didn't have much time to prepare that last one because of all the rain that had fallen as well. So just because one strip, three strips away is
but
not.
But they will be nervous because
yes.
The last pitch.
It looks completely different.
Yeah, well, you've been out there.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, they'll still be nervous.
But sometimes these stats about runs scored on grounds and things, okay, I understand why they're used, but the pitches could be so different. And a groundsman could prepare what he wants, after all. I mean, look at the one in Rawalpindi, the last time we were there with the fans and heaters.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a bit of a sort of it was pushed to the limit. But it just shows what you can do. I mean, they played on the Multan pitch twice.
Yeah.
So, of course, Lords will be nervous because they don't want any more bad headlines, but this is not the same strip, which is, 3 away to the right in that New Zealand match. So let's see how it goes, but there is some grass on it. Let's see how Muhammad Abbas bowls. He's tricky, this fella. He'll come wobbling in, bowl 77, 78 miles an hour. Just that nagging length, and the ball will nip this way and that. And he'll challenge techniques. He'll challenge these two left-handers. That front pad, he'll be looking to nip the ball into that. So it'll be a really interesting session, this.
I mean, he's been much sought after in county cricket, but I suppose partly because I don't imagine he's sought after in any franchise cricket.
That's right, at that pace, on those placid tracks.
But he's earned quite a good living going around the county, Hampshire and somewhere else. And he's done very well too.
Averages 22 in Test cricket. And he's got a bowl from the nursery end, and Ben Duckett is going to face the first ball. There are 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, and then mid-off is the captain. Mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And Pakistan smarting after a pretty humiliating defeat up at Headingley. Really, since they were actually the better prepared of the two teams as well, having played test matches and a first-class game before it, they were well below what you consider to be par. Umpire Rifles wandering around, putting out a very leisurely left arm there, which he'll now withdraw, I imagine, because he'll get word in his ear that it's time to start. Duckett will face the first ball. Gay up at this end. And here we go. The first ball of this second Test match. Duckett settles over his bat, and a late start, but at least we're underway. And Abbas runs in, bowls the first ball. It's very wide of the off stump, and Duckett has nothing to do with
Good
it.
Lord, he's left it.
He
He doesn't usually do that.
I think he put his back out if he'd gone for that one. It was very wide, wasn't it? People arriving, settling into their seats. Maybe they've had a tour of the ground or something while they were making up for that lost time. But, we can add an hour on this evening, and that would still leave a bit left over for tomorrow. The Bass walks slowly back, turns below us here, open window, which is always lovely. You get the sound of Lords, and then goes Abbas and he bowls, and Duckett this time does play, and he pushes the ball into the offside. Bubba's after it, he'll get there, they'll come back for two. He doesn't pick the ball up cleanly, actually, and so the second run easily taken, and England are off the mark. It's always lovely walking out there for the toss. You know, when the day finally comes, Victor, that'll be one of the really big things here at Lords, to walk out, crowd gathering, players warming up, loosening up, exchange a word or two.
You'll miss it.
Toss. Oh, that'll be. Yeah, it's something you can easily take for granted. Here's Abbas, he bowls and beats Duckett, pushing forward at that, and that's that dangerous area. It's taken him 3 balls to find it. It's a full length just outside the off stump, and the batsman really has no idea which way it's designed to go, and that is wobbled away just
slightly up the slope
slightly. Yeah. The problem for Duckett here is you do get drawn into playing at that because of the slope. I think they might come cutting back at me, so I better play, and then it keeps going or just nips away like that and misses the edge. In goes Abbas. There again he bowls a little straighter. Duckett looks to turn into the leg side. And Abbas picks the ball up, exchanges the word with Muhammad Ali, who's retained his place there at mid-on. In fact, all the quick bowlers have retained their positions. They didn't have the best of games at Headingley. Khurram Shahzad was expensive. He kept running in. Duckett waits. As Abbas bowls a beauty. Now that's a perfect ball. Off stump, good length. Duckett plays at it and now shakes his head as if, well, not sure what I do about that really. Again, just moving up the slope.
It did move there, didn't it? You could see it move there.
Duckett purses his lips, as batsmen tend to do when they've been defeated, but that really did go.
Yeah. Too good, really.
Yeah. Now Buzzo is doing his shoelaces up. Now he's ready again. And Abbas. Past umpire rifle. There he is. Trots in, bowls on off stump, it's edge, but doesn't carry. Doesn't carry to second slip. The ball runs down to third man. Won't go for 4 because he took some pace off that. In fact, it landed comfortably in front of the fielder there. It was a proper edge of the bat. Nowhere near carried. And a stroke of luck there for Duckett. But England are 4 without loss at the end of that first over. Just looking at it again. Took high up on the bat.
Yeah, I mean, it was just short, wasn't it? And you thought that would... You're thinking they're too deep, aren't you? And it is difficult to gauge where to stand. It depends, obviously you don't quite know what the pace of the pitch is going to be like. But I also think you have to take into consideration the batsman sometimes. The people who go hard at it. I mean, if Duckett plays in his usual style, you could give yourself another yard or two because he usually goes at it very hard. But there he was just. But it kind of went up off the bat and then came down again.
Really hit the.
You feel
the very top.
you feel that should be a catch opportunity, really.
Right, we've got Khurram. Oh, he came bounding in, and then Emilio Gay, who looks to be well settled into Test cricket now, pulls away because there's somebody moving. There's a recalcitrant member down there who's wandering around behind the sight screen, and Gay spotted him.
Okay. He's real throwback, Mohamed Abbas. One is that he bowls about 77 miles an hour and torments them. The other is, in this era, he bowls over the wicket to left-handers. Not many people do that nowadays,
No,
I tell you.
No. Khurram Shahzad's coming round the wicket to Gay. 3 slips and a gully. And up he comes now. Runs in hard and Gay defends the first ball, getting behind it. A spider cam drifts into view, and I mentioned that because I thought they dispensed of spider cam, and we're now on drones. But spider cam has returned here. He's just hovering above the wicketkeeper's head at the moment. Quite low, isn't it?
I know.
It's just. I mean, the ball could easily hit that. It's just right behind the slips. As Khurram bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Gay this time. Morning, Andy Zoltzman.
Good morning, Aggers. Yeah, picking up on what you're saying about Lords as a ground recently, and as you mentioned, it can be hard to read from one game to the next what the pitch is going to be like. The last 6 tests here, we've had alternating good and bad first innings scores. England out for 140 against New Zealand on that very difficult pitch early this summer. Last year against India, they made 387 batting first. Before that, Australia 2-1-2 in the first innings of the World Test final.
Khurram running in energetically and bowls a good one, beats Gay, playing a missing going on out there.
And the scores before that, 4-2-7, 1-2-1, 4-1-6, 1-7-2. So no great pattern, but broadly Lords has become a much more difficult ground for batting, much better for bowling. The last 15 tests here have seen just 26 runs per wicket and a wicket every 46 deliveries, which is the lowest such figure in a 15 test run.
You've got to throw into
test
that
ground
the outfield as well, because once this sandy outfield went in and the moisture drained out of the surface, there's no doubt the pitch has changed as a result of that. Shahzad bowls and he's been driven for 4. Nice shot from Gay. He does play that square drive well. The tall man, he just bends the knee. David Gower, watching downstairs, I think would have admired that. Beautiful stroke. But it's really sucked all the moisture out, isn't it? And there's no doubt, I mean, the pitches have spun more since the relayed outfield. It's been done twice. It was done after the Olympics, wasn't it? 2012. I think it was done first time a few years before that. 8 for no wicket. Gay bends at the knee. Khurram runs in, bowls, and that's nicely left by Gay. Allowing that to go by. He was speaking of his frustration at the way he got out at Headingley out there earlier on. Bit of a sort of a nondescript dismissal, wasn't it? Just trying to take bat and glove out of the way. It just flicked the edge.
Because I didn't see all the Headingley tests, but he played some princely shots.
Oh, yeah.
Just he looked like he was in mid-season form.
Yeah. Well, with his Italian background, I described him as the Giorgio Armani of the team, and no one seemed to think it was very good. That his Khurram bowls, hits him on the pad, and runs down to gully, and there's no run. Has got flair, and he's one of these. No, that doesn't work for you.
Well, I'm not sure.
But he's not the Pavarotti of the team, is he?
Well, no, he's not the Pavarotti, but there are quite a lot of famous Italians. I suppose we could.
I just thought with the style,
Sophia Loren, possibly, but
yes. Anyway, I thought it was quite a good line.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you stick with it then. Don't let my lack of enthusiasm
Funny old session times. We got lunch at 2:00 today, so it's an hour and 40 minutes of playing time. Duckett votes for Abbas, shuffling in past umpire Rifle, bowls. Oh, Duckett plays and misses again. I mean, we expected this. You can't blame the batsman for this. The conditions are just perfect for new ball bowling. If you get it right, of course, and you do have to bowl the ball in the right place, you've got to be consistent. But if you put the ball around about that fullish length off stump, you've got a great chance in conditions like this of finding the edge, or particularly with left-handers cutting back from that off stump, hitting the pad. LBW. Abbas again. Past the umpire, moves in, bowls, and Duckett can let that one go. turns his back on proceedings, goes for a little stroll into the offside. Umpire Pelliker is the other umpire today. He stood at Headingley, had a good game actually.
Can't help noticing that Rizwan is taking the ball around about ankle height. I just feel they're a bit deep here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's better to drop the catches and be a bit close than for them not to carry. Get my drift.
Abbas bowls and that beats him, and that was around about knee high that Rizwan took that. And Abbas getting a bit frustrated there. He's had a little glare at Duckett. Beautiful bowling, just absolutely hitting that spot. And as I mentioned earlier, because you're inclined to think the ball will come down the slope, if you're left-handed, you end up playing at those. Rizwan at the end of his mark now turns round in a clockwise direction, kicks up his heels, shuffles in and he goes and bowls, and Duckett drives him. He's over pitch there and giving him some width. And Duckett says thanks very much. He drives that firmly down to the deep mid-off boundary. Absolutely in his slot. Pakistan had to be careful here because the boundary scoring was quite prolific at Headingley. They just weren't consistent enough. They bowled too many bad balls.
Yeah, you can understand the temptation, and he's beating the bat, so you're thinking, I've just got to get it a little bit fuller, so when it moves, it actually takes the edge, but then you overcompensate, and that's the half volley, which he's smacked away.
Abbas bowls, and Duckett squared up by that one. He just prodded away for Baba to field as he ran in from mid-off. Not everyone here, it's a sellout for the first 3 days. The new Allen stand. It's not yet completed. He's got some empty seats in there and a few in the grandstand.
Is that a new score? That white scoreboard?
I think that's a temporary one.
Well, oh right,
because it hasn't.
Oh, see, instead of
it hasn't finished yet.
Big screen.
Yeah. Now Abbas bowls short this time, cut hard. That'll go for 4 as well. And Abbas will be cross about this. That's 2 boundaries he's given in this over. And England moved to 16 for no wicket, and Duckett to 12. If ever there was a ball right in Duckett's hitting zone, it was that one. Short wide outside the off stump.
Yeah. 3 boundaries. Crisp shots from the 2 left-handers.
So the 2 batsmen exchange words between overs there. Gay, he's a very relaxed, laid-back young man, I must say. I think if you were following the 100, you'd have heard him commentating on BBC television and BBC radio. He's like a duck to water.
Is it?
Oh, right. Absolutely. As Curran runs in and bowls, and he's on the back foot, steering that away down to point. That'll be 4 more. Some loose deliveries here. Oh yes, he came bounding up this morning and reminded Michael Vaughan that I'd said to him at Headingley, looking over my shoulder. He came bouncing up and told Michael Vaughan that. He's not short of confidence, which you need as an opening batsman, don't you? I mean, it's a tough job.
Yes. Not many volunteers, really.
No.
I mean, you look at the England lineup, and there's a whole stash of people you could stick in at 5-6, 4-5-6 possibly, around the counties, I guess. Not many openers, though.
Gay's on 8. Curran bowls a good one to him. This is what's frustrating for Pakistan here. Ball beating the bat. But they're going at 6 and over at the moment. 20 for no wicket. Too many boundary balls being bowled. And that one really moved again, looking at the replay. Not sure any batsman is going to nick that. Okay, over his bat again. He's a very deliberate tapper of the crease with his bat. Curran bowls to him and he drives. A beautiful shot. Really firm, crisp off drive. Everything in the right place. Foot right to the pitch of the ball, high right elbow, all the sort of things that you like to see with straight bat.
Gets quite a big stride in, doesn't he? Which is less common nowadays, I think.
$20 for no wicket. Still the 3 slips in a gully. 3 Pakistan backup players are wandering around the ground down here. Just right below us as Curran bowls. Oh, now lets that go and it strikes him up on the thigh pad.
It's a good non-appeal, really. You thought they'd be shouting for that on principle, really, because it was straight, it seems to me, but obviously too high, and no one even bothered.
Strange one, because it didn't cut back very much, or it didn't appear to. Maybe just misread it slightly. 20 for no wicket. Well, corporate boxes in the grandstand appear to be well stocked with people sitting out and watching. Khurram again bowls, and this time Gay has a very compact defensive stroke on that front foot, pushing up to mid-off.
Well, it is one of the joys of Lords that if it does rain, you know that the outfield is going to soak it up like blotting paper, and it's not going to delay you too much. There's a few old bowlers we could remember from days gone by who detested the way that this ground dries out so quickly.
I think last time was a huge flood down by the tavern. Remember, that was when I think they decided, right, we've got to do something about this. Khurram round the wicket and he bowls to Gay. Again, that very nice off drive finds extra cover. Didn't quite time that one. Bubba able to field it. Gay has 8. Duckett has 12. Just looking at the radar. Ooh, still
what
raining.
News?
Well, it's to the Midlands and the north of England. A lot of rain falling there. Hope you're all driving carefully if you're listening to us on the roads there. And there's something lurking up from the Bay of Biscay, but
right,
still a bit of
is
a way
it going
off.
to come our way?
Well,
anything in the West Country? As we seem to have missed it. We desperately need rain everywhere.
There's definitely some showers on the way. 20 for no wicket. Duckett has 12. And Gay has 8. Batsman, another quick chat, and now Abbas is going to come round the wicket, actually.
Okay. Well, I can sort of understand that. He started over the wicket, but somehow Duckett seems to make room for himself so easily. He's going to try and cramp him up a bit.
There's Abbas bowls to him. Eddie's on the off stump. It does cramp him up, actually. And Duckett pushes that away for a single out to point. And so the batsmen change ends for the first time. 21 for no wicket. A change of ends here, as it were, as well, with Isha Guha coming in to replace me. Afternoon, Isha.
Afternoon to you, Aggers. Feels like we've been waiting around a little bit, Vic, for play today, after the rain this morning and overnight.
Yeah, you can't complain too much, really, after the last month or so, can we?
That's true. That's true. It's an interesting looking cloud in the distance there as Abbas pushes away. He's now bowling to Gay, who lets it go in the channel. Muggy conditions here at the home of cricket. Feel that breeze coming through. It's a packed crowd, always great. Day 1 of the Lord's Test. Nice cool breeze coming through here, but it has been a bit humid and muggy. Flags are hanging limp at the moment in the distance above the red brick pavilion, and big grey cloud in the distance. It's almost like a painting, isn't it, Vic?
It is. Well, we've missed clouds lately, haven't we? So let us treasure them.
Yes. Abbas turns at the top of his mark. Gay back and across and defending the ball to the offside. I was just about to ask you how you've been doing, Vic, before you leave me. But you can give me a little upside.
I'm doing fine. Bye-bye.
Great to hear. And great to have you with us as part of the coverage for this second Test match. Ramiz Raja is going to slip in alongside me. It's all very rushed this morning with the toss. It was delayed, and then they only had 20 minutes after the toss result to get in and get themselves ready as Abbas. It's now past the umpire to Gay, who's defending another good length delivery to the offside. He's really settled into his line and length, which you would expect from Mohamed Abbas. He's a proper line and length bowler. Picked up a bag of wickets in the county championship, Ramiz. He was looking a little bit weary though after his 20 overs or so that he bowled against England.
I mean, the situation of the game also actually had an impact on him, because he's a lone warrior in that bowling setup. I'm talking of the fast bowlers actually. Ali Salman was pretty impressive. Left arm spinner, picked up 5 wickets. But he's been a bit on and off actually, even in this spell. You know, a couple of good deliveries, then he's gone for runs.
He's back over now to Amelia Gay, and that's just past the bat on the angle up the slope as he looks to defend that ball. Not really forwards or back, he's sort of stuck in no man's land there, Amelia Gay. So one more ball left of this over.
It's a kind of pitch where you've got to expect this little movement, so you'll get beaten, but the idea is to remain focused. I still feel the slip cordon is a bit too far for my liking. Abbas is not express, so you've got to come in. A couple of edges have not really gone straight into the hands.
Gay with an open stance, back and across, turning it down the leg side. I think it's been caught. It has. What a catch that is. Mohamed Abbas. It was angled in on leg stump. He was looking to turn it around the corner, Emilio Gay, down to fine leg. And Mohamed Rizwan, diving to his right, Superman style, has taken the catch, and England are 1 wicket down, 21 for 1.
Yeah, Superman without the cape, an unlucky way to go. He's trying to survive by managing those deliveries outside the off stump. But this one was taken brilliantly behind the stumps. Nice movement, 1, 2, 3, and then diving full length. A keeper's delight. Wonderful catch, and people have been talking about Rizwan's fitness behind the stumps. Today he's made a strong statement.
Watch it back on the highlights, 7 o'clock tonight, BBC 2. And we'll have clips of that on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Really do watch that back. That was the perfect catch. He got the line right. He got everything perfect in terms of height off the ground and the timing.
Yeah, the footwork as well, Isha. I thought those 1, 2 steps that he took before going full length with that flying dive was such a critical part of good wicket keeping. So he anticipated it well, he was ready, and then that Superman dive.
Here comes Jordan Cox then, picked up 73 up at Headingley. He was looking solid, putting his hand up to bat at 3 in the absence of Jacob Bethel, out injured. And he now joins Ben Duckett. He was out to spin up at Headingley. He said he doesn't mind where he bats for England, but he would prefer to be in the middle order. He's just doing a job here at the moment for his country. Just his 3rd test match for England. But Duckett on strike, that was the end of the over. 21 for 1. And he's on a run of ball 13 at the moment, the left-handed opener for England. So 3 slips in position. Backward point set deep to Khurram Shahzad. He's got a wideish mid-off as Shahzad is round the wicket to Duckett, looking to turn the ball to the leg side, no run.
Everybody talked about Pakistan being kind of sparkless in the field, you know, nothing to offer with the ball, and certainly this keeper delight behind the stumps will sort of egg them on, you know, something to look forward to. This really was top quality catching. You're seeing the replay once again on the television. It's just faint tickle around the corner. Unlucky way to go, but credit to Rizwan who anticipated it brilliantly. So some reference point has been created here by Pakistan.
Leg gully goes in. to Shazad around the wicket again, turning that ball again. Ben Duckett to mid-wicket, no run. Really just jams him up there, coming in from that angle. It's coming up the slope as well. How have you been, Ramiz? Those extra couple of days off?
Yeah,
what have you been up to?
Actually, nothing. I mean, the fans are disappointed because I was going through mail and social media. And, you know, there's people are just disappointed. Actually, nobody wanted to talk about that first Test match. This is a bit disappointing. Actually, I was really looking forward to digging in.
Duckett forwards, looking to drive the ball, catches the bottom part of the bat, back to the bowler, no run.
Yes, so you got to start again, I guess. I mean, this is a great setup for Pakistan. Winning the toss, bowling first, cloudy conditions, playing at Lords.
Your thoughts on the one change? Salman Ali Agha gets knocked out of the team, booted out after his first go as captain.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have captained. So that's the moral of the story. But, you know, South Shakil, I mean, he could have been, he must have come very close of being made the 12th man as well. Didn't look that great out there. But Salman Ali
Duckett works the ball to the leg side, no run.
Yeah, form has been very patchy, actually, of late.
The other option would have been drop Azan Awais and then move Abdullah Shafiq to the top of the order with Imam ul Haq and bring Babar in there. And then you still get that extra bowling potentially.
And also experience. I mean, Salman Ali Agha averages almost 14 Test match cricket. So when he's on song, then he's a lovely player to watch. Very good against spin, actually, then pace. But anyway, decision has been made.
Duckett crouches down, drives the ball, gets a bit of width, and it's running down the hill here at Lords. Going to push back for 2. Bit of a wet outfield, but the ball will win there. 2 fielders chasing after it. He picks up 4 in front of the mound stand. 25 for 1. Then England Duckett to 17.
I mean, such a good player to watch because he's a go-getter. So, you know, I think getting beaten doesn't really hurt him because he stays in the moment, as they say. So whenever an opportunity comes, he pounces on it. The footwork is really good on that occasion. Cover driving a ball in seaming conditions can be a bit tough. But he's looked calm and at ease.
The other player that there have been murmurings of maybe there might have been a change was to bring Ahmed Jamal in.
Yeah.
As Shazad goes wide of the crease, round the wicket, Duckett inside edge, driving, finds its way to mid-wicket, no run. At the end of the over, 25 for 1 then. England, 6 overs have been bowled here. We had a delayed start because of the rain here on day 1.
Yeah, Ahmed Jamal is a good, decent all-rounder, but I'm not too sure about his batting prowess in such conditions, and his bowling has been a bit off as well.
I remember watching him in Australia, and he was the one who seemed to get the lengths right in those conditions, and he bowled a much fuller length. He's a bit skiddy, he really attacks
and strong body language as well. I think he's a good team player.
His form has dipped a bit recently, just 5 wickets in his last 6 Test, average 88, Jamal. The seam bowling's been a fairly long-standing problem for Pakistan. In Tests since 2022, all their seamers collectively are averaging just over 36.
Mohammad Abbas from the nursery end. Jordan Cox facing his first delivery, defending the ball to the leg side. Almost walks towards it as he turns it to mid-wicket.
That's the lowest, that's the worst seam bowling average of any of the 9 regular Test playing teams. Obviously, some of that is to do with the pitches, but opposing seamers against Pakistan have averaged just under 28, and that gap of over 8 runs per wicket. Only Bangladesh have a worse figure between their seamers and opposing seamers against them. So it's quite a long-standing problem. We talked a lot about the players who've been in and out of the side, and they will need to do better than they did in Leeds. 5 for 300 between them in Leeds.
Cox, well balanced, gets back and across and works the ball to mid-wicket. Lovely full face and flowing blade as he comes through there. Looks like he has a lot of time to play that ball. 4 slips in position for him. Bat just leaning against him as he just readjusts his gloves. Ramiz, when you were in charge, you know, was this something that you were thinking about in terms of long-term pipeline of players coming through, and was it a problem that you foresaw happening?
Yes, I mean, during that time, Shine and Naseem Shah both were clicking.
Cox again just advances and looks to turn the ball out to deep mid-wicket, gets it into the gap. He's off the mark then, picks up 26 for 1 England.
But you always worry about the pipeline. So I had this vision of maybe starting a juniors league, which went extremely well for year one. So the idea was to make these 17, 18-year-old kids, it's an under-19 junior league, professional. So we had Viv Richards in one dugout, Javed Miadat, Shahid Afridi, Monroe, a couple of other South Africans. We had a great setup done for these young kids, the coaching bit and the fielding and the discipline and that kind of stuff.
Abbas moves in, bowling to Duckett, struck on the back leg. He's gone up, he's turning around, appealing ferociously. Given not out, he's now charging towards the slip cordon, as if to say, I thought that was close. Babar Azam now appearing amongst the group. He's decided to review it. 3 reviews each for both teams. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, so he needs that ball coming back in, pitching in line.
With a player review for LBW, original decision is not out, field deliveries go to front on when available.
You're hearing the voice of Chris Gaffney, the TV umpire. Looks to pitch in line. In fact, it's pitching on around off stump. Has it come in enough?
There's clearly no bet. You can go to ball tricking available. There's a clear gap there.
Yeah, it didn't have a lot of bounce, actually. Hit him on the back leg. Let's see. Impact within the stumps, outside the stumps.
Usually if it's back leg,
Original decision is not out. Pitching in line, impacts in line.
Wow.
Wickets hitting.
Overturned, 3 reds.
We'll get you back on screen. I recommend you change your decision to out. You're on screen.
It's a good delivery from Mohamed Abbas. Pitches on or around off stump. It's coming back. Ben Duckett is shaking his head. Now, I was just about to say, normally when it hits the back pad, you're thinking it's close. But even then, you're thinking maybe it's going over the top. Maybe it hasn't done enough to come back in to hit the top of off. But it is Ben Duckett. He is a lot shorter in stature than the other batters. And I don't know whether that frustration is the fact that he's got out or whether he didn't think it was out. But Duckett has to go for 17. It's 26 for 2.
I think more out of frustration because it's going well out there. Run a ball kind of innings, looking secured. But that's the problem against Mohamed Abbas. So he never allows you to settle in.
And just listen to the crowd. It's not boos, it's the sound of Root reverberating around the ground here at Lord's. They love watching him play at the home of cricket, and the England captain is strolling out now after Route 66 up at Headingley. He finished on 66, but more importantly, a test win and the start of his full-time second reign as captain. He's had a lot to deal with off the pitch ahead of this match, but speaking to him ahead of this game, I know he spoke to Jonathan Agnew ahead of play, but also for the highlights, and he just said, we've just got to refocus, we've got to think about the job in hand. There's a lot of players in there that will enjoy these conditions, but to think about batting in these conditions, it's about adaptability, playing the situation. Already here, we're seeing that he's marking his guard outside of the crease. Way outside, so trying to negotiate that movement off the pitch. It is a grassy surface as Abbas is in to Root, looking to turn the ball to the leg side, but finds the outer part of the bat and heads towards mid-off. Pakistan thought they were in the game there.
Yeah, it's an excellent start. After winning the toss, you'd want opposition to feel the advantage of that toss. And so far, so good.
And if you're Pakistan, you're thinking this is a big moment in the game. If you can get another quickly, they've already lost 2 England in the first session. If you can get the captain, who is so good, he has such a good record here at Lord's, then all of a sudden they'll feel like they are on top. Bit of movement there off the seam. Looking at it on the replay. Abbas past the stumps. Joe Root forward and defending. The slip cordon have gone up, and Abbas as well is again just ferociously appealing there. I think it was bat first. He plays it forwards and over to the leg side. The question is, was it pad first? Babar Azam has decided to review with 2 seconds to go on the clock.
Well, they've been
direct the third umpire
running good DRS form.
The original decision is not out. Field lyrics go to front on
fell
available.
bat first, actually.
They're interested here, Pakistan. Another wobbling delivery, hits the seam, angles back, it's pad first.
That's roll that back, looks like it's just straight into the pad. Just roll that back, just confirm that.
I think it's pretty clear.
It's got a ball treatment available, just gone straight into the pad.
So not even looking at Ultra, just going to look at ball tracking.
Original
Was the impact in line?
Pitch outside off, impact is outside. Pistol, you back on screen, stay with the original decision of not out. You're on screen.
I reckon a couple of centimetres impact outside the line.
Never thought it would be that close, actually. I read it as bat first, but anyway. Maybe there's a case of having a short leg in as well. Pakistan need to attack completely in the first hour or so of this game. So let them feel the pressure of 2 wickets down.
26 for 2 here, England. After Pakistan won the toss, elected to bowl first. Babar Azam, big smile on his face, went to chat to Jonathan Agnew with that decision going Pakistan's way. But then it's over to the bowlers, and there's expectation there then. But you would say they've taken advantage so far. Just 5 balls faced between Root and Cox. 4 slips in position for Cox, who's now on strike. Big wide open space on the offside. Khurram Shahzad bowling from the pavilion end. Angled in, down the slope. Defended to the offside comfortably by Cox.
I think there's got to be good bowling from both ends. Mohammad Abbas, obviously, he'll lead them into action, but Khurram Shahzad and Muhammad Ali have got to make things happen.
The good thing about bowling here at Lord's is you can let the pitch do the talking for you a little bit, not just the grass on the surface, it's the slope. It can really help you. You can never entirely feel settled as a batter. Babar Azam said just played here once before in a test match. Always a special place to play for a touring side. Shahzad bustling in past the stumps. Cox leans forwards and lets it go. There's a quick look at it. Looks confident. Certainly looked confident in his knock up at Headingley.
Pakistan have won 5 of their last 9 at Lord's since 1982 with 2 draws and 2 defeats, and won their last 2 here in 2016 and then 2018.
Misbah got a century.
Was that the 2016 game, I think?
Khurram Shahzad past the umpire, now to Cox, squaring him up, defending. Just holds on the line there. Does think about whipping it to the leg side, but just holds, and that got him out of trouble as that ball falls to the offside. And Joe Root's now coming down to have a chat to his partner.
Yeah, I mean, the first hour or so, it's got to be defense first and then looking to be as natural as possible. So fall back on good tight batting here for the next 30-40 minutes.
Shahzad coming in on an angle. Cox looking to turn it down the leg side, but then just pulls out of the shot. Rizwan again, energetic and acrobatic as ever, diving to his left. He does bring a lot of energy, doesn't he, to this group? Yeah. Rizwan, you almost need a camera on him, don't you? All the movements, all the all the excitement. Cox getting deep into his crease, pulls a short one out to deep mid-wicket. Doesn't quite get all of it, so it plugs a little bit. It's just rolling out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, but it will be pulled up by Mohamed Ali as they push back for 3.
Picked up the length early, so it was a good shot in the end. Maybe hit him high on the bat splice on the blade, but yeah, you've got to continue to do this. Look for anything on the loose side and make use of it like Ben Duckett was doing.
Bit of a slower surface.
Yeah.
Which you've always got to be
Spongy
mindful.
bounce.
Yeah, you've got to be mindful of here, especially on day 1, day 2, day 3. It quickens up a bit more as that score now 29 for 2, England. Joe Root on strike. Tucks this one to the leg side, square leg in position. Shah Masood there, and will be a dot at the end of the over. 29 for 2 after 8 overs. Ramiz has decided to leave us. We'll have a few words from you then, Andy, as Dan Norcross comes in here. Root on 0 and Cox on 4. Oh, Dan, hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Dan. The LBW of Ben Duckett was the first successful DRS referral of the series. There were 13 at Leeds, 11 rejected, 2 were umpires' call.
Thank you. Right, we'll start for Pakistan. 1 toss, bowl, 29 for 2. We've had an hour's play, no, not an hour, 40 minutes play, and 8 overs have been bowled as Mohamed Abbas is in. His first ball of this over is pushed into the offside, fielded at point, and there is no run. Now, somebody who was watching on earlier on is Emilio Gay's brother Simeon. Did you spot him?
Yes, doing the painting.
He's a painter.
Oh, hello everyone.
Hello,
Sorry.
hello. Joining me is Phil Tufnell. Hello, Phil.
Hello.
And he was on the gantry just below us, painting with Jack Russell next to him. Yeah, the camera went to him at the moment that Emilio was out. It was almost like I'd only just got his bat. I'd only just painted the bat. Can he come back and recreate it for me? Here is Mohamed Abbas is in. A little step down the wicket there from Cox, who then rather cocks his leg in the manner of a dog by a lamppost. It was a curious way of leaving the ball, wasn't it?
Interesting. Yeah, it must be very difficult to say siblings, mums and dads, watching. You know, he must have been painting their fingers crossed for a big one for his brother.
Yeah, he's probably holding the central bit for hopefully when he got 100 and then that raised.
You could see his mood slightly drop
Did a bit.
as the finger went up. A little bit strangled down the leg side, wasn't it?
Good catch there, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, the flying Rizwan.
I tell you, Pakistan have been on it this morning. They've had the good catch and they've also had a terrific review. So, you know, a couple of things they've done right, which is approximately, as this ball's pushed out to the offside, out towards backward point, they've run 1, they might come back for a second, they won't. Score goes to 30 for 2, Cox to 5. It's 2 more things they've done right than they did in the entirety of the any test match. So, you know, small steps.
I think that Mohamed Abbas is going to need a mate at the other end to try and build a little bit of pressure for him.
Yeah.
And perhaps get the odd wicket as well, because at the moment he's looking dangerous, as we know. I think that was Emilio Gay was his 900th first-class wicket.
You're full of these numbers today.
Oh, there you go, an early night.
Andy, can you confirm this?
Had an early night last night.
You'd had an early night, yeah.
I think it was anyway.
4 slips in place. Mohamed Abbas is in. That's left alone wide of the off stump by Root, shouldering arms through to Mohamed Rizwan.
Yeah, so you know, you need to work as a unit, don't you?
Yeah.
At the moment, it just looks like sort of, come on, Mohamed Abbas, get us the wickets. Everyone else is just not being quite on it. But you're right.
Are you sort of paraphrasing Graham Gooch and New Zealand back in 1986?
What was that?
There was the World 11 at one end and Ilford seconds at the other,
Well,
he
there
said,
you go.
of New Zealand.
Well, I don't want to be harsh, but you need someone else to create pressure from the other
Khurram
end.
Shahzad is a curious bowler to me. I watched a lot of the last test,
Yeah.
although I wasn't up at Leeds. And he does bowl
some very challenging balls, but
Yes.
it often comes as a bit of a surprise because
Yeah.
there have been 3 or 4 short wide ones outside the off stump
Yeah.
that have been clattered away. I mean, he was going about 6 and over, wasn't he?
What was that? Was that Les Dawson playing the piano?
Yes.
What was
Yeah,
it?
2 notes right in every 8 or something.
Something like
I
that.
think that they're
But
all,
not in the
all
right
the right
order.
notes, but not in the right order.
That's
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
At Leeds, Khurram Shahzad had figures of 3 for 133 from 21 overs and 5 balls. Only the 9th time in Test history that a bowler has gone for more than 6 and over, having bowled more than 20 overs in a Test innings.
Jason Frazier, did he do it? He went for
Mitchell Johnson here.
Do you remember
2009?
Jason Frazier? He didn't play much.
Was he?
He got a lot of wickets and he went for a lot of runs.
Australia,
yeah. Mohamed Abbas is in forward in defence, comes Root of the keeper standing up. Here we go.
At last. That very close decision to LBW for Joe Root a couple of overs ago, wasn't it? That was the main reason, because he was so far down the track. If he got outside the line, if that ball had travelled another... What's that?
Oh, not much.
No,
travelled another half a foot, it would have probably
been inside the line.
Yeah.
So, you're right. They look a bit more on it, Pakistan. They finally realised that, the keeper needs to be up.
4 slips there. As this is worked into the onside, behind square, a ball on the hip. He's going to get a run for it as it's picked up by the fielder, making 5 or 6 yards ground to his right. Root with that moves to 31 for 2. Score.
Perhaps they hadn't watched New Zealand bowl at England with the keeper stood up, or the Ashes.
Or indeed the Ashes, yes.
It's taken a bit of time, but I think with the new ball in your hands, you do then perhaps just give it a couple of overs, just to, know that if a genuine nick does come along, you've got time to react.
But also, presumably, if you're not used to standing up, it can't be something that you can just do like that to 80-mile-an-hour bowlers, can it?
Well, yeah, when the bowler's got a new ball, you don't really like to stand up to it. They get a bit miffed.
Well, it's an odd-looking field as well, isn't it? When you've got keeper standing up and 4 slips. Do all the slips need to move a little bit to their right?
A little bit. It's tricky with the new ball.
Yeah. Andy, sorry.
Those matches of bowlers bowling over 20 overs for more than 6 and over. Jason Frazier not on that list. He took... was it 13 or 11 wickets in the Test on debut? Only played one more Test match.
Something or something.
12 in the match for Australia in India. Mitchell Johnson 3 for 132 off 21.4 here in 2009.
Start of a new over. First delivery is wide. Edged. And did it carry? Not sure that it did. Muhammad Ali's first ball is going to get a couple of runs for it. Is Root, but it's gone through the hands of second slip, third slip. We'll need to have a look at that and just see if that carried to Imam ul Haq, who's diving away to his left.
With bit of swing, Joe Root went after it, that is for sure. It was full. Got a big, thick outside edge. Did that carry to third slip?
It's in the air for a 1. Ooh, it might have done. Yeah. Okay, we get a better angle here. This is a much better view of it. It's right on the ground, right in front of his hands. Yeah. He needed another an inch or so, and that could have got nestled in the hands. It could have been 31 for 3. Instead, it's 33 for 2 as Muhammad Ali is in once again. And this is wide outside the off stump, left alone through to the keeper.
Did it carry?
It's one of those ones where we really can't be 100% sure. Let's say that it would have carried if Imam had moved another 2 inches further forward.
Tricky those. Tricky.
Yeah.
But he'll be kicking himself, Joe Root, because it was wide. You kind of fancy going after those on a bit of a ticklish pitch. You've got to score runs from somewhere.
There's a little bit of shape, isn't there? It's quite floaty for Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, an awkward one there.
Here he comes again, slightly bustling approach. He's in, has worked into the onside, fielded at short square leg. There's no run. Do you know what his run-up strangely reminds me of? A little bit is Shoaib Akhtar. I mean, the result.
Oh, blimey.
The result is not Shoaib Akhtarian, but it's. You just take a look. There's a slightly puffed out chest. Yeah. There's a bit where the sort of the right hand is slightly pawing or scraping down the back of an imaginary Labrador running by his side.
I sort of get it.
You're not 100% convinced, are you? No.
Well,
The worst kind of Labrador.
what, a running one?
Imaginary one.
Imaginary one. See, look, here we go. So it's quite puffed out chest, up, back through the shoulders. There's a bit of show up.
Yeah.
And in he comes, and this is driven. Oh, and that might have carried as well to backward point. Not sure. Good diving stop, possibly. But again, Root is driving at wideish balls and getting a thick outside edge, and there's hands on heads. With the score 34 for 2, I think it's a bit perilous here at the moment for England. That was in the air until it hit the ground a yard in front of a diving fielder, so it didn't carry.
I think if I was Pakistan, I'd tell all my fielders to stand and a bit closer.
A bit closer.
Because things are skimming off and
a yard.
Not carrying. And it doesn't look another great Lord's pitch.
Well, I suppose
there's no pace in it.
First day, a bit of dampness and moisture.
Yeah.
Allow it to do something as Muhammad Ali is in again, and Cox works the ball into the onside, sets off for a quick single, and he'll get there because it was played with soft hands, and mid-on had to make a bit of ground to collect the ball, and also Pakistan's fielding has rather encouraged, I think, batters to put pressure on the fielders in this series. I was listening in, somewhat tickled when I heard Jonathan Agnew and Alex Hartley describing Muhammad Ali shepherd a ball to the boundary.
Right.
Did you hear that?
Well, I missed that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Hartley whelped no. Agus joined in. It was quite extraordinary. He was travelling at basically the exact speed of the ball, but about a yard behind it.
Yeah, escorting it.
Here's Muhammad Ali again into Root, who drives, gets a thick inside edge, it squirts the short square leg, and he's looking a bit loose here as the England captain. He's waving at the dressing room. I think he wants another bat. It's a bat that's got quite a lot of sticky tape on it, and he's going to get another one now. 35 for 2 at the end of the over.
Just got a message from my mate Peter Hayter, Eric Morecambe and Andre Previn. I'm playing all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order. I thought it was Les Dawson. I don't know why.
Well, reasonable, because he used to play the piano deliberately badly, didn't he?
There was something in the mists of time.
Yes. Now, are they having a drinks break already?
Oh, come on.
Can't have a drinks break after 10 overs. We've got people with tabards on, and we've also got tampers, and we've got brooms, we've got all sorts out there. Just a reminder, by the way, that the County Championship's up and running today, so if you want to check in on any of the games around the country, it's a very exciting county championship at the moment, very bunched table. I'm unfortunately finding myself looking very much at the bottom of the table rather than the top this year.
Sorry?
Yes.
Who's at the top? I should know this.
Not just the defending champions, but with Somerset breathing down their neck.
Oh, okay.
Vic Marks very excited.
Yes.
Because I don't know if you know, but Somerset
never won the championship.
No. Yeah.
Which surprises me.
It's all on Sports Extra 2 and 3 today. And all on the website, of course, the BBC Sport website.
Surprises me, that. Yeah. Viv, Botham, Garner.
I know.
Trescothick.
Marks.
Roebuck. Denning. Rose.
Yeah.
Marks, exactly. Popplewell. We could go on. Before we do go on, by the way, just want to let you know about something that's happening for the Ruth Strauss Foundation. It's been passed to me by Matt Evans. He was filming for the ECB at Valley End. And this is what I've been told. We have a club member. Valley End is a club in Surrey Championship. We have a club member who is attempting to break the world record for the longest run-up by a bowler before bowling a delivery.
Oh.
So presumably he has to keep the ball with him at all times.
Yeah, where's he starting off from?
Well,
Middlesex.
He will be starting at Lord's at midnight on Saturday before arriving to bowl the first ball at 2 p.m. on the Sunday. Is it completing 100 kilometres? So wait a minute, is that 14 hours?
Well, 4 or 5 kilometres an hour, you're probably jogging along that.
So 14 hours to make 100 kilometres, though. That's 7 kilometres an hour.
How's going, son?
Is it so? Does it mean midnight Friday to Saturday, arriving Sunday?
But he can't stop because of the run-up. You can't just. I mean, he's not Usman Tariq, is he? He can't just.
What happened?
That'd be a no ball, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. All that way for a no ball.
Does the umpire have to call play at the start?
Well, he's arriving to bowl the first ball at 2 p.m. on Sunday at Valley End Cricket Club.
Okay.
Trying to increase awareness in the media as they're raising funds for the Ruth Strauss Foundation. So it sounds to me like he's running for 14 hours.
Good lad.
with a ball
that
in
would
his
work.
hand
That's-
through the night.
yeah.
But at Valley End, though, can't be 100 kilometres away. It must be quite a circuitous route.
Well, what's that? Two and a half marathons. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, 14 hours might be outside your and my target time for that, but I imagine a good runner could.
Whatever it is, it's a good effort.
It's a very, very good effort.
It's terrible for the overrate.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The batsman will have to be there for ages getting ready.
We'd be complaining a lot about that, wouldn't we?
What if the batsman-
So here we go, first ball of the day.
What if the batter pulls away, not ready, someone moving behind the bowler's arm, 60 miles away.
14 hours of run-up filler later. The first ball was bowled.
But well played.
Absolutely. Mohamed Abbas is continuing. He's in now, and edge from Cox in front of a diving fourth slip, who parries it down towards the pavilion boundary. They've run one, that's all they'll get.
Get closer.
It's absolutely right. I mean, this is the third time in the last 2 overs where the ball has bounced off an edge or landed just in front of a fielder.
Yeah, you've got to force yourself somehow in that corner, and it's driven by the keeper as well. The keeper then comes up, so that's the conversation usually from the keeper or the bowler saying, "Come on, lads, I'm getting the edges and they're not carrying here. You're gonna have to force yourself to get a pace or two closer."
I also don't really like the way Cox is playing at that. It's sort of inside out almost.
Yeah.
The bottom hand's coming off the bat. The face of the bat's not addressing the ball here.
Yeah,
Keeper back
pokey.
up for route.
Yeah, a bit pokey.
As Mohamed Abbas is in. And forward he comes in defence. Big appeal for LBW off a ball that I think hit the middle of the bat, but what they're saying is, did it come off pad first? Umpire Rifles having none of it.
Now that's not a shot that you don't see very much anymore.
What's that?
A forward defence.
The forward defence, yeah.
Yes. And that's what you have to do when the keeper stands up. And I think that's why England have found it a little bit tricky, especially, as you said, Ashes and New Zealand, that you don't really see the forward defence much anymore in Test match cricket. Yeah.
No.
Just that solid forward defence, foot still in the crease.
Interesting you should say that, as Mohamed Abbas is in again. That strikes the pad is given. Finger goes up. Route's been given out. Is he going to refer this? He's pointing at his own pad, saying, "Isn't that a bit high?" He's appealing to Cox to tell him that he should take it upstairs. They've got referrals galore. They've got 3 of them. I think he's walking off here, He is. Well, England have lost their third and they've lost the captain. Route's gone for 4, a familiar dismissal. It's Mohamed Abbas again with his 3rd wicket. He's on fire, and England are right up against it. They're 36 for 3. Root goes for 4.
Well, we were talking about this Pakistan side, and this would be their big chance. Win the toss, overclass skies. Is that out? Oh, it might be a bit high there. It's hit him on the back inside thigh.
It's above the flap. It's above, not just above the knee roll. It's above the pad flap. And they do have 3 referrals, and he is England's best batter by an absolute mile. So you thought they might have had a quick look at that.
Yeah, back leg, that little bit. He didn't particularly go a long way, Joe Root, a little bit caught in the crease, but it did hit him on that inside thigh pad, so might have been snoking off, but it's 36 for 3 now.
And it's Abbas who's got them all. 3 for 17. He's bowled, unsurprisingly, unchanged. Harry Brook is now crossed with his skipper, and I really want to see ball tracking on that.
Well, we were just saying that the best way of this Pakistan side to get back into this series is to win the toss on an overcast sky at Lords and a pitch that has had its critics, hasn't it?
It has,
and they've made the most of it. Well, Abbas has made the most of it.
Abbas has made the most of it. He's 3 for 17. The other end is none for 19. So yeah. But it's just the verities of line and length, isn't it? And once again, it's the keeper standing up that's done for Root, and it's becoming a bit of an issue, isn't it? That ball that just nips back. I mean, it's an issue for anybody because the movement is happening very late in the piece. It's happening off the pitch on this occasion.
I'm with you, Dan. I would have been tempted to have a little look at that one, but he decided not to, and he's got to go.
We haven't seen ball tracking yet, so I can't give you any idea of whether we're onto something or not. How's Harry Brook going to play this?
Well, is this the time when you do look to play a few shots? Or do you look to try and sort of work your way there and get a nibbler from...
Well, if he charges down the wicket here and gets out, it's 36 for 4, you're not going to be happy, are you?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how you look to play at the moment. But you've got to get a few.
Here's Mohamed Abbas in and down the leg side, flicked away, out through deep back with square leg for 4. Straight onto the pads, that's how you play it. risk-free, turn of the wrist. And Brook is underway straight away, 40 for 3. Hopefully, we're now going to see a replay of that previous dismissal.
Well, how you do play it, and here is the route dismissal, Dan.
It still feels a bit high to me, but it is ball tracking. It is quite full, in fairness, and wicket's hitting. Well, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a terrific non-review.
Clipping.
Yeah. On leg stump, hitting the sort of the top of leg stump. As Mohamed Abbas is in again to Brook, who carves at this but picks out backward point straight to the fielder. There's no run. 40 for 3.
Well, how you do play it, I think, is that you think to yourself, Mohamed Abbas can't bowl all day. So do you look to play a little bit sort of like cautiously against him, well, which is proving tough? Or do you look to attack the best bowler to try and run towards the danger? I'm not quite sure, but he can't bowl all day.
No, he can bowl slightly longer spells, kind of than your average.
Yeah, 8 or 9 perhaps.
Possibly, yes. Well, he's been bowling all day so far because we didn't start till 20 past 12. As Mohamed Abbas is in now to complete his 6th over. Down the leg side, tickled fine. Might have come off a bit of thigh pad because it's gone very slowly down towards a very fine leg. Will be fielded inside the boundary. They pick up a couple. They are leg byes. 42 for 3. We've had an hour's play. We've only had 11 overs. We've had plenty of action. Mohamed Abbas 3 for 21. Brook has 4. Cox has 7. And England have lost their skipper. Thoughts from Phil Tufnell, and then it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah. We thought that they'd be under pressure, England. Cloudy skies. Had a lot of rain this morning as well, so it's damp and muggy, and just that sun, a bit of brightness starting to peek through the clouds. And Mohamed Abbas has filled his boots, his old boy.
Well, we thought he might be the danger man, didn't we? In these conditions, it's made for him.
Yeah.
But, anyway, good battle on here, and it's doing a lot for the series at the moment.
Yeah, it's good for the series.
Interest high, 42 for 3. Let's see how England battle away. We've got Cox on strike on 7. Muhammad Ali on his way from the pavilion end. Bowles to him is driven for 4. Probably crisp, firmly struck. Extra cover drive that was.
Long half volley outside off stump.
Yeah.
You're going to put them away. All right, he's got a little bit of sort of success, didn't he? Trying to bowl those full ones with that bit of shape, and got a sort of couple of thick outside edges off of Joe Root, but not Jordan Cox. He absolutely crunches that one through extra cover.
Yeah, hit it hard.
Yeah, it's too full.
Now the sun's out. Well, that will make life a little easier for the batsman. We shall see. But there's 4 slips there. Babar Azam on the attack. Another wicket here. 46 for 3. Cox on 11. Ali moves in, bowls to him, and he just dabs that into the offside. And it's also a silent call there. I think it was more eye contact with Brook at the other end. Say, come on, we've got to run that.
Used to annoy me. I didn't realise that happened until the first, when I started playing first class cricket, is that the odd boys didn't necessarily say yes.
No, they just ran.
They just ran.
And sort of understanding, isn't it?
And you're at mid-off having a little snooze. Hold on a minute, you're meant to call, and then I react. No, they don't. You just get a nod and off.
I think you and Devon used to run without calling, didn't you?
Yeah, we didn't used to run much.
Right, Harry Brook twiddles his bat. He played really well at Headingley. It was a perfectly paced innings. 47 for 3. He's waiting now as Ali moves in. Bowls to him. He turns that away one-handed. They're brushing the ball away out to mid-wicket. Dive. Oh, a bit of a fumble there from Sean Masood out there. It's a little bit damp, I think, in areas.
You don't get the feeling that they're a great fielding side, Pakistan, do you?
No.
You can usually push for 2 and there's a little fumble.
They've always been a bit eccentric, haven't they?
Yeah, I can't remember too many sort of explosive run-outs. I might be wrong. But what an opportunity for the Pakistan bowlers here. You're thinking to yourself, I can just get one in a decent area and get Harry Brook nicking off. They are right in this game.
They are. 4 slips. Muhammad Ali, the packed pavilion behind him. Really quite warm now. He moves in, bowls to Brook again. It's 2-leg side. He works that out to Masood again, fielding at mid-wicket. Have you had a nibble of Liz's tiffin yet? It's absolutely outstanding. Thank you, Liz. It's behind. Well, it's half gone. You better get in quickly.
Oh,
because
is that the chocolate thing?
Oh, it's amazing.
Is that called tiffin?
Pistachio nuts.
Oh, I like a pistachio.
Yeah, oh, it's absolutely brilliant. So thank you, Liz, for dropping those off. I don't think we've ever had tiffin delivered in a Lebanese sweets tin before.
Right.
But this is. So I don't want your tin back, Liz, but it'll be empty soon. Here's Muhammad Ali, bowls. Oh, that's a wild shot from Brooke. Little bit of width, but he absolutely threw the bat at it.
Wow.
No contact made. That would have flown at the slip, so gone very quickly.
That is absolutely Zorro outside off stump. The flashing blade, width again. No real foot movement, just a big yahoo.
Yeah.
Might want to be leaving that, sort of coming up to lunch on the first day, perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or give it a thump.
He did play well at Headingley.
Well, yes, he looked
really
like it
did.
changed. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
What, more measured?
Yes. But still scored at about a run a ball.
Yeah.
Ali bowls to him. He defends this time. Just short of a length, round about the off stump. Pats it back up the pitch.
I mean, if I was, I would be tempted to just hang it a little bit to Harry Brook in these kind of conditions, wouldn't you? I mean, you're a seam bowler, John, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You know, you'd be just...
Well, it's difficult because you want him to play.
Yeah.
And you need him to play.
Yeah.
You don't want to waste balls, do you?
No.
But then I know what you're saying, because you
just-
think eyes might light up.
Yeah. You've just got to get that right balance.
Yeah. You're juggling it with the shine on the ball and the hardness of the ball, and you need to make the batsman play as many balls as you can. So
I'd be tempted to be starting it sort of just outside off stump.
Yeah. Patience.
Yeah.
Patience. Now Abbas is trudging in again. Up he goes. Bowls to Cox on the off stump. Plays that into his left hand. There's no run there.
What's this?
Well, just again, I must thank Professor David Brodie. Thank you. I've received your book. Good luck with this. Raising money for Dementia UK.
Oh, good.
It's a novel. I haven't had a chance to read it quite this morning, David, but I think the current Test cricketer who attended the school that you're referencing in Worcester will be Josh Tongue, I think.
Right.
Because he was a Worcester boy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Now here's Abbas, and that's pushed in the onside. Oh, he set off there and sends Brooke back again. But there we go. Good luck with that. A novel raising money for Dementia UK.
What's it called?
Good luck with that. It's called Cricket and Cathedrals.
Oh, okay.
And a very nice picture of New Road.
Yeah, it's lovely. Not underwater.
No, it's not. Good luck with that.
Very good cause.
Oh, yes. Abbas walks slowly back. He's been toiling away for an hour now, but he has got 3 wickets. And
oh, yeah, 2 away from get...
tends to make the legs feel a bit lighter.
Doesn't it? Over 2 more and you're on the board, mate.
Yep. 4 slips. And this next one finds a thick outside edge, runs the third man. Now, will it run all the way? The outfield will be a little bit damp, but it's a long boundary down there. And in fact, they come back for 3. A wild throw coming over Rizwan's head. He threw that a long way. That was Shah Massoud. He's got quite an arm on him. What have you spotted?
Well, just a little bit of buildy, the old clouds just over the... Even though it usually comes from the other side.
I think it's gone.
Yeah, you reckon that's passed. That's good.
There's a bit over France coming up, but...
Oh, is there?
Well, the French always send it our way, don't they? They do. They've always... Any storms brewing over there, they quickly shove over the channel.
Right.
So there's a bit down there.
But, there's been some big storms in Europe, hasn't there? Ibiza. No, what was it? Mallorca. Absolutely underwater.
Over the Midlands at the moment, getting a lot. There's Abbas. That's flicked away down to fine leg.
The Beaver?
1 run.
The Beaver's copping it, is it?
I tell you what, I've never seen it. Actually, as I mentioned last week, it's scorched. It's just I've never seen it.
No.
So barren.
Yeah, well, it needs a bit then, perhaps.
Yeah. Trouble is, you get heavy rain on very dry surface. It
just runs off.
Yeah, and causes flooding, all sorts of things. So you never get it quite right. But at least the drought is broken anyway. Now, the slip is coming out. He's coming out to leg slip, by the look of it, after a certain amount of discussion.
Few's gone down there, isn't it? Few's just been tickled off that hit.
Yeah.
With the guys especially looking to sort of slightly bat out the crease. And I think that slightly leg size usually goes a bit finer.
It's been a real vogue setting, hasn't it, that one? Abbas bowls. Oh, well, that probably would have gone to fourth slip.
Yeah, it would have.
It's a thick edge. It's gone for 4. And Abbas has got his hands on his hips. Well, I think you wanted that man there, mate. He's got his hands on his hips and he's staring towards his captain. So someone decided to take fourth slip out, put him at leg slip.
Next ball.
Next ball, that would have gone straight to fourth slip. And there's no one there.
Really squared him up, didn't it?
57 for 4.
Oh, yeah, that might have been gobbled up by fourth.
Well, the bowler doesn't look pleased at all, and he's venting his frustration at Muhammad Ali. It wasn't his fault. He's down here quietly fielding at mid-on. You've had some tiffin, haven't you, Michael? I saw you. In fact, I think you had 2 bits.
Yeah, afternoon. Yeah, it's very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Where's that come from?
Come from Liz.
Pistachio in there. Lovely. Cheers, Liz.
Right, fourth slips back again. This is always quite amusing when that happens. So he was at leg slip for 1 delivery, and is now back in fourth. 57 for 3. Abbas creeps in, bowls on off stump. And Cox gets across that offside. I think you can see why the man was put at leg slip. He does get across that offside and looks to work the ball in that sort of an area, but they missed a chance there, and the captain and Abbas having a bit of a conversation now. 57 for 3. During lunch is at 2 o'clock today because of the rearranged timings. You'll hear my chat with Jimmy Anderson, or actually Sir Jimmy Anderson, and Stuart Broad with the unveiling of their portrait yesterday evening in the long room. It's a lovely chat, actually. So do tune in for that. And then, I think I'm right in saying I'm going to be interviewing the fella that painted it. What a job he's done. It is fantastic.
Very good. Yeah, it actually looks like them.
It does. But the thing is about the old ones there, though, you don't know if they look like them or not, do you? Because we don't know what they look like in the first place.
Well, the modern
modern ones we know.
Yeah, Brian Lara is spectacular. Inzaman ul Haq is incredible. Viv.
Yeah, outstanding. Martin Crowe.
Very good. That was a recent one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here comes Ali, bowls, and he's driven by Brooks a bit on. Nice crisp stroke. There's no run. They've taken away the Vengsarka and Kapil Dev one where they're wearing black shoes.
Yeah.
That's a bit unusual.
But they all kind of come and go. Those that are more popular obviously have to be rested and put away for certain reasons, because you need more security.
I haven't seen yours for a while.
No, that's why. The security bill is through the roof. And mine is displayed just in case.
Yeah. 57 for 3. Brook on 7. Ali rushes in, bowls to him, hits him on the pad, rolls harmlessly into the leg side. Picked up by Masood coming up from square leg.
Joe Root, LBW to a seam bowler for the 8th time in his last 7 tests. So that's going back to the MCG test. Jai Richardson got him LBW in the second innings there. Scott Boland in the second innings at Sydney. Nathan Smith at Lords for New Zealand. Then Matt Henry in both innings at the Oval, of Nathan Smith again at Nottingham. Khurram Shahzad in the first test in this series, and now Muhammad Abbas. So 8 times in the last 7 tests, in which time he's faced 712 balls of seam bowling in all.
Here comes Ali, bowls over the wicket. Oh, that keeps rather low. Brook didn't play a shot at it. That'll take him very low down by Rizwan behind the stumps.
So he's basically been LBW to 1 out of every 90 balls that he's faced from seam since the Boxing Day test. Previously, he'd been out LBW to a seamer 3 times in his previous 39 tests between the second test against South Africa in 2022 and the third test in Australia late last year. So out an average of once every, over 1,100 deliveries LBW to seam. So rather striking stats.
Yeah, they seem to have found a way, haven't they? Ali over the wicket again, bowls. Brook drives, not where he intended there, and Muhammad Ali theatrically holds his head in his hands as he turns. Brook there aiming to drive the ball straight down the ground.
Yeah, the tactic of the keeper standing up to the stumps, it is working. I mean, he was out LBW a few times before that tactic came to light, but that's why I've been staggered that Rizwan's not up for every single player to Mohamed Abbas. I mean, you'd want to make sure the batters are back in their crease. It brings in all the dismissals. Yeah, I think there was an LBW shout on Joe Root early in his innings. Actually, he was out of his crease, and because the ball hit him where it did, he was not out. He was outside line. If he was back in his crease, that ball would have travelled another 1.5 yards more and would have been in line.
Ali bowls to Brook, steers the ball into gully. That was interesting. Interesting how it's these things. It's not new. I mean, we talked in the last Test match about the old seamers like Derek Shackleton used to come in and bowl that sort of pace, hit the seam, keeper standing up. But it's only really the last Ashes that sort of started off again as a rediscovered theory.
Yeah, and you know, I think all the teams around the world will know that that's what you're going to challenge England's best player with. It's worked a few times against Harry Brook as well. So I mean, I guess I'm staggered that they're not doing it to Harry Brook.
Ali, he just bowled a no ball. It was one of those slow, late calls, but that's tucked away to mid-wicket. And he scores his 8th run. 59 for 3.
How many pieces of tiffin have you had?
I've only had
John?
one. I'm saving myself for lunch. I'm going to go for it in a minute. I've got a quick slot to get lunch, get back in time for.
And then you'll have another piece of tiffin.
There'll be none left. It's going like.
Oh, it is. I reckon half left.
Yeah,
half a tin left.
I only opened it half an hour ago. 59 for 3. And Ali turns in the distance. Pauses for a moment. Cox raises the bat. Here he comes now over the wicket and bowls to him. He lets that go by outside the off stump. So lunch calls. I'll be back in 20 minutes or so with Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson. Well worth a listen. Michael, thoughts from you, and then Ali's coming here.
Yeah, the sun has just started to shine at Lord's. It's been Abbas really. It has looked the most threatening. He's got 3. He's going to go again for his 8th on the trot. Graham Shazad and Muhammad Ali from the pavilion end is, I wouldn't say they've looked nice to face, but they've certainly not looked as effective. They've not got the ball passing the outside edge. They've not been hitting the pads like Mohamed Abbas. He is the key for Pakistan. The keeper's still back to Harry Brook. I'm just staggered by that.
Hello, Michael. Yeah, Rizwan up has been very effective, and Brook is wanting to come out of his crease. So he crouches and waits, and Abbas moves in, right arm over, forward comes Brook, and it tipples off the pad down towards short fine leg, and it's Rizwan who moves across to his left-hand side to pick up.
Yeah, just watch here, Ali. I mean, he's going to come up to the stumps now, Mohamed Rizwan, because Harry Brook's just going to walk outside of his crease every single ball, so he's going, OK, I'll come up to the stumps, but for that ball that he was back, there was a big gap between himself and first slip. It was almost as if there was a second slip, third slip, fourth slip, fifth slip, but there was no first slip. He's probably just said to the corner, I'm going to go for everything so you can go a bit wider. You'll see here, look how wide the slip is. So second slip needs to go a little bit finer than that. There's a big gap between the keeper and the first slipping order.
So Rizwan is up now as Abbas bowls foolish and driven into the ground and past point, running away down the slope for 4 off the bat of Harry Brook. So 63 for 3. Now Brook moves on to 12. It's been a stunning start by Mohamed Abbas for his 3 wickets, including that of Joe Root. Enormous blow, and teams have figured out a way, haven't they, to Root with the keeper standing up.
Yeah, they have, but that's a tremendous shot from Harry Brook. He gets that movement, the trigger in early. And it's just all his hands, just playing the ball right under his eye line, just punching it through the offside.
The sun's come out here at Lord's. A bit of warmth in the humid air as Abbas in again, down the leg side this time. Did he get any bat on it? It's running away towards the pavilion. Chase on from first slip and for fine leg. They come back for 2, picks up inside the rope. Was there some bat involved? Byes given, nothing. Another 2 for the total.
Yeah, he's not quite got it right to Harry Brook, Mohamed Abbas. I think Harry Brook does this to bowlers. I think they're so threatened by him. They go chasing him. It's very hard to bowl a a good ball to Harry, but your margins are minimal.
He would have been so buoyed by seeing the back of Joe Root early. So Abbas in his 8th over the wicket. Now on a length defence from Brook, getting his head well forward and over the ball. Just saw Karun Shahzad warming up, so whether we'll see another spell from him before lunch. Perhaps this will be Mohammad Abbas's last 8 on the bounce. Shahzad was expensive, wasn't he, at Headingley? What was his first spell here today? Results? Afternoon to you.
Afternoon. Abbas.
Sorry, Shahzad.
Shahzad, 0 for 15 off 4, as we mentioned earlier on, went for over 6 and over.
Abbas turning at the end of his mark. Starts moving in. Bright green turf. Brook awaits, bat held high. Keeper up outside edge into the ground, and then little juggle at 3rd slip. Fielded, and so no run.
Yeah, he plays that well, Harry Brook, because there was a little bit of bounce and movement away from him. He manages to play it with soft hands. He sees it bounce just really late, and he just drops his hands, so he creates no momentum. The ball just falls short of that 3rd slip. He really is in probably a 4th, 5th slip position. They're really wide, the cordon.
And we've seen a couple that went through that sort of 4th slip region when they moved one out and went to a short fine leg or a leg gully. Brook, even with the keeper up, he's batting fractionally out of his crease. Abbas is in, and he's guided it into the ground sharply. One hand at 4th slip, takes the pace off it as Brook's able to go through for 1. A little element of risk in that. 66 for 3.
Yeah, I think Harry Brook's seen a little gap between 3rd and 4th slip. He tried to glide it through that gap. Scoring quickly is Harry Brook. He's 13 from 20. Cox is 19 from 21.
It was a very different sort of Harry Brook innings we saw at Headingley, wasn't it, from, I suppose, in recent years. It was quite a calm, composed innings. He's come in a situation where England have lost wickets early inside this first 2 hours of the match.
Yeah, I described it as an innings where you kind of watched Harry and there wasn't really a talking point, so you don't recollect him playing extraordinary strokes at Leeds. He didn't dance down and whack one over mid-off. He didn't play a ramp. He just batted. Still scored quickly. It was a runner ball. Was he 91?
Yeah, he continued to compile, didn't he? It was a sort of compilation type of innings rather than a flashy innings. It was a very effective 91 off 93 he got, but it dropped on 1, wasn't he? Muhammad Ali again from the pavilion end, full. Wristily played by Brook up to mid-on. Finds the fielder and there is no run. We've got the 4 in the slip cordon here for Muhammad Ali. Into his 4th over from this pavilion end. The sun going behind, some thicker cloud moving over the ground again. It's still relatively high and white above us. There's a little pocket of blue where the sun was poking out from. But also a slightly darker shade of grey across to the St John's Wood Road side of the ground. Let's hope that steers away from us at the moment. Watery sunshine keeps coming in and out right now. It's a humid day. Pakistan have made good use of the conditions, though, winning the toss and opting to bowl first. 66 for 3 as Ali moves in again. Full work to mid-on. Quick single taken. He misses length. Brook able to punch that into the ground and up to mid-on for the single. It's on to 14. 67 for 3. And Jordan Cox.
That's another no ball.
That was overstepped.
Yeah. And we saw this at Headingley. More so from Karam Shahzad, but just a little bit of ill discipline creeping in for Pakistan. The clouds are just starting to roll in over the pavilion.
I'm hoping that they don't deposit anything on us.
I don't think it's due, is it? I don't think the forecast is rain this afternoon.
15 minutes to go, just a little bit more until lunch here at Lord's. Ali over the wickets. Well, it's a leading edge, balloons high in the air. Was it bat and then pad? It ballooned up towards backward point. Bounces into the hands of the fielder. Muhammad Ali turns on his heel. Ali Usman, who's there at point. And the 2 batters will meet in the middle. Have a chat. Cox tapping away at the ground. Another good innings from him across this series. He's got a wonderful opportunity, hasn't he, Jordan Cox, here with Jacob Bethel out of the side and out of the reckoning for the moment with injury. He's got a chance to give the selectors a headache. 19 from 22. Ginger-haired taps his bat, raises it. 3 slips in the gully, go down. Ali is in. Forward he comes into the ground, and a one-handed piece of fielding by Ali in his follow-through. So a dot ball, Spider Cam swings across the ground. Jacob Bethel will, you'd imagine, as soon as he's fit, come straight back in. But certainly Cox has a chance to leave a bit of a question if he can have a bit of pressure on.
He'll come back in, but it's just where. And Jordan Cox has got, he's got the possession at the minute, hasn't he? So if you get possession of a place, go and do so well that you can't be removed from that position.
Ali, white sweatband on his left wrist, right arm over. Forward came Cox, and the ball drops into the ground. An outside edge left there for Gully to move forward to pick up.
I mean, could you envisage Jacob Bethel opening the batting? I mean, Gay is, he's just at the start into his 5th Test match. And I can just get a sense from the jungle drums that are starting to beat that clearly Jacob Bethel is a player that you'd want in your team. And how do you get him in? And is it that he might have to open the bat? If Jordan Cox does so well at number 3, put Jacob to open the bat with Ben Duckett.
Cox did a bit of opening for Kent, I think. So where that could be a combo as well. Ali moves in. Cox on the drive beautifully through mid-off for 4. Out towards the writing room. And a wonderful drive. And takes England on to 72 for 3. Cox on to 23.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks a really well-organised player. That he's playing. I just describe them as high-level cricket strokes that will serve him well against better bowling. Played a few shots last week against Mohamed Abbas for extra cover punches, and you thought, oh yeah, you could see him doing that against a Pat Cummins or a Josh Hazlewood. He's a really good player.
Did you hear him talk about the coffee chats he's had with Virat Kohli from their relationship built at the IPL? Muhammad Ali in here. Over the wicket, clipped down towards fine leg for 4. Just straying with his line, a touch. And enough for Cox to get enough bat on it. Down it goes. He's on to 27.
Yeah,
England, 76 for 3.
We'll get onto the coffee just in a minute, Al, but this was the problem for Pakistan at Headland, that Mohamed Abbas was always a threat. And he was always kind of building up pressure, either by just bowling good maidens or a good set of 6. And then the release was always at the other end. And it's been the same this morning, that Mohamed Abbas has been excellent. And then the England players have always had a release. And you've only got 3 seamers, of which 2 you can kind of target. Makes it very, very difficult for the captain. Go on, get onto the coffee. Virat, I didn't realise he was a coffee drinker.
Oh, I'm presuming it was coffee. I think they've been spotted in a cafe together, but no.
In India?
No, I think they met up in England as well.
Right.
Jordan Cox was obviously out and played for RCB, or rather was part of the RCB setup. Change of bowling here. Mohamed Abbas is out of the attack, and Karim Shahzad comes back in from this nursery end. So maybe a little bit of respite here for Brook and Cox to work with. Karim none for 15 off his 4 overs at the start of the day, so it's a change of ends for him as well from the nursery end. But I think Cox was sort of tapping into Virat a lot about, first he talks about the disappointment that he experienced when he was meant to make his Test debut. Jamie Smith was on paternity leave, he got injured, missed out, had to deal with all that disappointment. And then how to deal with it when it finally came around that he was making his Test debut, sort of handling pressure. 2 slips and a gully. Here, forward comes Brook, turns him towards mid-wicket, along the ground, finds a fielder, there's no run. Got a point cover mid-off, mid-on here for Karim Shahzad. I think Kohli was really just very philosophical with him and saying the way he handles sort of the pressure on himself, if you like, by, sure, he's got to be the most famous cricketer in the world, Indian cricket superstar, but he still takes a bit of a step back sometimes and takes this world view of, there's a billion people out there who don't know who I am and don't care who I am and what I do. The sun will always come up tomorrow. Everything will be okay. Which even for Virat Kohli is quite a philosophical way of looking at things. Turn through mid-wicket. Finding the gap here. Brook will turn, won't come back for 2. Chase back from Shah Masood, and the throw comes in shoulder height back to Mohammad Rizwan. Just the 1. 77 for 3, England. Yeah, just a different way of looking at things, and I suppose your self-talk, what you tell yourself, because there's a billion people who do very much know who Virat Kohli is and are vested in everything that he does.
Yeah, I think the key is just staying in the present moment. You just got to be out there watching that ball and reacting. All these players can play. When you start allowing last week's performance or future failures to start creeping into your mind about what might happen in a few weeks.
She's out in outside the off stump. One keeps it all low, taking it ground level by Rizwan.
Yeah, you're not in the present moment. That's what Joe Root has spoken about this week. You've got to have a team that stays in the present moment. And I don't think you look at the way that Joe Root batted today. I mean, he's had a week where he's had to deal with a lot of difficulties, and he certainly didn't have the rhythm. Now that's the one concern going forward, is if there's issues off the field, the captain has to deal with it so much that it may affect his performance. That's natural.
That was
so we certainly don't want that.
That was always the great worry, wasn't it, about Root coming back as captain. Shazad in, steered into the ground towards backward point by Cox. Finds the fielder and no run.
Yeah, the last thing you want is your leaders or your best players to be tired leading into the game, because they've had to deal with what they've had to deal with this week.
Do you think that could be attributable to his dismissal today, or is this LBW with the keeper up just a thing anyway?
Bit of both. Yeah. Probably more so the fact that it's happened a few times over the course of a period. I think teams are now targeting with that, but it certainly can't help, can it? You have to talk about off-field activities rather than the game.
Cox awaits. The ball that comes back up the slope slightly. Forward defensive up towards mid-off and no run to end the over. Just a single from it. 77 for 3. England. Cox 27. Brook on 15. This after Pakistan won the toss, opted to bowl. They got Emilio Gay out early. He was caught down the leg side by Rizwan. An amazing full stretch Superman-style dive by the keeper. That was Mohammad Abbas's first wicket of the day and his 900th first-class wicket as well. Over 300 of those are in the county championship here in England. Duckett was LBW to Abbas, given out on review. Duckett was a little surprised at that one, but the ball was coming out down the slope, seemed to be hitting top of off, out for 17. And then Joe Root, who was dropped on 3, Imam ul-Haq off Muhammad Ali. The first ball that Ali bowled to Joe Root went low to Imam, couldn't get hold of it. But then 1 run later, after facing 13 balls, Rizwan had come up to the stumps and Root was pinned LBW by Mohammad Abbas. England were 36 for 3 then. They're now 77 for 3. Ali is in again, bowls in. That's the end of Harry Brook. What a morning it has been for Pakistan. A leap of celebration from Ali, a punch of the air. And Brook's on his way for just 15. 77 for 4 before lunch on day 1.
Well, it's the big breakthrough. I was just about to say, Alec, that England had done pretty well to only lose 3, because the ball has done quite a lot. And then Muhammad Ali, who wasn't at his best at Headingley, just gets one to nip down the slope. It goes through the gate of Harry Brook. He kind of just tries to punch it, hands away from his body. And once your hands go away from your body, you create that gate. And the gate was open, and the nip backer does for Harry Brook. Perfect for Pakistan. I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago about this cloud that's just started to roll in. It is a little bit gloomier. I don't think there's rain in there, but it's always that little bit harder to bat when the clouds roll in. 77 for 4, and Dan Lawrence strolls out at number 6 with a bit of work to do for England.
Yeah, the half-century at Headingley, but he finds himself coming out to a pretty precarious position here. We've only had 17.1 overs of this match. Lunch is approaching as well, so this is never an easy time to come out when you don't really have much time to get into your innings. So he's going to have to start again twice in quick succession, is Dan Lawrence.
Well, I have to say that ball nipped down the slope quite a long way, and if you can bowl that kind of delivery to a new batter, you're going to have to do well to play it. Harry will be disappointed because he just started to go and get in, and I think he was just starting to tick a little bit. It wasn't quite there to drive, and that's a mistake from Harry Brook. England won't want too many more mistakes. Had a couple of good deliveries for their players this morning, and they've had a mistake from Harry Brook. A couple more now, and Pakistan, they'll be thinking, because Mohammad Abbas will go into lunch, he'll get rested, he'll start straight after lunch as well. Which will be good for Pakistan. They'll feel that they can bowl England out for 130, 140. They get another one now.
And the table's very much turned, very different as an England bowling attack to come out when your team's already been bowled out for not many. A lot of work for this pair to do. Pakistan right on top in these early stages. 4 slips back in place here for Lawrence, who's dancing on his toes in readiness. Settles over his bat. The keeper is standing back and he's batting quite deep in his crease here. As Ali moves in. Over the wicket he bowls, it's full, rather punched, not really followed through by Lawrence, but back into the pitch, and a one-handed deflection from the bowler means it's a dot ball.
Yeah,
Bit nervy.
This is a really good challenge for someone like Dan Lawrence, because no ball, another one from Muhammad Ali, just a little bit eager. Lawrence has played well for Surrey this year. He played well at Headingley. Well, this is, again, we talk about Jordan Cox keeping his place in the side. For Dan Lawrence to really establish himself in the England side, every now and again it's well worth getting your team out of a hole, because those runs count for a lot more when the selectors meet. So this is a good chance for Dan Lawrence.
Settles again over his bat. It's overcast here again. Sun very firmly behind the clouds. All these conditions in Pakistan's favour. Ali is in, Lawrence forward. The ball deflects up towards mid-off, extra cover region. Another dot ball. He looks suddenly just a little bit hurried by these deliveries in contrast to other batters. Wanders away from his crease now towards square leg. Square-legged as Lawrence. 5 centuries and 13 innings for Surrey this season, averaging 65. 29-year-old. So another opportunity for him back in this England side. 3 slips down the gully. Got backward point, extra cover, and a mid-on. Square leg, fine leg. And bustling forwards is Ali. Over the wicket he bowls. Strikes him on the pad. An appeal, and the slips joining a little belatedly. Well, Ali was enthusiastic to begin with, but now he's got his hands on his hips looking back towards Rizwan, and the DRS timer is ticking down, and he's turned his back and heading back to the end of his mark. He's advancing away, Lawrence.
Yeah, the giveaway is Rizwan went a long way down the leg side. That's always a sure sign when the keeper. Remember, he had a conversation with Muhammad Ali to consider the review.
Done too much down the slope.
I don't think he's hitting another set. There is a little bit of nip there.
In Pakistan, you have to say, and particularly Mohammad Abbas, have utilised conditions beautifully this morning. It's been challenging for the batters. Lawrence flexes his knees, awaits. Ali bustles forward. Lawrence steps across and defends. Again, he sort of jabs at the ball. He doesn't quite look fluid in his motions. But Dan Lawrence is perhaps not the most aesthetically pleasing of batters, but it doesn't mean to say he's not effective, as we know from his figures. 78 for 4 England. Another 2 balls to come in this over from Muhammad Ali.
Well, apart from the no ball from Muhammad Ali, I reckon, I know, right, he's got the big wicket of Harry Brook, but this is the best set that he's bowled in the whole series. Can he finish it off with a good delivery? He's bowled some nice balls in this over, just probing away, just outside off stump, bringing the batter forward.
It's an aeroplane in the far distance, coming in to land at Heathrow, no doubt. And Ali himself glides forward, but off an inside half of the bat, and looking to drive out. Through mid-wicket it goes. Back comes Lawrence for the second. And Cox running hard to make sure he grounds his bat at the non-striker's end as the ball comes in. So 80 for 4, slightly scrambled 2 to get Lawrence off the mark. 80 for 4 England, having been 21 for 1, 26 for 2, 36 for 3, and then 77 for 4 with the fall of Harry Brook for 15.
And just looking at Dan Lawrence's record in the county championship this year, 788 runs at 65 apiece, 500s for Surrey this year.
You can't argue with that. I mean, weight of runs in domestic cricket, that has to be the way you spot players. Bring them in form when their confidence is high. Waiting now here for Ali forward. Solid looking defence up towards mid-off to end the over. So the wicket of Harry Brook, the big one off the first ball of the over. A no ball and a couple to get Lawrence off the mark. And so with that, it will be lunch on a morning that has belonged to Pakistan. 80 for 4. England go into the break. So it'll be down to Lawrence, who's 2 from 6, and Cox on 27 to come back out and Lawrence, having seen out that over, will have to start all over again alongside Cox. But in humid, overcast conditions, or Mohamed Abbas has taken 3 wickets and 1 for Muhammad Ali. And it's been a struggle for England. Michael Vaughan, and Pakistan will enjoy their Lord's lunch.
Yeah, they will. They'll know that their work isn't done yet, because this is the kind of pitch that, I think we've got a bit of cloud for the first 2 or 3 days. I don't think it's suddenly going to go to sleep. So you'd say that a par score on this kind of surface is just over 200. So it's not a pitch that you're looking at where you're thinking 350, 400 is going to be par score. So Pakistan will know that they've got a lot of work to do to get the next 6 wickets for England, and then you'd feel that for them to be really in the Test match, they have to be batting today. And then they'll have to face the likes of Tong, Robinson, Gus Atkinson, Jofra Archer on this kind of pitch. So it won't be easy. But they've had a good first session. When you think about what happened at Headingley, where they were nowhere in that Test match, they've started nicely.
And a word on the pitch, given that we're always, of course, it is a different pitch itself, but given the Lord's Square and the rating of unsatisfactory the pitch got, we've only seen 18 overs so far, and it is very bowler-friendly conditions here.
Yeah,
have you seen anything to worry you?
But I think that's more to do with the moisture that's been around, the atmospheric. It's very humid today, so you're always going to get a bit of movement when the atmospheric conditions are like they are today. I guess the one thing that you'd want is a bit more pace. We've seen a few balls bounce through to the keeper, but I think it's very difficult to judge a surface when the atmospheric conditions are so in favour of the ball.
Yep, and Pakistan have made good use of those today. So the day began a little later than usual because of rain. We had a 12:20 start after Babar Azam had won the toss and opted to bowl first under these heavy skies and a sticky feel to the day. And they struck first with Mohamed Abbas dismissing Emilio Gay, a brilliant leg side full diving catch from Mohammad Rizwan, a spectacular take to have Gay removed for 8 from the 17 balls he faced. That was 21 for 1 at the end of the 5th over of the day. Ben Duckett then followed a couple of overs later. He was LBW to Abbas, given not out originally. Pakistan reviewed, and the ball was shown to be hitting the top of off stump, coming back down the slope. Seemed to surprise Duckett. He was gone for 17, 26 for 2 at that point. Joe Root came out. He was dropped on 3, the first ball he faced from Muhammad Ali in the slips. And then the keeper started standing up, Mohammad Rizwan, and Root was then pinned LBW by Abbas for 4, 36 for 3. Muhammad Ali then picked up his first wicket of this match and nipped back down the slope. Bowled Harry Brook through the gate out for 15, 77 for 4, and so 80 for 4 going into the lunch break. And the bowling figures, Salts, do you want to give those? You've got them in front of you?
Muhammad Ali has 1 for 26 from 5. Khurram has had none for 16 from 5. And Mohammad Abbas's opening spell was 3 for 34 from 8 overs. Only the second time in the last 20 years that an opening bowler has taken 3 wickets in the first spell of a match. So the opening innings day 1 against England in this country. The only other bowler to do that was Tim Murtagh, who had 5 for 13 on the first day of the Ireland Test match in 2019. Before that, you've got to go back to Mohammad Asif in 2006.
That was the matchman thing. Got himself on the honours board, didn't he? Did he take 10 in the match, that one? Was it the 5 he was on the honours board for?
I think they're 5, yeah. 5 for 13 spell.
Middlesex man on his home ground. Very happy with that. Right, well, that's the state of play at lunch then on day 1, very much belonging to Pakistan. And they've got some work to do to continue that, and they'll look to bowl England out. And then we've got the prospect of seeing Pakistan cope with the England bowlers in these conditions as well. Well, we are going to hear from James Anderson and Stuart Broad very shortly about the portrait that has been unveiled of them in the pavilion. And I've seen some pictures of that. Quite a good portrait, but that will be described to you very shortly. First of all, though, let's check on today's other cricket action, because the Rothesay County Championship is brilliantly poised at the moment, and the leaders' knots are at 3rd placed Warwickshire. It's been a bit of a frustrating morning for Kevin Howes at Edgbaston, though, Kevin, but you have got news of other action, including, of course, Bryden Carse, who is among the wickets, isn't he, having been picked by Durham, despite all the headlines around him. You've got a bit more for us.
Yeah, I'll start off with the Bryden Carse situation. Dropped by England whilst that investigation is taking place. Durham very happy to play Carse in their squad today, and he's made a very immediate impact. Gloucestershire are the opponents. They're at Chester Street. and Bryden Cast has picked up a couple of wickets. The first he got right at the end of his first over. I think it was then his next but one over when he took the next wicket. The wickets he's taken out of Phillips for 2, Hammond for 1. At that stage, Gloucestershire were 13 for 3. Barely a recovery, but they are now 110 for 6 with James Bracey not out on 48, but very much part of the team. In the Durham lineup is Bryden Cast along with Matthew Potts and Ben Stokes. There was some talk about this was way before, this is last week, way before anything over the weekend and before the Derbyshire match, which of course was the game that they were at ahead of Saturday night there in Derby, of Ben Stokes having to be rested, but no resting for him again this week. He's back in that Durham team. So too is Bryden Cast, and Gloucestershire are 110 for 6. That is the only game though in the second division. There's plenty elsewhere, but the only one in the second division. They've already got close to play Derbyshire and Middlesex, Northants, Kent and Worcestershire, Lancashire. They haven't called it off for the day as yet, but no play there possible because of the rain. Basically it seems to be the Midlands where the problem is in terms of the weather, but frustration for Derbyshire and Middlesex. Outside chance of being part of the promotion story. They really need to get on the park and they can't do so today. Northants versus Kent. It's a good game to look forward to. They will try and get on today, no doubt, there at Northampton if they can, but that's third and second playing one another in the promotion story, and Durham of course very much clear at the top of the second division. Now if we move into the first, we've got 5 weeks to go this season, including this in the Rothesay County Championship. Only 5 points separating the top 3 in the championship title race. It's brilliant, but 2 of those teams, as you mentioned, can't get the game started today. That's Warwickshire and Notts. That's third versus first. It's been raining all morning. I'm wondering whether it's just starting to stop now. We've seen no sign of Gary yet in the ground stuff, because they're looking at the clouds and the rain around it. It's looking really unlikely we'll get any play today. It's not been called off as yet, but it's looking really, really pessimistic for any cricket today. Hopefully we'll have a go again tomorrow, but big game, massive game for these two teams. Nottinghamshire as defending champions and leading the table, and Warwickshire with a terrific 1-wicket victory over Sussex here. Great game of cricket last weekend for Warwickshire, and it puts them very much in the title race. But Somerset second, they are playing. Maybe they wish they weren't, but they're 107 for 5. They're away to Sussex. All the teams, by the way, no surprise today on winning the toss, selecting to bowl first. That's exactly what Sussex have done. Sean Hunt has picked up 3 wickets. Henry Crocombe has picked up a couple there for Sussex. So Somerset 107 for 5 in the game away at Hove, and hopefully the weather will stay good there. It's been a bit of sun actually there at Hove today, and hopefully they'll stay around for the afternoon. Hampshire, they've got problems in the game. They're playing away to Glamorgan, but they're very much bottom of the first division table. They only of course survived by 1 point last year in Division 1 from avoiding relegation, but they're 111 for 5 away to Glamorgan. They finally started, I think it was a 1:30 start, Essex and Surrey. Surrey in a position they're not used to. They're just 3 points above relegation at the moment, and they're 27 for 1. They're batting first away to Essex. And only one other score to bring you. It's the game involving Leicestershire, who are second from bottom, and they've enjoyed a couple of victories, including one over the weekend as well, hoping to avoid any points deduction after a pitch inspection following that victory over Glamorgan, but they are only 3 points behind Surrey. Still second from bottom in relegation position. They're away at Yorkshire this week. They're at Scarborough, and Yorkshire 105 for 2. 2 early wickets for Josh Davey. Whiteman and Wharton have put Yorkshire back on course, 105 for 2. So there we are. Those are the scores where possible. Back to you, Jonathan.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you, Kevin. Certainly a massive band of rain over the middle of the country. We're safe at the moment. Some brooding heavy cloud around, but I'm looking down at northern France where there's a big storm, and we've just got to keep our fingers crossed that we're not going to get that this afternoon. It's lunch here at 80 for 4. England put into bat. The ball's done a bit, and Pakistan have bowled nicely. Now, there's a lovely occasion in the long room at Lord's last night. It's the unveiling of a double portrait of England's iconic bowling partnership of Sir James Anderson and Stuart Broad. Now, the portrait is painted by the award-winning British artist Jamie Routley. Hoping I'll be speaking to him in a few minutes' time. And it's the first double portrait commissioned by the MCC as part of the Lord's Portrait programme. Well, Broad and Anderson, of course, are the top 2 Test wicket takers at Lord's. Anderson taking 123 in 29 matches, and Broad 113 in 28 games here. Anderson features on the famous honours board 7 times. while Broad is on both the bowling and the batting. So I spoke with them both last night. Firstly, Stuart, on his reaction to seeing the portrait for the first time.
Overwhelmed, actually. Yeah, really, really special. Jamie, the artist, done a wonderful job. We talked to him at length, actually, about what his vision was and what our vision was, and I think both Jimmy and I agreed we'd liked it quite traditional, almost stand the test of time. Not sponsors on the shirt, etc. And he's done a wonderful job. Yeah, came in today having not seen it, so there's a few nerves. I said to Jimmy just before we went up, a bit nervous here. I don't know how to react. But yeah, really special. And ultimately, we haven't played the game with a mission to end up with a portrait in the long room, but actually, with the time we've been in the game, it's a really nice moment to sit back, reflect, and go, "Wow, that's really special."
Yeah. How did you feel, Jimmy, when that curtain came down?
Again, I was nervous, like Stuart said, but I think we'd spent enough time with Jamie to know that he'd do a good job. And yeah, it's just still surreal, still sinking in, like the feeling of the amount of times we've been to Lords and played here and walked through or down the stairs from the home dressing room, seeing all the captains on the wall, walking through the long room. And generally it is captains, so again, it feels like special because we never captain England in Test cricket. So to see that on the wall with some of the other incredible portraits up there is just, it still doesn't seem real.
No. And it must be very special here for you, Jimmy, young lad, red streak in your hair, making your debut, getting the wickets against Zimbabwe. I mean, you would never even thought in a million years that it would end up like this.
No, I remember that week actually making my debut and looking at because some of the portraits here are fairly old and they've got little plaques on the bottom, and you're reading the plaques to see who it is and what it was, what's that moment they've captured. So I think to know that that's going to be there long after we've gone is, again, just an incredible thing to have. The fact that our careers have been good enough to allow that to happen is incredible, and we're grateful to the MCC, Mark Nicholas, Emma John as well, who's and the committee for commissioning that portrait, because it's such a special thing, and not many people get the honour of having one.
No. I love your sweater in it, Stuart. There's a story behind that, isn't it? I mean, it just stands out as being completely different.
Yeah, so it's my dad's sweater, England sweater from 84, 85, 86. It's got the different crown on, because in recent times when you sell memorabilia, you're not allowed to sell the King's or Queen's crown. So
is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think they had to change it for what you can sell. My understanding. So when we would tour, our travel suits would be with the coronet, yes, because you're never going to sell your travel suit, right? So I think that's right.
So is mine worth a few quid then?
Yours probably not. But yeah, so ultimately, why do we love cricket? It's because our families have been involved, and think about mum and dad and the time they spent on the sidelines, and my dad played as I was just born, 6 months in Australia, 86, 87, and that definitely inspired me to want to play the game. So I thought it was a nice touch to connect with history on wearing my dad's Test jumper.
Yeah. And I think what he's trying to do, Jimmy, is capture you two probably at the end of your mark. You've got the ball in your hand with that clever motion, actually, that he's got as well. So you two, which is what you did a lot of, didn't you? You did a lot of talking.
Yeah, I think that's, we've spoken a lot about this since we both finished playing Test cricket, that was probably the biggest sort of differential in our partnership. That's what made it special, the communication between the two of us. We understood each other's game really well. We stood at mid-off and mid-on when we bowled, so we could help each other out. We'd work the conditions out. We worked the batters out. And even when we were going for dinner, we'd end up on, I remember Brody going, "I'm going to come around the wicket first ball to Warner tomorrow." When we're at dinner the night before an Ashes test. Stuff like that is just like what made us from a good partnership to a very good one.
So it's just reminded me, do you remember going for dinner in Edgbaston before the first test maybe 2019, and we sat down table for two. We were going for like just a steak, and we sat next to David Warner and his wife.
Oh no, really?
So we just went to a random restaurant. We're like, let's go for a steak. We sat down night before the Ashes series, like literally where Jimmy is now. David Warner, we're like, right?
Oh, that's friendly conversation. Well, you certainly turned him over a few times in that. But is it always an easy conversation? I mean, but I'm thinking because when you just started, I mean, you can't help. I know you're all playing in the same team and all that. My generation will find their relationship quite difficult, I think, because somehow there's that sort of competition for places, and you didn't quite trust each other. So how did that come about?
So I think we started out as competition. So I think it was the 2007 World Cup was probably my first.
I thought it was a replacement.
Yeah, first time we'd been in a squad together. And I thought, like, this young 20-year-old, long blonde hair, like bowls quick, outswing. I'm like, he's going to take my place, sort of thing. So it's competition. And it wasn't until 2008 in New Zealand where Harmison Hogarth got dropped, and me and Broady came into the team, where we've sort of learned that we actually complement each other well. So we actually work together well in a team, and I think from then on that's how we saw each other. We got closer off the field. We would talk about bowling a lot and stuff like that. And as years went on, then we literally we knew each other inside out. Like, I would know Stuart's bowling action better than him. And if anything went wrong on the field, I'm at mid-off, I can say, mate, you're not picking your legs up enough, or you're falling away, or whatever it might be. You need to be a foot fuller than what you're bowling.
Yeah. That's proper like teamwork, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, that's brilliant. Yeah.
But I think that's what, if you speak to any good opening partnership through the history of Test cricket, Wasim and Wakar, McGrath, and whoever he bowled with.
Chap called Shane Warne.
Pollock and Donald.
Okay.
Yeah, they've constantly been in conversation about what is the best way to get this guy out in these conditions on this pitch. And that's something that we, by the end, we would be able to do it within 2 overs and be able to go, right, these are the conditions today in this game. Yeah. And this is how we're going to bowl.
Yeah, that's interesting, because you're both different bowlers, aren't you? So bowling really different lengths and with different mentalities is what you're trying to do. So that you should try and help each other is really interesting.
But I think that really suited us, because there'd be a length that Jimmy would consistently be bowling, and when Jimmy would say, you need to get a bit fuller, when I did, they might drive at one that Jimmy, they're being really cautious at, but they think, oh, that's a freebie from Stuart, I'll have a go at that and nick it. So we'd often work in the partnership in the sense that we were just coming from different angles. I was a bit wider on the crease. Jimmy was a swing bowler. I would try and wobble it. But actually, just on the point Jimmy made when we came into the side, it is unusual you get 2 bowlers that come in together. And we often talk about whether that was brilliant leadership in a sense. You can ask Michael Vaughan tomorrow. Because I remember clear as day, Wellington, after training the day before, he said to me, I don't need wickets from you tomorrow. I just need energy. I need enthusiasm. Bring that for me. And it was a great message, because I went, I can do that. I can't guarantee you wickets, but I can guarantee you that I'll run in and I'll care and I'll give everything. And to put us in together as a young partnership, then it got rid of that competitiveness. It wasn't one or the other for 5 years, and you're just trying to outdo each other in training. It was, go on then. Have a go together.
It felt like a new chapter, didn't it? That actually they had turned the page, and that you two were going to get an extended.
Yeah, and I think we had a decent run at it. I think the Caribbean we went to in 2009, we chopped and changed a little bit. I don't think you played Jamaica, did you? But then from then, it felt like, okay, you're together and try and build something and try and find a way for the group to get 20 wickets.
Do you still see each other a lot now? I mean,
I was
going to move on to that. Do you miss this presence looming at mid-on?
Yeah, like I do, and I've refrained a bit from messaging him and calling him about, struggling with this. What you've got any ideas for this at lengths and stuff? But
call me. I'm apart from parenting, doing so I thought.
No, but I see you slagging off all the bowlers at the minute.
Well, that's the thing. Has he changed?
Turned the gamekeeper.
Am I not slagging everyone off now? I thought I've been kind.
Hey, it's an easy game up there. It's a much easier game.
But that was the thing of our partnership, right? We genuinely believed at mid-on or mid-off, you saw the game differently from bowling the ball. And that rings true so much from being up in that media centre. You see everything so differently that every bit of info I can get from Jimmy, who's not bowling but watching the game from my end, is brilliant. Because when you're in the heat of the battle, you're not seeing everything sort of sat back and looking. So you're just in that little battle. So
you see the whole picture from the commentary box, don't you?
The whole picture. It's amazing, actually. And you do quickly fall into the trap of thinking it was
easy game.
Easy game.
Sorry, I was just going to say I do miss the good bits, like the travel to the ground. You drive into the ground, for a day of Test cricket. You're discussing about who you're going to bowl at today, how you're going to bowl at them, how's the wicket going to play, and stuff like that. And I do miss that because it was a different level to anything I've ever experienced in terms of any other team I've played in without Brodie, before or after that period. It has just not been the same. His attention to detail, like the way he thinks about the game, I feel like that's quite special. The way he he thinks about the game very differently to the way I think about the game, which is, you might think, unusual because we were good together. But I think that helped because I saw it slightly differently sometimes. He would see it slightly differently, but we've got the same.
Well, it's very competitive, though, aren't you? Yeah. I can imagine that sort of going through it.
I was just going to say, like, they were the good times when we were bouncing off each other and trying to offer different ideas. But there were times when, we were not best mates.
You've fallen out. You have a bit of a tiff every now and then.
You think you have to, don't you? You have to. If Jimmy's bowling 2 full and bowling half volleys, get it to length. There was a moment when Alistair Cook ran to me at mid-on at Trent Bridge, and I can tell this because he got 10 for in the game, and Jimmy was carrying on a little bit, and not something you could say on BBC. And Cookie ran to me and went, "I can't get through to him. You have to have a word with him. He's really dragging the energy out of everyone. He's slagging everyone off. Go and have a word with him and get him to calm down because he needs to get his head on and bowl properly here." So I just wandered over to them.
This would be a brave man to do this.
And I was a bit like, "Cheers, Cookie. Yeah, just what I want to do." And he told me where to go once. I went again, and then he called me something that shouldn't be called. And then I decided to go a bit over the top and tell you where to go. And then you bowled really well. And we didn't speak for about 3 days.
No, it wasn't that.
About 3 hours.
But I think, that being able to, because I think we both had our moments though in that sort of scenario. Like I've seen you have blokes with captains in the past, but being able to say, actually, you're in the wrong, mate, and then because we've got that respect for each other, you go, eventually, you go, yeah, fair enough, you're right.
I've got to ask you, you still not going to join your mate in the commentary box yet, or how long are you going to keep going on for?
I don't know. It does look quite comfortable up there, doesn't it?
It is very comfortable.
You two.
Look how long he's done it.
I know, yeah.
He's still chucking in.
Oh yeah.
Well, I do quite enjoy, because I've been doing the miles on the county circuit, and
doesn't it hurt? Does the body hurt?
It hurts when I've got to listen to you for 3 hours on a rain delay. But no, but I love listening to TMS. I love watching Sky. I think it's great because I've been there. I've done a little bit of both. I've played with a lot of guys that are in both commentary boxes. So seeing that, I think it's great. At the minute, I feel like I can still play. So I in my head, I always said I will finish when I don't think I can perform anymore. And at the minute, I've had a bit of a calf niggle, so I'm not not fit, but I've loved
a great start this season.
I love playing. Yeah, I played 8 out of 8 championship games. I played a handful of T20s. I love all of it, and at the same time, I'm playing for my my boyhood club, which I went to support as a kid.
Nice.
And I watched when they were in the 90s, when they had a great time in the white ball stuff, winning trophies. And now we've got 17, 18-year-olds coming through, which I feel like I can offer advice to if they need it. And we've got a group. We are a little bit sort of in transition with that sort of thing, bringing young players through. So I'd love to be able to do that, but I'd also love to try and win some silverware for Lancashire. And I think with a good mix of experience and youth, we can maybe do that. I imagine I just think back to myself starting out in county cricket imagine having a genuine opportunity to win some silver there at that age. It's such a great experience. So we'll see whether I can. Probably not going to be this year, but maybe next year.
There you go. Many congratulations, you two. It's brilliant. Jimmy, lovely catching up with you. If I don't see you in the commentary box soon, but I'll see you guys down the corridor, Stuart. Got to give a bit of stick back at the end. What a lovely chat that was, Stuart and Jimmy. I'm going to chat to the man responsible for the portrait in a second. Jamie Routley sitting alongside me. It is brilliant. But Michael Vaughan, first of all, you've got to mention in there, they're like an old married couple, those two, aren't they? I mean, they're sort of bickering away at each other. They clearly love each other. But it's a bizarre relationship and trying to control each other, both such strong characters.
Yeah, Stubbornness. First and foremost, congratulations on an amazing piece of art. There's another one in the pavilion that I could have done with you doing as well. Yeah, they are. I mean, I think resilience and stubbornness, I think, is a huge trait that you require to play for such a long period of time. I remember I remember Jimmy when he was just a redhead.
Yeah, running for the far end,
charging in, bowling big outswingers. That's what he was all about. And then over the years, he's just developed.
Looking at the ground as he let go of the ball.
A huge amount of skill. I remember him bowling that spell early in his career at Adelaide. I think he bowled 10 overs for not too many in a white ball game when we kind of brought him into that squad. I think that was around 2002-03. Yes. Went to the World Cup after that, bowled a great spell against Pakistan at Newlands and bowled them out. And you always knew he had a huge amount of talent, but it's his ability to keep improving over the years. He had that reputation that he couldn't bowl overseas, and they developed the wobble seam and the consistency. Stuart, from the day that I saw him and brought him into the England side in Sri Lanka, I knew he had something. He was, and I'm not...
Quite a tough debut, that. It was about 400 degrees.
Well, we had to feel for a few days, so he got used to bowling. So I saw a lot of him. He had, I'm not saying Matthew Hogarth, Steve Harmison, Andrew Flint or Sam Jones never set a field, but Stuart straight away threw in the ball and he said, I want this. So I knew straight away that he was a real thinker of the game. He knew what he was about, very, very competitive. And I actually didn't captain them together that often. It was that series in New Zealand, my last as captain, where we went 1-0 down. I stayed very consistent with Matthew Hogarth, Steve Harmison. Ryan Saipong got a hat-trick actually in that first game at Hamilton. And Peter Morse was the coach, and he wanted to make the change at the start of the series. And I said, look, I need to be consistent with those that have done so much work for me. So we said, let's give them that first game. If it goes wrong, we'll make the change. And obviously we went 1-0 down and straight away went, right, the change has to happen. That transition now from us being an aging side has to be in the hands of Stuart and Jimmy Anderson going forward. We have to give them a few games to get together and try and create a partnership. And pretty much straight away in Wellington, actually, they created something. You could see that they had something. They had even though they'll say that they weren't great mates and they were in, Jimmy said he was in competition with Stuart. I get that, but I always felt from an early part of their partnership that they were for each other. There's been times in their career where they bowled a bit short, they were a bit safe. Yep. When Joe Root was last captain, actually, there was a period where they bowled a bit safe, but primarily over a course of a long period of time, they very rarely got it wrong. And they were a great foil for anyone that captained, that you just knew you could throw the ball to Jimmy and Stuart, set the tone for England, and more often than not, they did it as well as any.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Well, Jamie, congratulations. It's not often that a portrait actually creates such sort of overall approval. Is that the right word? I mean, you're feeling that, aren't you? I mean, it's a masterpiece.
Definitely. I've felt it since I sort of presented it to the MCC about 6 weeks ago, and it was unanimously approved. And it was quite overwhelming because I've been thinking and working on this for about a year.
Right.
And yeah, I haven't been on social media. I haven't looked at the news. I'm just trying to take all of this in. It's such a privilege to be here.
Well, I was going to ask you. I mean, did you know those two before? I mean, do you like cricket? I mean,
yes. So big sports fan. I have my own lived experience of their careers, of course. But when the MCC asked me to consider how I might go about this, I just read for a couple of months. I read their biographies a few times. There's so much information out there, podcasts, reruns of test matches, and just you look for things to filter through. And the I suppose the main thing that kept coming up in my notes was communication. The way they communicated between overs, the fluidity. They're very different people.
Yes, they are.
Very different characters, different backgrounds, different styles, but for some reason they just click, and it's in that small thing of communicate. It sounds like a small thing, communication, but I think it made a huge difference. And in sport, it's those small margins that make a big difference.
So from that, you then have your portrait with the two of them standing together.
Yeah. It came directly from that. As I'm reading, I'm thinking about communication. This very simple idea of the two of them in conversation. Not necessarily that we're going to see them in conversation in the painting, but perhaps the conversation is about to occur, or perhaps it's just happened. But they're both fixed on that wicket.
Yes.
You know, the Jimmy uses words like hunting wickets, or wickets are a puzzle to be pieced together. They're so very evocative for somebody like me. Words, create something in your mind, and this idea of simplifying it down to just that conversation. And then there's a lot going on in the painting that's very subtle. The clothing.
The sweater. I mean, as soon as I saw that, I thought, because that's like mine.
Yeah,
and you don't see them anymore.
Exactly, and that came
lovely
up.
Cream, rich colour.
Yeah, and that's Chris Broad's sweater.
He was a number before me. I was next in line. Yeah,
that's
so
amazing.
I just saw that and thought, oh, that's just so good.
I'm so glad that you got that, because Stuart sort of suggested that we were talking about that link with his father and their relationship as the Broad family to England cricket, to Lords, and the clothing. Clothing is often such a subtle way to bring a narrative in, and to have that. Stuart just said to me, Dad's got his jumpers, and I didn't realise that back then you were given one set of. And that was it.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
If they shrink in the wash, you've had it.
Yeah, and it's in pristine condition.
Yeah.
So
you look after them. They're very special. Those old sweaters, particularly.
Stuart told me that Chris sometimes wears it to the pub.
Oh, surely not, does he?
Apparently, yeah.
Well, I don't know. But then modern. I mean, the footwear.
Yes.
Absolutely modern with the coloured flashes.
Yes. Yeah. That was an opportunity just to bring. It was an opportunity to bring some colour in. I mean, it's relevant to the game. They're all wearing very bright things, but the Jimmy's last. So in the painting, he's wearing the boots that he wore here at Lord's for the last test. And those boots are inscribed. They have on the one boot, it has his first test date,
really?
And on the other boot, it has the last test date. So it seemed, I wanted to inject a bit of colour into the painting, and when I realised that those dates appeared on the, Jimmy very kindly sent me the boots down to work from. And Stuart's, it works quite well because. Jimmy has 613 on his sweater. And I'm a cricket fan, but I didn't. It's the small details that I didn't quite know enough about. So, that when you're given your first cap, you're placed in history. It's 613. It's the 613th player to play for England. It's chronological. And then Stuart. His dates are on his boots, obviously, because he's wearing his father's jumper. And he's 638. He's 25 players later, which you'll probably know. How many years between them?
Couple, was it? 3 years?
3 maybe?
Between them? I think it's about 3 years, yes.
Which is, I just love...
Jimmy was very young.
Yeah. And actually, I think Stuart was saying that he may have come to the pavilion. His grandfather, I think, was a member at 15. And he thinks that Jimmy was playing. Which is quite a nice.
Yeah.
That's quite a nice thought.
How many? I mean, how long did it take? How many sittings? How often did they come into your studio?
So Stuart lives in London, so he was much more accessible.
Yeah.
Jimmy and I spoke a lot in the lead up. It was probably took about 9 months from when the MCC contacted me to when they first came into the studio. So I had a lot of time to think. We had to plan their schedules. You know, Stuart's in Australia with the Ashes. Jimmy off season with the county. I knew as soon as pre-season started, that's it. I'm not going to see Jimmy.
Yeah.
Which was the case, and I don't mind that at all. I'm quite similar. You know, you just won't get me once I start something. And so they came into the studio in February. And by then I had everything planned in my head. I'd done so much research. We'd done so much talking. I knew what they wanted. We were always quite aligned, and so I had the light the way that I wanted. I had the clothing. That's another story. Jimmy gets on the train, and I get a message. I haven't got anything from the list. And so the lovely, Charlotte Goodhue at the MCC, who's just been amazing. Everyone's been amazing here. I got on the phone to Charlotte. She's the curator here. And I said, Charlotte, we've got a problem. Jimmy doesn't have anything. Sittings tomorrow, you know, and you can imagine trying to get both of them together for a whole day of sittings. And so she gets on the phone to the lovely kit man at Loughborough, who puts a load of kit, knows Jimmy's size, puts a load of kit in a taxi, and it gets driven down to my studio. And you know, all of these things going on in the background. I mean, Stuart's great because Stuart's, you know, he's got kit. He's pretty
well organised, Stuart.
Very well organised, and so they were in the studio full day of sittings. Now, my background, I've spent most of my career working from life. Recently, in the last 5 years, I've introduced ways to work with photography and video, which has been really helpful. It opens up another way of thinking for me as well.
Not two-dimensional, I guess, is it? Is that a problem?
I think because I've got enough experience working from life, I'm not slavishly looking at the photographs and copying them. I use a lot of distance in my work, so I stand the other side of the studio. So pretty much the way that I had Jimmy and Stuart set up, I knew where I wanted them to stand. I knew that I wanted it to be quite dramatic lighting, because another thing that we spoke about was how the pitch is like a stage, and how they both felt, particularly Stuart, like actors on a stage.
Right.
You know, you have a persona on the pitch. You know, Stuart loves a crowd. You know, Jimmy has a persona on the pitch that he has to manage. He has to manage. You know, he's Jimmy.
Yes. Quite grumpy.
You know, so very. But I really wanted that steely. I was glad that they both came as themselves. They both gave themselves over to the painting, and I got everything that I needed from that long day, just in case what I thought would happen, I wouldn't get Jimmy.
Tell me, the players coming out, so quickly, as I do not have an artistic bone in my body.
I'm sure you do.
What's the first thing when you first commit? The pencil to the. What's the first thing?
It's for a big painting like that. I do like to draw things out. You just need to this.
What's the first stroke? What is it?
Well, the
face,
first,
the eyes.
You need to get as much in as possible. You need to get as much down to work with as possible. Hesitation is. That's why committing, having the concept in mind, knowing exactly what you're going for, you could just be confident in going for it. So get as much down as possible. Then you've got stuff to work with. It's like anything. It's like if you were writing a book, you get the first draft down, and then you look to filter and you're able to edit.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you've created something very special, Jamie.
Thank you.
As you can probably tell by everyone's response. Congratulations.
Thank you,
really,
and it's such a privilege to be on here. I have to pinch myself really because I listen to you guys all the time. Fantastic.
It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you, Jamie Routley. And if you get the chance to view that portrait, please do. Here's Dan Norcross.
And here's Karim Shahzad. The first ball is just played out backward point by Cox, and there is no run. 80 for 4, England are resuming on after a very tough first session. Mohammed Abbas had the ball on a string. Has some very good referrals. And very good non-referrals from the case of Joe Root, who to the naked eye looked like he got one that was a bit high, but actually was shown to be crashing into leg stump. There was a brilliant referral to get rid of Ben Duckett, not given out on the field. But Mohamed Abbas is not bowling from the nursery end. It is Khurram Shahzad. And he's in, and that's played away off the back foot quite beautifully. A back foot drive, a sumptuous one by Cox that runs away through extra cover down to the mound stand for 4. First boundary of the afternoon session, I suppose it is. It started at 2:40, and Vic Marks is alongside me after a rather good first session from Pakistan. They're back in the series now, Vic.
Absolutely. I don't know what a good score is.
No.
I don't think it's mammoth, but Mohamed Abbas weaving his little magic. A little bit of luck down the leg side, perhaps caught for Gay, but tormented Root.
Cox on 31, faces up a full ball, which he defends slightly awkwardly on the move up to mid-off. On the ground, there's no run.
I mean, Root's had a real issue with that LBW, hasn't he?
Is it fair to say that sort of anybody would, really? Have you got a theory as to how he might play it better?
I don't know. It might be a naive theory, and I'd have to bow to Michael Vaughan, perhaps. I don't know if I'm going to bow to you, Dan.
No, you won't. No, you never. You never have so far.
No, it's not something I try to do. But I'm thinking about it that when the keeper was back, we'll let this.
Here's Khurram Shahzad, 2 slips and a gully in place, and that's again played a strange on the walk defensive shot, which pushes the ball up to a very straight mid-on. There's no run.
So when the keeper's standing back, I can understand that Joe Root can bat on middle and off, and he can come down the pitch
to get outside the line
and get his left leg outside the line so that reduces the chances of LBW. But when the keeper stands up, he's got to start behind the popping crease. And I'm just thinking, and he's still batting on about the middle and off.
Here is Khurram once again. That's guided away through backward point down towards the boundary. Won't get there. Fielder in pursuit. They'll pick up a couple of scampered runs. 86 for 4. Cox to 33.
And I'm just wondering whether he wouldn't be better off batting on a leg stump, making sure his legs are out of the way, and trusting himself, because he's a genius, that he'll hit the ball rather than get tangled up. It's a little bit like Peterson had that little phase against left-arm spinners where he kept, and he ended up actually batting very open, getting his left leg out of the way. He said, I've got to use my bat, I've got to use my bat. Well, I think it almost applies when you're facing someone like Mohamed Abbas.
Khurram in, driven firmly back past the bowler, up towards the boundary at the nursery end. Fielder is after it, might actually just pull it back, does. But they will get through for 3. It was a nice shot, firm push through a straight mid-off from Cox. He moves to 36.
There may be a downside to this theory, that I need a Michael Vaughan or a,
Well, I'm just thinking about, end of the over, 9 from it, 89 for 4. Is that going to be enough to counter? What the problem appears to be is that the movement that's getting him is happening in the last sort of 3 or 4 yards, isn't it? So if he's on leg stump, you're trusting his eye now to see, because he's outside his eye and it's coming back towards him. Whereas at the moment, his head's, the ball's actually going past his inside eye, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm taking out LBW, but I'm opening up the possibility of bowl.
Well, I just see Johnny Bairstow bowled at Lord's time and time again, standing outside leg stump, and the ball coming back through the gate. But look, I mean,
I only offer this as a possibility.
We've got to find something.
Well,
because catching Sachin isn't going to happen on its own.
Yeah.
Yes, I see why you're driving at. Muhammad Ali is coming in from the pavilion end. 3 slips and a gully, and forward comes Cox. Defends into the onside. He's got a peculiar defensive sort of stab. The bat doesn't always come down for the full face of it, facing the ball. Sometimes he ends up in a slightly awkward position. Sometimes his bottom hand fades through it. Sometimes he ends up sort of knocking it on the top of the head as if you're trying to knock the top off a boiled egg.
It's a big opportunity for Cox, though, because any selector, captain, takes note of anyone who scores runs when other people aren't.
Yes.
And he's got 30 odd, and I mean, it's a very sweet timer of the ball.
36 off 36. As Muhammad Ali is in again, and he defends this into the onside. Soft hands, goes up to mid-on, who had ground to make, so they're able to get through for a run. 37. Cox now 90 for 4, and of course it felt at the start when he came in that he was playing as a placeholder really for Jacob Bethel, which is a strange thing when you think that Jacob Bethel in his entire career has got 300s, entire professional career has got 300s, one in test matches, one in T20 internationals, one in ODIs.
He might as well retire now.
He's got no hundreds in any other in domestic cricket at all.
No.
His highest average is his test average of 33, 34? I think that might be his highest average.
Is that right? I thought it was higher.
Muhammad Ali is in outside the off stump, left alone to the keeper, and there's no run. But he might actually be playing for Emilio Gay's place, mightn't he? Because Cox has opened the batting a lot in his career, a couple of years, a bit.
Early in his career. The last time he opened was 2021. At 100, although it was a massive unbeaten double 100, averaged about 34 opening for Kent. So I don't know if that's enough to suggest that he could be a test opener, but he's batted mostly at 4 for Essex and shown a huge improvement since he left Kent.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if he gets 100 here, or even 50 in a low-scoring match, as Muhammad Ali is in, and Lawrence lets this go, shoulders, arms through to the keeper outside the off stump, no run, then
if he gets
they want to get. But I mean, obviously they want Bethel in. Doesn't really matter how many games he's played, but he played about 30 odd first-class games, 9 Test matches, is it? And yet they're determined to have him in the England team. Then either, I suppose, Cox could keep wicket and you would discard Jamie Smith, or because he was due to keep wicket, wasn't he? Before he first came in, when he broke his finger out in New Zealand, or
he don't keep wicket for Essex, does he?
Don't think so. Or he could come in at number 6 for Dan Lawrence, and you keep Emilio Gay, or Emilio Gay's under the spotlight.
I think he is. I think he is under the spotlight, Emilio Gay.
There's Muhammad Ali again, moving across his stumps. He so often does. Is Lawrence then shoulders, arms to a ball that keeps low through to Rizwan.
And what we don't know whether the new regime are as cavalier, because I mean they were cavalier, I thought, in the extreme. Helps with hindsight a bit when they tossed Lawrence to open the batting, which clearly didn't work and he was out of sorts. Are they going to do something similar? I mean, it wouldn't be such a gamble to throw Bethel in at 2 than it was to throw Lawrence in at 2, which was bizarre even before he went out of the bat. It's odd, really, actually, that you've got Cox, who was signed by Essex because Lawrence went to Surrey. I think there's a few in Essex think they got a good deal.
Yeah, who's Muhammad Ali? This is driven by Lawrence through extra cover. There is a fielder there. He's pursuing it, but they'll get a couple of runs and take Lawrence to 4. 92 for 4. Except nice drive through the front foot, but not with great timing.
Except they hardly seem to play for Essex. And obviously his off-spin is not as good as Lawrence's.
That's correct, but he does keep wicket. So, I mean, look, there's roles up for grabs, aren't there? I mean, you say it was bizarre. I thought it was bizarre, but then England's been quite bizarre in its openers for quite some time. There was the time when Jason Roy came in to open during the 2019 Ashes, wasn't it? I think so. There was the revolving door policy, the defence against the dark arts teacher that was brought in every summer, it seemed. If it wasn't Sam Robson one year, it was Adam Lyth another. And it goes all the way back to Michael Carberry in 2013-14. I think a pretty serviceable Ashes away, didn't he? And was then discarded. As Khurram is in again, forward comes Cox. Comes off the inside half of the bat. They'll get a run as it dribbles to a short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I can't name them, but there were about half a dozen, weren't there? At least Lyth, Compton,
Hales,
Robson. Roy, Robson, who all played about, 10 test matches or 9, and they were all averaging just sort of...
Keaton Jennings after that.
Yeah. I mean, between 20 and 30, I suppose.
I mean, it's just maybe opening the batting is very difficult.
Well, exactly. That is one conclusion. And also, the best players, by and large, nowadays, are savvy enough to say, no, I don't want to open, thank you very much.
But they also don't want to bat at 3, do they?
Well, they bat at 4. Soon it'll be, I only bat at 5 and 6.
Yeah. We're sort of getting to that point.
So there is a problem. There's not a whole rash of obvious candidates.
Andy, have you released your bombshell stat that you sent me on WhatsApp a couple of days ago about Pakistani opening partnerships?
I have not. No, I thought I'd wait till they're batting, but we can launch it now.
Well, it just feels like it might be an apposite moment because we're talking about how difficult it is to to find openers.
You can
generally.
relaunch it, you know.
I mean, it is a bombshell, this stat.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, you're going to
be able to cope.
I'm not sure. We'll
just
get the
dig
defib
it
on
out.
hand as Khurram Shahzad is in. As leaps wide of the crease and then bowls a full ball, which is defended by Lawrence into the offside up to mid-off. There's no run.
The stat is about Pakistan's opening stands in England. And the last time they put on 50 for the first wicket against England in England was in 1996, when
30 years ago.
Syed Anwar en route to a majestic 176, and Amir Sohail had a good opening stand at the Oval. And they've now played 20 tests in England since then without reaching 50 for naught.
But it gets better as Khurram is in and this beats the outside edge. That time he sometimes goes a little bit wide of the crease, and when he gets it right, he takes it away from the outside edge. On this occasion, went through low to Mohammad Rizwan. It's not a quick pitch, but there's plenty of movement in there. Lawrence is just patting down the spot he thinks the ball landed.
No other team has had a sequence without a 50 opening stand against a specific team in a specific country more than 15 matches. And Pakistan in total have put on 581 runs for the first wicket in England since 1996.
Doesn't feel like a lot as Khurram is in, and this is edged past a diving fourth slip down towards deep backward point, deep third boundary. It might dribble onto the sponge. It does. That wasn't brilliant fielding, but it is going downhill in that direction. So slightly streaky four for Lawrence. Takes England to 97 for 4 and Lawrence up to 8.
581 runs with an average partnership, which is 15.7, and that's the fewest runs a team's had for the first wicket in a 20-match sequence against an opposition in a specific country. So
15.7, but then there's the absolute killer, isn't there?
This is just in England we're talking, is it?
So yeah, this is Pakistan against England in England.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Khurram Shahzad in again. Down the wicket comes Lawrence. He's looking to access the onside. He gets way outside the off stump, and all that happens is the ball gets a bit of inside edge maybe onto pad and dribbles back up the wicket. There's no run.
Oh yeah, so the killer stat that you found particularly entertaining is that in the test Pakistan have played in England since that 1996 Oval Test, or the test since their 2001 tour here against England, 20 stands. Their average for the first wicket is their worst of any of the 10 wickets. So their 10th wicket stand has averaged more than their first wicket stand in the last 20 tests in England.
That made me hoot when you sent me that a couple of days ago. Here is Khurram again, wide of the off stump, left alone through to the keeper. No run, 5 from the over. England 97 for 4. They resumed after lunch at 80 for 4, so they've picked up 17 runs in that time. Lawrence 8, Cox 38. But the reason I raise it now is because we're talking about opening batting. It's obviously pretty tricky.
Oh, it's very tricky.
So I mean, it's almost like, do you sacrifice somebody up there, or do you want your very, very good prospect?
Hearing that, I'm trying to get too parochial, but last summer at Taunton, we ended up for a while sending in our sort of number 7/8
Josh Davey?
Gregory.
Oh, Gregory.
Alongside Josh Davey, who batted 9, 10. He can hold a bat, he can bat properly.
Yes, you kind of reverse the batting order.
Yeah, we sort of tried that. We send in, it's like Perkins, we need a volunteer.
But it wasn't bad, though. I mean, Josh Davey did.
Oh, Josh Davey could bat.
Did a form of a job.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
it's just what your expectations are.
But I don't think you could do that at test level.
Well, I don't think it'd be advisable, no. As Muhammad Ali starts a new over, is driven but without timing by Cox up to mid-off, wanted a run, shy at the stumps, finds Lawrence back home and it's backed up.
It's a bit of a mug's game opening at the moment. Everyone wants to avoid it. And England have hit this, can they make shift? They've got Duckett, who is used to opening, and Gay's in the team at the moment, but he's not really demanding reselection for the winter.
I mean, do we need to reappraise Zach Crawley's career, perhaps? Because maybe averaging 30 opening the batting in England is not the worst thing. He said these aren't the days of when pitches were like they were, and Graham Gooch is scoring loads of runs opening the batting. In comes Muhammad Ali outside the off stump, left alone.
Well, there's a little scene of great openers. I mean, Gooch started his career as a middle order batsman. Dennis Amos started his career as a middle order batsman, and both of those came of age actually, when they went up the order for some reason. So there are a few people out there for whom opening is an easier option than, patrolling around the dressing room and getting uptight. At least you know where you stand. You're going to, if you win the toss, you're batting, you're out at 11 o'clock, etc. But we struggled to find them. I mean,
well, there's Alistair Cook himself, I guess. And Andrew Strauss is Muhammad Ali. This comes off a thick outside edge. It squirts to deep gully, straight to the fielder along the ground. And again, there's no run. Just getting turned around a bit. But both Lawrence and Cox do not defend the ball with a straight bat. They both come across it a bit. Lawrence always looking to access the onside. We take a look at the replay of that. That is a very, very.
I always
Cox
think this is a
defense.
new euphemism, looking to access. Well, certainly the leg side you're talking about, but it's especially a euphemism when batsmen are looking to access the offside, which is of course how Agnew used to back very often against fast bowling.
Looking to access, yes.
I think it's a very polite way of describing this.
Down the wicket this time comes Cox, and he pushes at a ball. It misses his outside edge, goes through to the keeper. He doesn't look. He's batted well for his 38 or 42, but technically he's looked a little bit all over the place. He's playing a lot of his defensive shots on the walk, which might be a function of the fact that the ball's doing a bit. I mean, on this occasion, he'd exposed off middle and leg, and was still playing in a ball that was outside his eye line, so he didn't need to. This is one of the things that does baffle me a bit. Is
it has
getting out.
A bit,
yeah, but you get outside off stump. I thought in part to be able to leave the ball, and then find yourself playing at it.
Yeah.
Here is Muhammad Ali again, and that's defended from the back foot at square of the wicket in the offside. Fielder runs in, Imam ul Haq, and there is no run.
Just a little more on how much more difficult it is opening now than previously. So look globally in Test cricket from 2013 to.
Sorry, that was a no ball, by the way, Andy. You need to note it.
The average opening stand since 2013 globally 33.6. From 2001 to 2012 it was 40.2, and in England specifically.
Here is Muhammad Ali. In he comes. It's just defended from the crease by Cox. Slightly fidgety, but back towards the bowler. There's no run.
In England since 2013, the average opening stand has been 32, and from 2001 to 2012 it was 42. From 1980 to 2000 it was 36. So there was a kind of period when things have got a bit easier, but in recent years it's been extremely
How
difficult.
can you tell whether they've got easier or the batters are better?
Maybe I used the wrong terminology there.
Well, it's a
combination of lots of factors, I think.
I just don't know. I mean, if you've got Alistair Cook and Andrew Strauss opening the batting, then you might average more, as a thought. Here's Muhammad Ali. And that's again one that comes back into Cox. He pushes it out into the offside up to a wide mid-off along the ground. They don't get a run. Just the no ball from that over. 98 for 4. Cox 38. Lawrence has 8.
There is some analysis that suggests left-handers are better suited to opening the batting. I don't know quite how they've worked it out, but there is.
Well, there's Hayden and Lanka for a start.
Yeah, well, there is that, but just more from a technical point of view, I think because most bowlers are right-handed, they used to bowl over the wicket. It kind of takes LBW out, although now that everyone bowls around the wicket to left-handers, it might. I don't know. You're getting more LBWs from around the wicket. I don't know, but England have got 2 left-handed openers.
I'll just start this over and bring in Jonathan Agnew. Here comes Khurram, and he's left to load a ball that came back quite sharply through to the keeper, and there is no run. 98 for 4. Over to Jonathan.
Yeah, that really did come jagging back, didn't it? Khurram's got his hands on his hips. Can't quite believe it. Lawrence gardening, so it's still doing a little bit out there. Definitely. A little wobble seamer there. And, Lawrence left it alone. But
you see, did you ever bowl a wobble seam ball?
Didn't know what it was.
No, exactly.
As I was saying in the last match, he's got told off whenever we did it in the nets, and he'd scuffed up.
Ken Hicks would have a word.
Yes. He'd have to land it on the seam every ball.
I mean, it's fascinating.
It is. The bowlers don't know which way it's going to go, so the batsman's got no chance. And he goes again and bowls. Oh, that finds a thick outside edge. Runs here down to third man. He does like the leg side, Lawrence, and he just squares him up a little bit. And so a thick edge down to third man. And the 100 comes up. It's a struggle. 100 for 4. Lawrence has 10 now. And Jordan Cox has 38. So it's been a good tussle. It's been really good. Headingley was just not competitive.
Yeah.
But this is a good battle. Been meeting the cricket regulator.
I know. I met him too.
He says there's 40 of them. Approximately 40.
Yeah, he's
working
the boss,
on all
though.
of this. He's the boss. Yes.
With quite a serious previous jobs, though.
Because
that came up the hill too, didn't it?
He let that go through. And, low stroke from Lawrence, and again Curram's got his hands on his hips there. Lawrence just checking with the keeper. He doesn't want to do a Johnny Bairstow there. Let's check with the wicketkeeper that he could leave his crease and go gardening. And Rizwan said yes he can, but that went straight over the middle stump, I think. Looking at the various replays.
Yeah, it did.
Yep. Twiddle of the bat from Lawrence. There's still 4 slips there. They're a bit more spread out now than the sort of conventional lineup. And Curram again is wearing 49, sun behind cloud, runs away from us, bowls. Oh, Lawrence takes a pace down the pitch, is dropped. A stinging chance to Shan Masood at square leg. He's really hit that hard. He came down the pitch and hit that like a bullet. And he's been put down, but Lawrence has got a smile on his face, but he might well have been trudging back to the pavilion. But he was a good yard down the pitch. Flicked it very hard. He should have caught that.
He should. I mean, it was travelling, but
straight,
it went straight to him.
Waist high, straight at him.
It's quite close there, I suppose. It was hit hard from about off stump, I'd say.
That's
just outside.
That's a begging chance.
Yeah. You'd expect that to be caught, even though it was middled.
Yeah. Lawrence survives on 10. Curram again bowls to him. He again goes towards the leg side, playing down to mid-on. Oh, well, there's a vital catch dropped at Headingley. Brooke was dropped on 1. And Lawrence put down. They always do look easier on slow motion, of course. But in terms of height, direction, I mean, he barely got a hand on it. It seemed to thump straight into his thigh. Poor old Curram, he's having things going his own way at the moment. Funny old shot from Lawrence, though. A yard down the pitch.
I mean, if it had gone a yard to the left, we thought, what a great piece of improvisation.
Curram again bowls to him, is forward. Fielded at mid-on, and there's no run. There's a chance there. 100 for 4, could have been 100 for 5. Lawrence has 10. Cox has 38. The breeze just getting up a little bit. I don't know if that's good news or bad, but just feel a little more coming through our open window now. Still cloudy. Still looking at the radar. The French doing their best to send a big storm up our way. It's lurking over the north of France at the moment. It's
quite spoken like a true Europhile, but still.
It's an ugly one. They're pushing it. Look at them. They're pushing it up.
They are.
They don't want it. It's coming our way. But whether it might just
miss.
go east.
Yeah. What, to the Netherlands?
Well, yeah, the French haven't quite got their radar right, I don't think. We'll see. At the moment, fingers crossed anyway. 100 for 4. And start of a new over. It's Muhammad Ali from the pavilion end. Trudges in and bowls. There's an inside edge there from Cox. The ball goes into the pad. Very theatrical is Muhammad. He likes to hold his head in his hands as if he's been burgled, rather. And that was an inside edge into pad.
Muhammad Ali, wasn't he playing when we had that series in Pakistan where all those runs were scored? Muhammad Ali kept coming in, and he was very slow to come out, wasn't he?
Well, don't remember. No, he was batting.
Right.
The last wicket fell, and he rushed for the gents and didn't come back.
For a very long time.
The umpires had to go and get him. Yeah. The sun was setting. He did. He vanished. Here he comes again from the pavilion end, bowls, and Cox stoops rather as he plays that. Rolls out to extra cover. That was very funny, but England were getting quite agitated.
Yes.
Anyway, all was well. England won the game. It was a beautiful late afternoon, early evening, wasn't it? It's crimson sky, the calls for prayer ringing round the ground, sun going down, into wanting one wicket to win. He managed to get there. Terrific game. Ali turns in the distance. Quite a long run, gaining pace now, and he bowls outside the off stump with a grunt. And all that effort for nothing because Cox lets it go by.
Quite busy though, he marches back.
Yes, he pumps his right arm, Rose. It's not quite Bob Willis with his arm pumping, but there's a bit of right arm pumping going on as he runs in. Straight run. It's a slap on the back there from the fielder at mid-on, saying keep going. Lights are on in the pavilion, but then they always tend to be, despite the big windows of the committee room, which is to the left as we look at it, and the writing room, the chandeliers there, you can always see the light bulbs shining. In comes Ali, bowls again with that grunt. Cox plays him to square leg, and again
he can't believe that he's hit it there. How did that not get him out?
It came off the middle of the bat from a ball that I think would have missed the stumps. And fielded a square leg, and again
he thought it was off middle and off.
It's as if he's trying to con the captain. He wants to stay on for a while, and he's bowling brilliantly, and he just wants to keep going. He's bowling nicely. There's 4 dots in the over so far.
Well, he's got the wicket of Brook, isn't he?
Yep.
Which is pretty important when you're playing England nowadays.
Indeed. Here goes Muhammad Ali. There's that arm pumping. Gathers now and bowls thick outside edge from Cox, and Muhammad Ali follows through there. It's glaring in the batsman's direction. Now, can he complete the over with a maiden? It was something that they couldn't really do at Headingley. It was often a boundary ball came in. You can see Ali Osman loosening up there at mid-on, the spinner. Oh, very nicely at Leeds.
Yeah, he is, and I suppose there's obviously Mohammed Abbas. Surely will come back on quite soon. But essentially, it's a 4-man attack, isn't it?
Yeah. Muhammad Ali, can he bowl a maiden? Oh,
yes.
He always gets a wicket. The waft, and again he's holding his.
How could he miss that ball?
I think when he's not playing cricket, he's a Shakespearean actor. he's wonderfully theatrical. Every ball. I mean, it's a bit like Shane Warne used to think he's getting a wicket every ball, didn't he? I think our old friend Mohammed's the same.
Yeah.
Hold his head in his hand. It's always the same gesture. Off he goes mopping his brow.
Disbelief that he hasn't taken 2 wickets in that over. Absolutely. But he's impressive. I like the way he bustles in. He doesn't hang around.
No.
Good for the over 8, actually. He doesn't muck about.
So Dan Lawrence checks his guard. He's going to face Khurram from this nursery end. Slips spread out. There's 4 of them. Lawrence not quite ready. Umpire rifle. He never does anything in a particular hurry. Wanders to his left there to block the incoming traffic, as it were, while Lawrence. What was up to? He blew his nose. Anyway, he's fiddling with something in his trouser pocket.
He got something in his eye or something. No, perhaps not.
Anyway, gloves going back on again. And he's going to be ready to go. Khurram, no wicket for 32 so far. Sets off. Long straight run, a bit like Ali's, and he bowls on the off stump, and Lawrence is behind. There's a little bit short. Plays that carefully out towards the offside. Khurram picks the ball up himself, tosses it away.
Looking at their deviation measurements, as a no ball is called for that first ball of Khurram's over. More than on the first morning of the England-New Zealand test, when England similarly struggled. And so far, looking at the first 25 overs of Lord's tests, the most in the last 14 games on this ground for lateral movement off the surface for seam bowlers. So it's been tricky.
Yeah, it certainly has. And it's all to do with the weather, humidity, the overcast, the pitch undercovers. There's Khurram again. Bowls outside the off stump. That bounced a second time before going through to Rizwan. Lawrence let that go with a bit of a flourish. block of empty seats at this end of the grandstand. I wonder where they all are. Part of a group of some sort. Yes, perhaps they're still on the...
It's quite a banquet then, if that's the case.
Yeah, on the nursery ground maybe. Another no ball. Oh dear. Curran has to go and start again. 102 for 4. In he goes once more. And bowls very full. That's asking for trouble on Lawrence's pads. He can't really do that. He's flicked it away to a long boundary. Mohammad Abbas making painful chase from mid-on. Will get there and flick the ball back. And then the fielding completed by Sean Massoud, the miscreant in dropping that catch earlier on. And they take 3. It is so strong there. Nice to see him back in the side. I always like watching Dan Lawrence back.
Well, he's unusual, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not, and he's. If the mood is there, if it's his day, he plays some exotic shots. I mean, he played quite an exotic shot when he was dropped. Actually, I mean, he actually middled it, but it went hip high to quite a close square leg.
Coram again. Bowls and Cox shuffles forward, plays away up to mid-off. Brother, of course, Tom. I don't think is he still a wrestler?
Is that right?
Is he still David Reckham? I interviewed Lawrence's dad once. He's quite a character. But, yeah. Is David Reckham still on the circuit?
Well, we looked to Andy for that piece of information.
He likes looking at these sorts of things. Do you remember where the commentary box used to be?
I do, yeah.
The famous wrestler always up there. This is very full down the leg side, brushes the pad, runs away down towards final leg. Is it going to go for 4? The dive from the fielder, who unwisely went feet first. Rarely pays off that. And so it's 4-leg buys, 109 for 4.
He was an MCC member.
He was.
Obviously.
He was the least likely. I'm just putting out there, the least likely MCC member possibly ever, if you take his stage performance literally. He used to wear very tight underpants.
Yeah, I sort of got a picture of him, but I can't remember his name, but you'll help us in a minute.
Mick
please.
McManus.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
He always sat up by our commentary box.
Yeah.
And he used to be having his tantrums in the ring one minute, and then he'd be sitting up there with the MCT
quietly
tie
applauding
watching the cricket the next. No, he was a naughty. He was always...
he was a bad boy.
He was a cheat. He always gave the impression. And all the old ladies in the front would get their handbags out and get very cross. Very tight pants. Saturday afternoon wrestling, wasn't it? On ITV.
Yeah.
109 for 4. Coram runs up, bowls. Oh, he's edged that. It didn't carry again. Didn't carry the second slip. And they're going to come back for a second run. And it was a genuine edge.
Well, there have been a lot of genuine edges, particularly from this end, that haven't carried.
Really frustrating for the bowler.
And I thought initially it was Mohammad Abbas and his lack of pace, but he bowls a bit more briskly, and it's still not carrying.
Any joy with David Reckham?
David Reckham? No.
Well, his Instagram page has various pictures of him in wrestling-related poses, but I don't know how recent they are.
He's got very long hair.
Yeah.
See, Mick McMahon sort of pulled the hair, see. Coram bowls, that's a nice shot. Driven up to mid-off. No run for Cox there. It's picked up by Babar Azam. And so there's no run. Pakistan is desperate for this 5th wicket to try and break through. Gets Smith out into the middle there. They have the chance. Sean Massoud put that catch down.
I mean, there's a bit of a tail for England. They can all bat, actually, but you get past Smith, you're down to... Well, Robinson can hold a bat, but he's a bit vulnerable early on. Atkinson, well, he's got a test century to his name.
He has. Coram over the wicket. Bowls. That's nicely defended by Cox. And solidly into line. Certainly making the most of his opportunity, isn't he? Runs at Headingley. Another 40 here from 56 balls.
Yeah, I mean, how can you leave me out?
He's sort of batsman who could bat anywhere, though, couldn't he? I mean, looking at his technique, he's got shots. He's got a solid defence.
Yeah,
he could be a very versatile.
He's more
batsman.
orthodox than Lawrence, obviously. I think, and he is a sweet timer of the ball. There's no question. You can understand why they're excited by him. It's just a question of trying to fit in.
Abbas is back, look, but from the other end. Having a go from the pavilion end. There's an impromptu drinks break going on as well.
Well, Abbas is back. More importantly, so is Ramiz.
Oh, Ramiz is back. Had to save Ramiz in the lunch queue. He forgot his little red pass, and they're going to make him go and get it. I said, I can vouch for this man. Give him his roast chicken. It was very good, Ram, wasn't it?
It was really lovely.
There you are, yes.
Did you have mushrooms?
I did. I followed your example.
Massive ones.
A big field mushroom.
Thanks for bailing me out.
Well, I thought I had. I couldn't let her do that to you.
Thank you.
We've known each other a long time, Ram. I felt
Yeah.
the lunch queue, that's a place to stick up for your mate.
Yeah.
And now, in fact, it's not Mohammad Abbas coming on, or is it? No, it's a spinner.
Ali.
Yeah. So Mohammad Abbas there, whether he dropped a hint that he wanted to have a bowl from there, but he marked his run out and ran in a couple of times. Drop catch again, Ram.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, actually. You know, you can be sort of average with bat and ball, but in the field you can be exceedingly great. It's just hard work, your attitude, how much you want it. And it just puts the entire team down. And that should have been taken by Shan Masood.
Yeah.
Really was a sitter at mid-wicket.
Yeah, hit hard, but just
yeah,
right in the bread basket.
He didn't have to move it on.
No. Now, this drinks break, which is not a proper one, seems to be dragging on a bit, and the towel being brought out there. Anyway, the umpire's moving in, but really not able to do very much. And see, Lawrence has put that towel down the back of his trousers. It's a little bit mysterious. You see it poking out.
He wants to be in for a very long time.
Yeah. I wonder why he's done that. That was basically the only protection that Brian Close had in 1976 against Michael Holding. A little towel tucked down his thigh. That was it.
It really was brave of him.
Whew. Extraordinary bowling, wasn't it? Oh, raw. So it's the spinner's first delivery then at Ali Osman, who bowled nicely at Headingley. And the first ball's driven out to extra cover. But, that's where Babar Azam is fielding. There's a slip and a leg slip. And Lawrence over his bat, waits. As Osman swings his arm and bowls, and that's blocked this time. It's pushed to Imam ul Haq, who's fielding at extra cover. Actually, that's not Imam ul Haq. It looks like him with a sun hat on, but Imam's actually a backward point. Osman bowls. Oh, it's got straight through him. How did he miss that? Straight through.
Yeah, he's a good bowler actually. So you got to figure out at what pace you want to bowl on this surface. And so far, so good. It's spun. It's spun actually. So that's the other thing that he's done so well in the first Test match at Headingley. Also, it spun quite sharply.
Well, is that because the pitch is a bit damp? Sometimes that can cause on the first day for a ball to spin. And that was a bit wide, but again, it did spin, but it's quite wide, that one.
I think the moisture should have been given an over before the break. I felt that, just to test out the conditions, 1 or 2 before lunch. Anyway.
Well, he's on now.
Yeah.
And Lawrence will have to be watchful, I think. Swings his left arm and then bowls. That gets a thick outside edge. Imam pounces there at backward point. And there's no run. Some shouts of encouragement out there. As England battle the way through, it's been really absorbing cricket up to now. 111 for 4. And now the leg slip comes into the offside. So 2 slips, or slip and a gully, call it what you like there, but there's 2 catching anyway. Lawrence waits, bat raised high. Imam bowls, trims on the back foot, plays the last ball out to Shan Masood out there at extra cover. and that is the end of the over, and it's the end of me. So, Ram, some thoughts from you, and then Ali's coming in here.
Yeah, excellent start from the spinner. Got the ball to grip and spin, and he was a bit up and down at Headingley with his line and direction at times. Still picked up 5 for 95, but all he has to do is to just be consistent, disciplined and consistent, and I think he'll get a little bit of purchase from the surface because it's still moist conditions out there.
Hello, Ramiz.
Hello, Alison.
Well, no Mohamed Abbas yet. I believe he was off the field just for a short time leading up to the lunch break. I think he is permitted to bowl again now, but at the moment, Karim Shahzad continuing from the nursery end. Cox on 40, 2 slips and a gully angle down the leg side, clipped to Shan Masood, and Cox is thumping his bat in frustration. See if he got that a little bit squarer, he would have found the boundary for 4. Stopped this time by Masood, who put down a chance when Dan Lawrence manufactured a way of clipping the ball aerially to him a little while ago when Lawrence was on 10. Pakistan's fielding will ever be under the spotlight.
100%, yes.
In their leads,
I mean, so that Shan Masood miss was a straightforward one.
Cox waits again, bat held high, little breeze blowing as Shahzad is in off the outside edge, skews into the ground and towards backward points. No run, 111 for 4, England.
They make it 5 catches, 4 drops for Pakistan so far in this series. 3 of the catches by Rizwan, so excluding the wicketkeeper, the fielders are 2 out of 6 so far.
Very encouraging.
Catch percentages must improve.
Yeah, and how many no balls in? Quite a few.
Well,
at Headingley and here.
6 today.
6 today, and plenty in the first game.
Karim Shahzad in, angles it in towards Cox, who walks out of his crease slightly, holds the post defensively, and Karim picking up off his own bowling. How many for Leeds?
7 at Leeds in just a ball under 90 overs.
So we've had almost that many in the first session and a bit.
England, by comparison, bowled just 1 at Leeds.
I don't know whether you could say that the slope in Lords, can that bother a bowler if they're not accustomed to it in terms of their run-up?
Could be, actually, but it's just, what you do in the nets. I think good coaches, good team think tank will have them doing exactly what they're supposed to do in Test cricket. Those net sessions become that much more critical from discipline point of view.
Shahzad in full, driven into the ground, one hand, a half stop from Karim in his follow through. Took a bit of the pace off, enables it to be fielded there by Baba at mid-off. Now Shan Masood from mid-wicket has been sent back to deep backward square at the moment. 2/3 of the, well, a little more than 2/3 in. A few metres in off the boundary in front of the grandstand. Now if Jordan Cox does look to flick aerially behind square.
I think it's better suited at short mid-wicket where there's an opportunity created. He's not going to bowl a bouncer, and even if he does, to use that fielder there, it's not going to hurt England. It doesn't have the pace.
Yeah, you imagine it would sit up nicely for Cox to swat if that was the case. Forward defence again as the sun comes out from behind a cloud, angles it up towards cover, and no run.
Jordan Cox scored 9 runs in the first over after lunch, at which point he had 36 from 35. Just 4 runs from his last 26 balls since then.
Yeah. And Ramiz, do you see this as a period of England absorbing that pressure that Cox should be able to then reap that reward if he can sit through this period?
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a pause. You've got to give it to the opposition. If they're bowling a good line, if there's pressure on you, then you've got to defend stoutly.
Bustling in is Karim, forward again, looking to defend. Ball comes off the outer edge of the bat and to the offside. And Cox looking to try and he emulates that shot, trying to work it through the more vacant mid-wicket region. End of the over. Oh no, not quite. It was another no ball. Another no ball. Add that to the tally results. So for Karim Shahzad, that's his 3rd. They're really struggling from this end. 112 for 4 now. Start of this afternoon session. England went into lunch at 80 for 4. They lost Emilio Gay for 8, Duckett for 17. Root was LBW to a bat with the keeper standing up for 4. And Harry Brook was bowled through the gate by Muhammad Ali for 15. Haroon is in again outside the off stump, dabbed away, but behind square and finds a gully fielder who moves around to pick up. That is the end of the over. 112 for 4 the score remains. So Cox 40 from 63. As Oltz was saying, just struggling through this latter part of the innings. And Lawrence hasn't really got going at all, has he? 13 from 30. It's been a bit of a struggle for him. He's trying to manufacture things moving around the crease.
I mean, you go through such phases in cricket, and especially here. Now that the sun is out, maybe it'll be good time to bat and feel the ball more securely on the bat. So, yeah, I mean, you've got to tighten up at times. And there'll be opportunities given by Pakistan. Let's see how they cater to this spin attack from Ali Sulman, because his first over was a decent one. Got the ball to grip and spin.
Yeah, we saw that at Headingley as well, didn't we? The ground really not accustomed to spinners being productive, but 5-wicket haul, maiden fifer for Ali Usman. And just his 3rd test. This is 4th, so around the wicket with a slip and a short leg. Forward comes Lawrence, defends into the offside. Yeah, the first off spinner to take 5 wickets at Leeds since 1972 there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
First, visiting spinner.
Off spinner.
Left on spinner.
Oh, sorry,
the best figures by a visiting spinner at Leeds since Lance Gibbs took a 6-foot in 1966 for West Indies.
I'm glad I got that stat correct. Going a bit back in his crease this time, Lawrence, out to the offside. That's why we have you here. I shouldn't even try to give them, I just defer to you. Spider cam hovers. Usman. Ball in hand again. A few paces behind the umpire in his white Panama hat, white shirt, black trousers. Slip in the short leg, bobs down. Around the wicket he comes. Now the left arm spin, sweep attempt. To deep backward square along the ground. Finds protection on that boundary though, just the single for Lawrence. It's a sweep that got Lawrence in at Headingley. He was looking to slog sweep Ali Usman, got a top edge to Rizwan. So he needs to have a little degree of caution, make sure he picks the right ball to sweep.
Yeah, this is an important innings by England, because first innings runs will set them up once again against Pakistan.
Usman in a little bit quicker this time. Pressing forward as Cox defends to the offside. No run. Barber there to pick up. Salman Ali Agha, the man to miss out today for Babar Azam. Captains aside, and then straight out for the returning skipper. Around the wicket again, angles it into Cox, defends. Barber moving forward once again to pick up. Yeah, Ali Agha was he was quite quick to say in the press conference, I'm happy to make way for the skipper. Not sure that he meant out of the side completely. Happy to hand over the captaincy armband. Whirl of arms as Usman is in, forward pressing Cox again. Ball runs behind square along the ground. Bowls with control, does Ali Usman. 113 for 4, just the single from that over. Cox 40 and Lawrence on 14. Yeah, it's been quite almost a sort of an unexpected asset to the team.
100%, yes. I mean, so Noman Ali was benched. He got in and showed a lot of promise in that West Indies series, where he picked up, I think, 4 in the second test match. And then in the first innings here at Headingley, where pacers were picking up wickets, he then came in and cracked open the England batting with superb piece of spin bowling.
Yeah, he was wicketless in the first test in West Indies. He's only bowled 13 overs, then 2 for 80 and 4 for 39. Helping with Sajid Khan, also took 4 for to bowl Pakistan to victory in that game. Came into the side on the back of phenomenal form in domestic cricket. He's well into his 30s. Had a pretty ordinary domestic record until late last year.
Mohammad Abbas is bowling. He returns to the attack from the nursery end, and stepping out of his crease, Lawrence tries to work him to square leg. Shan Masood is back in that position. There's no run.
His fifer at Leeds was his 10th in his last 13 first-class matches. He's taken 4 10-wicket hauls in that time, all in consecutive games in the Pakistan domestic season. So forced his way into the Test side with that extraordinary run of form and has begun very well at the highest level.
And I was reading, Ramiz, that he doesn't really play T20 cricket at all, Ali Usman, which in this day and age surely is a little bit unusual for any international cricketer.
And good in a way that he's targeted Test cricket or 4-day cricket. And very few players, Abbas does it all the time.
Here is Abbas now on a length. Lawrence forward defends to cover, no run.
But he's got to be good enough for white ball cricket as well. Maybe add a variety or two. Look to wrist spin the ball at times. Become a bit different for one-day format. Because he's a steady Ed. He likes to bowl a certain line. He spins the ball, which is an ingredient. You look for a spinner. You look for whether he can spin the ball or not, and he can do that. So he's got the major setup right.
Here comes the man who's the master of the seam bowling or inside edge here. It's safe behind square on the leg side. Shan Masood moves across to his right to field. Through they go for one. Lawrence on to 15 with the single. England 114 for 4. As we're into the afternoon session here, tea will be at 4:40 today. We lost an hour and 20 minutes of play, but overall in terms of overs lost, just 5, so 85 to be bowled in the entirety of the day. See if we get towards 7:30 p.m. possibly to get the overs in if the light allows, and if the sun comes out, then that might well be possible. There's plenty of blue sky, pockets of blue appearing at the moment. Abbas, 3 wickets to his name already. 2 slips and the gully. And was in past. The umpire outside the off stump skews away. So another chance backward point. Half stop. And it's thumped into the ground. But Cox certainly saw the width offered by Abbas. 115 for 4 with the single.
I think it was on the bounce. I don't think that it carried straight at point.
Not by the reaction, no. Lawrence is back on strike here to Abbas. Incredible first-class record, hasn't he? Now over 900 wickets, 901 now with the 902 rather with the 3s taken today. Abbas moves in again outside the off stump. There's some bouncing carry there through to Rizwan, left alone by Lawrence. Yeah, it's going back to Ali Usman. He's from Multan, isn't he? Or born Vihari. Is that
Vihari,
do you know Vihari?
Right. Yeah, it's a adjoining town. Burewala, Vakar is from Burewala, which is next to Vihari. And there's a lot of talent coming through south of Punjab, actually. A couple of good batsmen who play PSL come from South Punjab as well.
Abbas sets off in the sunshine here at Lord's now. Lawrence awaits, comes forward to a ball that's on a length outside the off stump. Defensively, he's up to Barber at mid-off to end the over. So Abbas comes back in the 2 singles. And I'm sure Pakistan want him to settle into another spell here from this nursery end. 115 for 4. Multan was my first experience of Pakistan back in 2005.
Wow.
Such a long time ago now.
You haven't been there since?
You know, I haven't, no. I'm very much hoping, actually, I might get back for, I think, possibly the Women's T20.
That's right.
World
That's
Cup
next
might
year,
be,
right?
Yes, being staged there. Yeah, I wasn't on England's last tour when they returned to Pakistan after such a long time. Yeah, Multan, Faisalabad, Islamabad and Karachi, the places I've visited in Pakistan. Wow. As well as, of course, the Wagah border.
Wagah border, you saw the ceremony when the gates closed.
Yeah, the army, is it
chest thumping?
The guards do lots of posturing. Amazing high kicks. I mean, they must do their stretching every morning, I'd say. Bit of a contest, let's say. The India-Pakistan rivalry is put to the test with which guards can perform the most elaborate high kicks. It is a spectacle, an absolute spectacle. Now, Ali Usman is continuing from the pavilion end then, so it's 3rd over. Slip short leg. Rizwan bobs down. Usman is in, a bit quicker, a bit fuller. Defended from the crease into the offside. Just keep these 2 tied down. Yes, a partnership is developing, but it's developing at no great pace. The run rate is dipped below 4 and over now for the innings. 115 for 4 we are. Sunshine as Usman gives it a little bit more flight. Fuller back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler in his follow through. Again, good control. Cox settles over his bat. Usman just a few paces forward. Bowles angles it in, looking to play with a little bit more force to the shot this time off the back foot, but doesn't time it up to mid-on. Cox needing to be patient through this period. He's 41 from 70 at the moment. Half century is in his sights, but he's going to have to work hard for it. Usman in again, clips it along the ground, finds mid-wicket, no run.
That's now 2 scoring shots in his last 33 balls.
This is Test cricket, Ramiz, isn't it?
100%, yes. Got to lie low if the situation demands. If you're up against it, you've got to be smart.
Usman moves in. Cox strokes it back past the bowler through the vacant mid-off region, earns himself a single, jogs through to the other end. Just recognising those sort of push-pull periods of the game, and this is probably a lot about what Joe Root is about as captain and wanting to instill in this team. As Lawrence, taller batter, settles over his bat. And Usman is in for the last ball of the over. Lawrence a little bit more force to that shot, but half stopped by Usman in his follow-through. The dot ball to close out the over. 116 for 4, Lawrence 15. Cox on 42, these two coming together after Harry Brook fell just before lunch. 77 for 4 at that point. I think Joe Root was very impressive, Ramiz, in the way he spoke about the Bryden Carr situation, but what he wants from his team and what he expects from them. And there was real passion and I think a fierceness in the way he spoke about wanting to leave the dressing room in a better place than what he's found it now and what it has sort of become even over the course of the last week.
Yeah, he was emotional about it, yet he was focused what he wanted to say and stamp his authority, the do's and don'ts. And that's how a leader should be, actually. He's got to spell it out when something is not working, when the entire system is being hurt by your actions, then you've got to spell it out.
Yeah, and that's a big thing he stressed, wasn't it? That cricket is a game where he referenced the 2019 World Cup final here at Lord's, where he didn't have a good time of it, but then he's sitting there as a World Cup winner, and he said it's also the same when someone in your team has a bad time of it. You feel it, it affects everybody.
Correct.
Abbas continuing in the sunshine, just a little straight and leg side-ish. Does that come off the pad? They scamper through for 1, coming back for the second down towards fine leg, and they do come back for a second leg by. 118 for 4. So yeah, just making sure that his team are aware of their responsibilities, and it's a huge responsibility being an international cricketer. And with the privilege comes you can't perhaps live your life as freely, and you would know that every Indian cricketer would know that tenfold over.
I mean, you've got this ambassadorial role, irrespective of meeting a fan or just walking in the road.
Cox on 42. There's a little bit of movement again from Abbas off the seam, back up the slope, but punch towards Babar at extra cover, no run. And you wonder the degree, sort of having heard Root say what he has said now, you wonder the degree to which over the last little while, and perhaps even during the Ashes, he might have sat in the dressing room thinking, well, what's happening to the dressing room? What is the culture that is unfolding? Because he's been so quick to come and sort of stamp his own mark on it with removing the curfew, saying what has needed to be said. I think he was always a very loyal teammate, supporter of Stokes, that does what he needs to do with the bat for the team. Abbas in and forward comes. Cox is itching to score here, and again can't break the infield. Finds Barber again at extra cover.
Yeah, I mean, so you've got to have great determination and discipline when things you don't like, but you have got to follow through, because that's the culture of the dugout. It just speaks volumes of what a great cricketer he has been. So it's not only about numbers and stats, it's about how you conduct yourself as a teammate, as a player, as an ambassador for sport, and so he's been outstanding in that regard.
He has. Abbas in, side the off stump again, rather forcing shot from Cox again, can't get it past Barber. Abbas doing what Abbas does.
This is good from Pakistan, actually, make them work for the runs. So if the wickets are not going down, so you got to make it difficult for England to feel good. And so they're being forced into a lull, which is good from Pakistan. So let's see how they respond. The response is.
It's a good test for both of these batters to see if they can keep their patience, try and tire the bowler, stretch Abbas into deeper spells. Again, outside the off stump and punched up towards Barber. That's mid-off, another dot.
No boundaries now for just over 10 overs. There were 12 boundaries in the first 21 overs, but none since then. We're near the end of the 31st. Mohamed Abbas has a great record on this ground. He's done well in the 2 county championship games he's played in, 11 wickets across those 2 games. His 2 tests here, he took 4 for 23 and 4 for 41 in Pakistan's win here in 2018, and now 3 for 36 today.
Oh.
So 11 for 100, which is tidy.
Not bad at all. Last ball of the over. Abbas tall in over the wicket. The inside half of the bat, just honing in on the stumps, a little straighter. Cox on 42 then, stays on 42. Excellent control from Abbas. Lawrence stays wedged on 15 as well from the 39 balls that he's faced. So England 31 overs into the innings, 118 for 4. And that run rate, which was comfortably up and over 4, almost 4.5, is now 3.81 for the innings. So Mohamed Abbas bringing that control, as is Usman Ali. Well, Ali Usman, sorry, with the spin as well. Tuffers, have time to bring you in. How are you?
Afternoon, very good. Got the sunnies on, the sun is
Well,
shining. Yeah,
didn't
so
think we we're
that's
going to
good.
need those at some point today,
Yeah.
but the sun is out. And we've got a glorious breeze now blowing through our open commentary box window here. Drinks have been brought out onto the field, so that's a good time for me to bring in Isha Gur as well. So Tuffers, a little bit more from you. And then Isha's coming in.
Yeah, no, they've done pretty well, Pakistan. They've just managed to gain some control, which they didn't have up at Headingley. But Jordan Cox has been fighting nice. He's played rather well, Jordan Cox. He's taken his opportunity coming in at 3. He had some unfortunate times, didn't he, with injuries when he was going to get his chance. But when he's got it, he's had his chance. He's done all right.
Yeah, and he stepped up at number 3, picked up 50 in the last match, albeit against a weakened attack from Pakistan. But you've got to take your opportunities when you can, and it doesn't matter who's in front of you. You've got to be able to step up on the big stage. And 42 of 78 deliveries. Pakistan have pulled it back in terms of pressure. I think 6 off 45 deliveries now, Jordan Cox. So just got into a bit of a rot in terms of Pakistan just bowling in good areas and not really finding a way through. They've got a ring field, and Mohamed Abbas has been their best bowler, but Usman Ali, I think, has come on and had an impact by way of just having that control.
Yep. Well, it's funny, isn't it? When the sun's out, it just seems to get a bit flatter, doesn't it? And I think that then England have realised that. And they've sort of said, right, well, hold on a minute. We're going to sometimes you've got to give it to the bowlers. You've got to say, right, I'm going to have to just sort of tighten up here a little bit. They're going to have a period of the game where they're bowling well and, looking to create chances. You've got to realise those places, wear them down and then go again. I mean, that's Test cricket for you, isn't it?
And I guess Tuffers, that's what we haven't seen too much in the last couple of years. Generally in a situation like this, they would go harder, exactly. They would try and take on the bowler, but recognising that it's 5 days and you can have periods where you don't score many runs and you can go again a little bit later.
Yeah. Well, he's got 900 Test wickets, Mohamed Abbas, so he's no, sometimes
900 Test wickets.
No, sorry, not Test wickets. Blimey, he's excellent bowler. He is. Crikey, O'Reilly.
When did he go past Murley?
First class wickets. So he knows what he's doing, and sometimes you do have to tip your hat and say, right, I'm going to absorb. And then look to go again. So, nice little passage of play. This is what it's about, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a gorgeous day here. Day 1 of the Lord's Test. We had a bit of rain earlier, hence the delayed start, bit of gloomy conditions, bit of overcast and overheads to bring the bowlers into it. Pakistan exploited those conditions well in the first session. They picked up 4 wickets, including Joe Root, Harry Brook. And now England in a position where they're 118 for 4. If these two can hang in there, then they can go on to a big score, and that's just setting the game up, isn't it, in the first innings?
Well, you've got to scrap a bit. You've got to scrap a little bit, really sort of, make sure that you put a big price on your wicket. And you've still got the likes of Smith coming in and Atkinson who can, put bat to ball. Crucial little period of this first day coming up here after drinks, second session.
Jordan Cox just readjusting his gloves as they break for drinks and start to get back into position. The Pakistan players just all moving towards their fielding spots.
Yeah, no rush, lads. Hold up. Umpires cruising about.
Take your time.
Yeah, wandering around. Come on, lads, let's get going. We've all come here to watch some cricket. Yeah, I like Jordan Cox. He looks like he plays with a smile on his face, doesn't he? He's one of those kind of characters. I think he likes the big situation, the big match situation, and he's done all right so far.
He's placing his helmet back on at the non-strikers end, so Usman Ali will continue from the pavilion end, and it really is bright sunshine here now.
Gorgeous.
In northwest London. Those clouds have parted, there's blue skies, it's a great day for cricket as Ali comes in to Lawrence, who's on the back foot and guiding the ball past a backward point. I think he might have got a hand on it. Imam ul Haq, so they come through for a couple. But that's where they probably need to be better, Pakistan. Anytime any pressure has been built, they've let England off the hook. 120 for 4, Lawrence to 17.
It's funny when you know, it's all very well and good sat up here, isn't it? But you really can see that, don't you? When you're actually playing in the game, it's sort of part and parcel of the game. Oh, unlucky, mate, you didn't quite, you know, you just got a hand on that, you left 2.
Lawrence advances this time, works the ball past mid-wicket. There's a throw on, and he's out. He's out. Dan Lawrence was halfway down the pitch. He was sent back by Cox. The throw was sent into the keeper, and he did not get back in time. So just handing Pakistan that one, and that is pressure that has been built up over the last half an hour or so. Lawrence then shakes his head. He has to head off for 17, and England 120 for 5.
Yeah, just dawdled a bit, didn't he? Just sort of like came down the pitch, just sort of knocked it to, he's gone a long way back down, and then realised he's struggling, but it was just a little bit of a dawdle, wasn't it? There was no dive at the end, but a good piece of fielding from Pakistan, and they'll love that. That is good cricket. As you said, build pressure. It's not necessarily about them making the batsman play a full shot. It's about getting in their mind that they want to turn over strike. They want to keep the runs flowing, and great catches and great pieces of fielding then come into play as well. Good little passage of play there from Pakistan, and they've got their rewards.
Well, Shah Massoud making up for his drop catch of Lawrence when he was on 10, and the score was 100 for 4. It was Massoud running to the ball, picking it up with a dive and throwing it one-handed.
Of course, you'd be disappointed with that. I mean, he's gone a long way down there before he's got a no call, wasn't it, Lawrence? I mean, he was well over half a pitch down. You know, perhaps a little bit of ball watching, or, you know, perhaps not a good, clear call, but then just sort of dawdled back a little bit, and he was run out by a couple of yards.
Jamie Smith emerges. He's now pretty much out in the centre, punching gloves with Jordan Cox. Yeah, I don't think it was Cox's fault there. I think
just sort of went on the...
Yeah, he just went, didn't he?
Yeah.
He just continued on that momentum and that movement forwards.
Yeah, use of the feet, clip, yes, nice, and then just sort of like didn't quite realise the danger. But there you go, a good breakthrough just after drinks for Pakistan. They've just with that, they've got the noses in front now. If they can have a good little session now up until tea, keep control, perhaps nick another wicket, they're right in this test match.
Usman Ali past the umpire, the left-arm spinner. He bowls to Smith, who's forwards and defending the ball to the offside. I'll tell you who did well there was short leg, getting out the way of that throw coming in. That could have gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit by the ball.
Smith then gently places his bat down. He crouches, and again it's a forwards and a pat back to the bowler this time.
Yeah, see, he bowled all right. He bowled all right, didn't he, up at Headingley? Got yourself a fifer, you know.
Well, he was a bonus for Pakistan, really. They were searching around for some control. There's Ali, it's bowling to Smith, who defends to the leg side off the front foot once again. He got turn as well, Tuffers.
Yes, I did see that. I saw the odd one rip past the outside edge, yeah. I mean, you would imagine that this might spin a little bit as it goes on as well. Be very dry.
Mid-off and cover, just heading out to the boundary is Smith. Forwards and pushes the ball to the offside at the end of the over. It's 120 for 5. Smith on naught. That was surprising. Surely you want to continue that pressure.
Right.
Tuffers.
And
instead
what's
of
happened?
Sending those fielders back at the end of the over.
Yeah. Just as well
Very
you're looking.
strange.
Just as well you're watching the game. Who did he send back?
He sent back mid-off and cover out to the boundary, final ball with a guy on naught.
Yeah,
To the
I
spinner.
must admit I didn't see that.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, I thought it was weird.
Yeah, well I did as well. Why would you do that? I don't know. Perhaps they fancy Abbas to Cox. I don't know.
Or Abbas to Smith.
Yeah. Sorry, yes. you flummoxed me there.
Cox defending the ball to the offside. No run.
Excellent squeeze by Pakistan in the build-up to that wicket of the previous 6 overs before that, 2 from the misfield from the first ball of the over, the ball before that run out. Just 4 runs off the bat plus 3 extras. So yeah, an England team that been accustomed to scoring fast in recent years, squeezed, and then well, I don't know how you describe batting decision-making error on the run out.
Yeah, well, you're looking for singles, aren't you? You feel a little bit, batsmen like to feel bat on ball. They like to see the scoreboard ticking over, and that's not just fours. And, it's also singles as well, and they did well.
Cox strives, beats the edge.
Oof.
Down the slope, a good length delivery. It just nips, and Mohamed Abbas is walking up to Cox. A few words there.
Well,
that was mightily close to the outside edge.
Yeah, that's the length. A bit of a teaser, wasn't it? Full and a little bit wide. Go on then, mate, if you want to go over that. There's the ball for you. It wasn't an uncontrollable cover drive, but, good bit of bowling. Just that little teaser. Didn't get the outside edge. Might have been the odd word there, but we don't mind that.
Cox on 42. He's established. He's advancing and defending the ball back to Abbas as he turns to put his bat back in, shaping to throw. Abbas doesn't even look up, doesn't engage. Cox. That's his mode of operation. Interestingly, and you'll see it on the TV highlights a little bit later, 7 o'clock on BBC Two, also available on the iPlayer, looking at the batters and how they approach Mohamed Abbas. Now, we have seen Mohamed Rizwan come up to the stumps and keep them in their crease. Jordan Cox, he bats so far in the crease as Abbas is past the stumps, bowling a little bit fuller as that's guided to Gully. I'll come through for an easy single. Cox to 43 then, 121 for 5. And first look at Jamie Smith and Mohamed Abbas now, who was batting so far in his crease, almost having to be careful where that bat was raised behind him, and then advancing. So really just trying to unsettle the Abbas with his length. Whereas Joe Root, when he came out, he was probably, 12 inches batting outside of the crease to unsettle the rhythm.
Yeah, you've all got your own little. Each batter has their sort of modus, of how to then sort of try to negate that sort of seeming delivery.
Abbas bowls Smith forwards and pushing the ball to the offside. He's got such a big lunge, Jamie Smith. So he's off the mark and away with a single.
It's funny, isn't it, as well, when a run out happens, you just feel that every sort of next run is going to... I thought that one was going to be a little bit tight. Didn't quite pick it up in one rhythm. You just got to be careful. It just sort of a little bit of panic strikes when you get a run out.
122 for 5. Abbas, the leader of the Pakistan attack, on the move, on the hunt, past the stumps, lets it go, is mightily close to the top of off. Nearly one that just jags back up the slope, but he looks well in control and confident there. Jordan Cox with the leave. Have you been out and about, Tuffers?
What have I been up to? No, not really. I managed to catch quite a bit of the Headingley Test match, bits and pieces on the radio and on the telly and what have you. But the highlights package, of course.
You watched every show, did you?
Sorry?
You watched every show, did you?
Pretty much. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, no, I enjoyed it.
Commitment to the
Apart
cause.
from that, been sitting in the garden, really.
Lovely.
Putting your feet up.
There you go.
It's great garden weather, isn't it?
Oh, be lovely.
Smith facing up to the left arm spinner. Again, just leans forwards. Defends the ball to the offside.
Yeah, just hope my lawn comes back. A little bit parched.
Is it not looking as lush as it is here?
No hose pipe ban here. Perhaps they got their own water butt. Beautiful condition.
Smith crouches and again just pats it to the floor. It's lovely weather now.
We've had a cracker, haven't we?
We have, last few weeks.
Oh,
Got a bit of rain expected next couple.
Well, yeah, well, you know. That about, what was it? They said 69 or 70 days without rain. In Surrey.
Mid-off goes back to Smith on the back foot and punching the ball to extra, no run.
What have you been up to? After 100? That was good fun, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Enjoyed
It was a
that.
good final here.
Yeah.
Final match. Can you remember who won?
I can, actually. It was the Manchester...
Forwards and defending the ball back to the bowler.
It was the Manchester Supergiants won. And for the ladies, it was the Trent Rockets.
Yep. I almost forgot, I have to be honest. Cricket comes quick and fast.
Can't beat a bit of test match cricket, though, for me.
Leg slip has moved into silly point. As Smith is driving the ball out to that long off-fielder for a single.
Yeah, not a fan of that, really. As you say, Smith only on 2. And I like that silly point. Because he does just sort of get a bit, you know, sort of puts the bat there a little bit, doesn't it? So there could easily be a little inside edge onto a pad. I always used to like, and now he's gone to short leg for Cox as well. I always used to like having a man around close because you just can't block forward and defence.
Usman Ali, he bowls and Cox defends the ball to the leg side at the end of the over. It's 123 for 5.
Yeah, just put something in your brain as a batter, you know, you feel that presence there.
Well, there was one early from Ali that was bowled to, I think it was Dan Lawrence, that pitched and went up the slope. And I think that just got into his mind. And Dan Lawrence is someone that you can tell when he's looking a little bit fidgety.
Yeah.
And you just, even in the build-up to that run-out, you could sense that he was trying to find a way of asserting himself.
Yeah, well, that's sometimes when you don't quite trust your technique just to defend, you know, good balls, and you're looking to try and, as you say, take a bit of pressure off yourself by being proactive. But then you've got to make sure you're cool, right?
You know, when I said, "Have you been out and about?" I thought you might have been. I thought you were filming something for the show tonight. No?
Oh no, I might be nipping down to have a word with Jack Russell and Emilio Gay's brother.
As Abbas bowls to Smith, who's punching the ball to extra cover, well fielded, no run.
Simeon Gay's here alongside Jack on the gountry doing some painting.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. So I think he's a bit of a painter
I know you
as well.
like your
I do.
painting.
I like a bit of painting.
What did you think of the artwork, James Anderson and Stuart Broad?
I thought it was very good. I thought it looked excellent.
Revealed last night?
Yeah, I thought that was good. At least it looked like them.
As opposed to other paintings where they don't look like.
Yeah, I'm all for a bit of modern art, but...
As Smith defends one to the leg side, that one stayed low, up the slope from Abbas.
An interpretation, obviously, but I interpreted that was James Anderson and Stuart Broad. I could see it.
Yeah, it was quite lifelike, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very good. Nice and tall as well. Nice big. I like a big painting. You know.
I love the Viv Richards one in there.
Yes, I think. Well, there's some belters in there. Yeah, but yeah, I like something that covers a wall. You know. If you're going to paint something, make it big. That's my.
So have you got some big paintings?
Yeah.
That you've painted?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're going to splash it about,
yeah,
do a lot of it.
2 slips in a gully. Smith Oh, that's the outside edge found. Looking to turn that ball to the leg side. Mohamed Abbas, he's got his rhythm up here, bowling that one slightly fuller. And found the outer part of the bat and somehow ended up at extra cover.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that. Your heart's in your mouth when you're looking to play across that front pad to Mohamed Abbas, because you know he's going to be there or thereabouts. Very rarely does he just drift down that leg side.
So come on then, Tuppers, what kind of paintings are they?
A bit abstract, mixed media.
Oh. Yeah. Are you painting something in front of you, or is it just from your brain, creative?
Yeah, something, a spark from the brain travels down the old left arm.
As Smith inside edges this defensive shot to mid-wicket, no run.
And comes out
there you go.
On the end of your fingers,
a bit like when you were bowling.
Absolutely. You know, you just...
Are you visualise your bowling when you're painting?
Not really.
No, okay.
No, but you are sort of... It's lovely. I really love it. It's so... What's the word? Cathartic.
Calming.
Cathartic, is that the right word?
Peaceful.
Yes, and you just get into it, and you know, and the next thing you know, this thing starts to sort of appear in front of you, and then other little bits of inspiration come in, you know, and the next thing you know, you've got this thing.
So how do people? So if you have people have a look at it and interpret it in their own way.
Yes, yes. Well, the Times came down another. The Times came down.
So what do they
make?
What do they say?
Well, every painting should, my tutor, have like a name, and I was struggling for the name, and then the chap came down and said,
as Mohamed Abbas moves in here, past the stumps to Smith, who's defending the ball to the leg side, no run.
And he said, "Oh, Phil, it's like a whirling window into your soul," which I thought was very good.
Wow.
Yes. In other words, it was a great big circle. But it was a good circle.
What colour was the circle?
Well, it was red.
Okay.
It's a little bit like a cricket ball sort of thing. But
does that represent rage?
Well, I don't know. I don't really go into it that deep, you know. And it all had sort of different colours, and there was a sort of bright yellow in the middle, the centre, and then sort of going out into red. And it was very nice. I enjoyed it.
2 slips in a gully for Smith on the back foot and defending the ball to the offside. Ringfield here for Mohamed Abbas and keeping their control. Pakistan 123 for 5.
I'm now in my square phase.
As opposed to circles.
my circle phase.
I think Dan Norcross is going to continue this conversation, which should be interesting.
Yeah. No, I think everyone should give it a go. It's great. No, I'm going to be down there at tea having a... Well, Jack, of course, is an absolute master, isn't he? He's done all those wonderful paintings of cricket grounds around the world. So I'm going to be down there and having a look.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yes, Jack's done. Yeah, Jack's done loads.
Well, you were on the telly doing pictures, weren't you?
Yeah, yes, I enjoy it. I enjoy it. It's lovely.
So sort of therapeutic.
Absolutely.
Because Jack Russell... He sort of taught Graham Fowler how to paint.
There you go. There's a few cricketers who do. Yeah.
He went round to his place. They had these painting sessions, and he swore by it, did Foxy?
Absolutely.
Right, Usman, still in the attack from the pavilion end. Game is sort of grinding to a halt from England point of view. As forward in defence comes Cox and pushes the ball to short leg, and there's no run.
It takes you away from
the hustle and bustle, the hurly-burly, the argy-bargy. Yeah, all of those rhyming things.
Yes,
yep.
You know, having to go out and face quick bowling and all that.
Here comes Usman again. This is pushed into the offside by Cox, who's got a run. He moves to 44. He finds a gap square of the wicket from the offside, and takes that single. So did you do it while you were playing, as well as... No, so this is something you've come to.
Well, I always did a little bit,
Well,
but then
doodling.
Yeah, messing
caricatures.
About. Yes, messing about while you're on the phone.
Yes, I know. But now it's become a sort of
reset. I've left it off. I've left it out. I must get back into it actually, because I'd recommend anyone to do it.
Here comes Usman, and he's pushed into the offside, straight to short extra cover, no run. So after a long day of squawking here, with all the stresses and strains of the cold face of cricket commentary.
Well, I don't particularly do it in the evening.
Oh, right, OK.
Other things to be done, like dinner. And
oh, yes, of course, yes. Dinner, carousing, yes.
But if you get a spare hour and a half...
Smith is in.
That's a bit
edging past slip. The left hand of slip, it's running down towards the boundary. It might make it all the way there. It does. It was a tentative push. was in the air. I'm not sure if it carried to slip. It's brought in 4 runs, but another false shot. We've seen a lot of false shots and a lot of edges today. Just take a look at that, and it's a bit of turn.
Ooh, lovely.
And I don't know if that's carried or not, which isn't very helpful to the listener, is it? No, it hasn't. It's just bounced in front of left hand of slip.
What he does get is a nice bit of up and down there, a nice bit of flight there. He was deceived in the flight, and then there's just that little bit of turn.
In comes Usman once again. It's defended around the front pad to short mid-wicket. 128 for 5 with that 4.
Don't mind seeing that first day as a little twiddly.
No, but who have England got to twiddle? They've got Lawrence and Root.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it one of these things which Shane Warne used to say? I think comes Usman. Down the wicket comes Smith, and he drives in with control along the ground up to wide, long off, takes a single. Where they say, if it seems, it spins. Well, you see, I was always a bit sceptical of that cliche until, weirdly, in researching a man called David Ogilvy, who played for Australia in 1977-78.
What, not the Saints brother?
No. This man has a claim to having one of the most exciting test careers all time. Ian Ogilvy. He was the return of the Saint, the original Saint.
Oh,
the original Saint was Roger Moore. But yeah, Ian Ogilvy. Not Ian Ogilvy, no.
Sorry.
David Ogilvy. He played 5 tests for Australia.
Yes.
And 4 of them are among the most remarkable test matches to have been played. Very, very exciting career. He, incidentally, averaged 17 with a bat and didn't bowl. But the 5 games he played was fun. But the point was, I was researching him for a thing I was doing. I know it makes me sound quite mad, doesn't it? Yeah. Now I said it out loud. But it made me go and watch the highlights of the Sydney Test of Brisbane Test of 1977.
Okay.
Where it was a green top, and Bishan Bedi got it turning a mile.
Did he?
He did. On the first day, on the very first day.
Yeah.
As Muhammad Ali is in, first ball driven up to wide mid-off, but straight to the field. It's a nice shot, that, from Smith for no run. Left arm tweak.
Oh, lovely. Well, flight bowler.
Lots of flight.
Oh, beautiful.
Lots of flight.
I got it zipping.
Yeah.
Well, in theory, it should sort of dig in.
Exactly, because there'll be a bit of something for it to grip on.
Yes.
If the seam grips.
Yeah.
And it really did.
If it's really, was it green? Was it?
It was green.
Oh, was it green? Well, yeah, because sometimes then that skids. But I've done some of my best work when actually haven't spun too many balls like that, because then it does get a bit tricky. I think, like, if it's the odd ones skidding on. Yeah, that's sometimes when it's really nice to bowl as a spin bowler, because the odd one skids and thumps into the pad, and then you flight one, and the odd one grips and turns away.
Right.
Yeah, you don't mind that. Sometimes when if it's dry and everyone's spinning, the batters get into that sort of rhythm.
And you turn it too much sometimes,
Well, can never turn it too much.
There's been a little break in play while Mohamed Abbas had the ball inspected, but it's all fine. He's in now with 2 slips and a gully. And awkwardly played by Smith, a ball that jags back into him a little bit. He stabs it into the ground, picked up by the wicketkeeper Rizwan, just a couple of paces moving to his left. Anyway, among the things I saw on the highlights of this, Bishan Bedi doing it, and of course the seam bowlers getting a bit of purchase. But also, back in those days, we didn't have a sponge, of course. And what they did have was metal boundary boards.
Yes.
So, you'd have all the advertising,
yes,
but they'd be made of this bendy metal.
I've thrown myself into a couple of those.
Well, Madden Lowell did. when the aforementioned David Ogilvy hit his first runs, 4 down to the deep backward point. In comes Mohamed Abbas, that's defended on the front foot into the offside, picked up at short point, and there's no run. He went chasing off the ball, and he dived foot first, and then got his right leg stuck because it bent the sheet of the metal open, and then it closed down on it, a little bit like the Bumble story, but this time for a foot.
Yeah.
And then 4 players had to come and extract his leg from underneath.
Like a bear.
Like a bear trap, yes. Yes.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of interesting stuff to be found out there, So you can mock me looking at the 1977 Brisbane Test match.
Nearly got his foot chopped off.
It did. There's another ball. It's defended awkwardly by Smith. Looking to work it sort of into the onside. But there've been a few England players today who've been defending with the bat coming from sort of gully across and then almost making the bat twist round.
Trying to catch up with the hands. Yeah, not quite coming down the right line.
Where's the elbow? Where's this elbow?
Yeah, just trying to swizzle it with the hands.
They are swizzling it. The man who might be able to explain that is about to come on. Michael Vaughan is replacing Phil Tufnell as Mohammed Abbas. He's in once more, and Smith reaches for this in defence on the front foot and pushes again to short point. There's no run. 129 for 5. Started the session on 80 for 4. It's been slow going, and to illustrate that, Andy, Jordan Cox was on 38 of 38, and he's now on 44 of 86. So he's hit his last 6 runs in 48 balls.
Correct.
Which, I mean, look, it's not Baz ball, and it is soaking up the pressure, and it is digging in, but they're also going nowhere. 129 for 5. So Mohammed Abbas is in again to complete the over, and again Smith with his bottom hand coming off the bat comes forward and pokes the ball up to short mid-on. There's no run. Michael Vaughan is alongside us. I was just talking to Phil Tufnell about the defence, forward defensive techniques of Cox, Lawrence and Smith. And now these bats seem to, they don't come with the face of the bat facing the ball. They seem to come across it, and shape is getting lost a bit. Is that an optical illusion?
Well, I think it's a sign of the ball doing a little bit as well. Dare I say, it's sometimes because of the slope here at Lord's.
Oh, there's a slope?
Yes, we're allowed to say that because there is. And maybe head position. I think they're covering themselves for that ball on and around just outside the off stump, so they're trying to cover that. So the ball's a little bit straighter. Their right eye's a little bit more over to the offside, so they're kind of playing across those straight balls.
Right. But it's not been very gainly, let's put it that way. As Cox faces up to Usman, and he's just pulled a short ball out through deep mid-wicket for 4. That ball scurried on a little bit, but it was way too short from Usman. He's not bowled many bad balls today, but that was quite definitely one of them, and Cox was onto it quickly. It'll relieve a bit of pressure and take him to 48, 133 for 5.
Well, they'd brought a deep backward square leg, so the boundary's there for Cox to try and take on. There's no fielders out there. I don't know why Pakistan are doing that, because they're putting this squeeze on England.
So Usman has found a bit of turn on this, the first day of the test. He's in. It's a flat ball which is thumped through mid-wicket for 4 more. And that brings up Jordan Cox's 50 from 88 balls. He started rapidly. He went very, very slowly over the last 45 balls or so, and now his last 2 gifts have taken him to his half-century, another half-century, second of the series after the 70-odd he got in the first match at Leeds. And he's holding England's batting together here at the moment. Wasn't a great ball, but it was well put away, and it can't be that easy to do when you've scored 6 off your last 48 balls and then just pounce when the moment arises. Still no change in the field as Usman is in once more, and that's fuller and better, and he has to defend on the front foot this time up to short extra cover. 137 for 5 with that boundary. Cox to 52.
Yeah, 88 balls. That was his 7th 4, his second 50 in back-to-back test innings, in his second and third tests.
In comes Usman once again. Back into his crease he goes and pushes the ball for a single. There's a great big gap through wide mid-off. It's a fielder at long off has to come in from the pavilion, do the fielding, sends a throw into the keeper's end. They take 1, and that has been something that has been missing in England's play. That, for example, something that Joe Root is so good at, Michael, is even when it's difficult and run boundaries aren't coming, being able to find ways of taking a run. As in comes Usman once again, gets back into his crease, Smith, and smashes his through point for 4. That's the 3rd drag down of the over from Usman, who up until then had been really tidy, but he's just lost his length in this over, conceded a 3rd boundary. Smith goes to double figures to 11, 142 for 5. And I raise it because I think of people like, say, Jacob Bethel. He's got an astoundingly low strike rate off non-boundary balls. As you look at someone like Joe Root, for example, you know, he always finds a way of getting the scoreboard moving and ticking, and England have just got a bit stuck here until this over. They haven't been able to find that, you know, get off strike, rotate strike shot. As Usman is in again, forward comes Smith, defending on the front foot, back to the bowler. End of an over that cost 13 runs, 142 for 5, Smith 11, Cox 53.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see Ali Usman, he's angry with that over. It's just, I feel that the move to bring deep backward square up offered England a couple of boundaries, and he was doing such a good job. You don't expect your spinner to get 3 or 4 wickets today, but if you can hold an end, and the only thing that really as a skipper you're asking him to do is just plug yourself in at that end, and just, if we have to be a little bit semi-negative with the field, so you bowl a long spell so we can rotate the seamers, that's what we're going to have. Remember, they've only got 4 bowlers, and then by going on the attack to Cox and giving him those 2 easy boundaries, and then gets another one away, Jamie Smith, that's exactly what England need and exactly what Pakistan don't need. Change of bowler from the nursery stand then. Muhammad Ali is back into the attack.
I like watching Muhammad Ali. I said to Tuffers, there's possibly laughably, there's something of Shoaib Akhtar's bowling action to him. You see what I mean? As this arm goes pouring away as he's in from the nursery end, strikes the pad, the ball rolls down to the keeper, shy at the stumps, misses, but Smith was quickly alert to the possibility of a leg bye there. Was it a leg bye? Was a leg bye.
I get you, Dan. There's an element of his run-up that is Shoaib-like, and that's pretty much where it stops.
That's where it is. Yeah, I mean, it stops at the crease.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a sort of barrel-chested coming out up front.
Yeah.
The arms, the shoulders back, the pawing away. But really, yeah, the outcome is not very Akhtarian.
He appeared in a stat alongside Michael Holding as well.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's in,
so can add back to the list.
He's in good company today. Well, let's come back to that. Here's Muhammad Ali in down the leg side, flicked away through mid-wicket, lovely shot, 2 full, and it's going to bring Smith 4 through quite a straight mid-wicket. And there've been four balls in the last 8 balls, which has rather ruined the pressure that Pakistan were exerting on England. 147 for 5, Smith to 15.
Yeah, and I think Pakistan with this attack, they would know that when you win the toss, I think 150 for 5, England have done pretty well, because there has been movement out there, and Pakistan would have hoped to get England out for around 180, 200. They may still do if they get everything right, but England are on the way to getting beyond 225, and that's probably, you would think about pars around there.
Muhammad Ali in again. This is defended back to the bowler, no run. I mean, the direction of travel of Lord's tests feels to me, notwithstanding the aberration of the test match against New Zealand, I'm thinking of the World Test Championship last year, where first innings was quite low. Actually, the problem for Australia was that they then bowled South Africa out too quickly in the second innings of the match.
Yeah.
The pitch still had something in it, and then it completely flattened out, didn't it? Does it feel like that sort of a pitch, or do you think it'll still offer?
Well, the problem, Mohamed Abbas is the standout bowler, and he's looked very threatening. I think England have got 4 of that standard of bowler.
Here is Muhammad Ali. In again. Oh, and he pushes at this. There's Smith, and it goes between bat and pad on the ground. It's not cleanly taken by Rizwan. Rolls away into the offside, but they don't take the run.
Yeah, I think Joe Root will have backup at either end. You know, Ollie Robinson's going to bowl well on here. He bowled great against New Zealand. Gus Atkinson bowls well here. Pretty much picks up wickets at will here at the home of cricket. Josh Tong's in the form of life, and Jofra is Jofra. So.
Yeah. So it's a nice attack to have.
Yeah, Joe Root's got a nice attack to have on this kind of surface. And there's going to be clouds around, so it's not suddenly going to be a complete road.
Here comes Muhammad Ali. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point cover mid-off. Full ball driving. Smith misses through to the keeper. There's no run. He practices a more murderous shot. I'm sure you have spotted. Have you seen that Surrey's new signing Henry Crocombe, still playing for Sussex, got a hat-trick today?
Yes, I did notice that.
Because I saw him earlier this season, and he was definitely the point of difference bowler when he was playing against Surrey. It's a really, he's got a bit of something to him. He might be another one of these guys who just gets a bit of nip.
Another one that Surrey have nicked, yeah.
Yes, it's necessary at the moment. You see where they are.
I have noticed that as well. Dan.
Yes, it's been very good of you not to bring it up. Last ball of the over. Muhammad Ali in to Smith. Smith is edging and it goes flying down to the boundary for 4. I think he's got an edge on that. He has. And I wonder if Mohamed Rizwan might have done a bit better with that. It was a tough, low chance. Away to his right. It's brought up England's 150. It's a streaky boundary for Smith. He goes to 19. And I'm going to make way now for Jonathan Agnew, but I'm just going to pause before he gets on just to see this replay if that was a chance. Because it's a healthy nick, and it is. No, it's. Oh, well, he slightly overdived it, hasn't he?
I reckon that's gone straight through him.
I think it has. I mean, he's dived past it. And I think that would have carried if he. I mean, he's completely misjudged his dive. Anyway, Jonathan Agnew will have a view on that. I'm getting out of the way.
It was a weird one, that, John. I mean, he kind of went.
Was it one of those that swerves after the ball pitched, I wonder, on its way through to the keeper?
But he went right, and then I think it'd have had to have gone forward, kind of at right angles in
It's a spin up. Usman, and his first ball's pushed into the offside.
The best way to explain it, he's dived 90 degrees right, and I think if it had dived 45 degrees right, kind of forward, I think it would have carried and gone straight into the. I don't know why he went with one hand.
A bit wrong-footed, I think, wasn't he? Usman round the wicket, left arm spin bowls, and Cox on the back foot picks up a single, forcing the ball down the ground to laugh. Been a battle today for England. Pakistan has stuck to their task pretty well. It's not been flawless. As that point shows there, I think he just got it wrong, didn't he? But it's in the replay again there. Diving to his right, Usman again bowls short, and that's forced off the back foot. That's a nice shot. Smith will have 4 for that. Ball just creeping up to the boundary. Goes to 23. So he breezed to his first 1,000 runs of Test cricket very quickly, but he's averaging about 21 or 22 off his last 11 Test matches. So it's dried up a bit.
His first 13 Tests he passed 1,000 runs. Joint quickest of any wicketkeeper to reach 1,000, averaged 55 in that time. Coming into this game, his 11 Tests since then averaged 21.
Usman swings the left arm, slip goes down now. Smith just lobs onto the front foot there, the ball rolls away.
You look at the score, Aggers, 156 for 5, and then you put Dan Lawrence drop to Goober at mid-wicket on 10. That last one, the no balls, fumbles in the field. Pakistan, if they'd have been electric in the field, they could easily have had England 160 for 7 or 8.
Usman again. And he's hit that slightly cross-batted into the leg side. Abbas is after it. Down the hill he goes, picks the ball up in front of the mound stand. It's a tentative throw back there. It's a bit of a dribbler into the keeper. I think he's perhaps preserving his arm. And, take 2 more, 158 for 5. I'm glad the cricket regulator is here, because I've got a job for him. He's the man who investigates all the disciplinary matters. It's a serious breach in this commentary box that I want him to investigate. As Usman flicked away down the ground, might have got one there. It's Abbas, but they don't take it. This is a job for the cricket regulator. I mean, he's in form at the moment. He's got a bit going on, so he's in good nick.
Someone's been nicking cakes.
Somebody's eaten half one of those pieces of tiffin and put the other half back in the tin. It's disgraceful.
Sackable.
I mean, if Alex Hartley were here, no question, I know who it would be. But she's not.
Who are your candidates?
Well, I'd just be disappointed because they're all friends of mine. I just think it's really bad behaviour. Tufnell's quite high up. How can you eat half of a square of tiffin and put the other half back in the tin?
Norcross.
He wouldn't do that, would he? None of his upbringing.
Zaltzman.
I'd be disappointed if it around his Zaltzman. He likes his food, you know. He's a bit of a trenchman. 158 for 5, and we've got Muhammad Ali coming in from the nursery end.
The problem with your investigation, Jonathan, will be that I hope you've got cameras in there, because we do have a lot of visitors.
Well, that'd be poorer form. If we get the visitor to our box, the hallowed.
Well, maybe
the
they just
hallowed
nipped in and just had half.
Well, disappointing. Liz, I can only apologise if you're listening.
Alison.
Jenny seemed a bit disappointed. Isha.
Candidate.
She can't. She can't. She's still wearing an anorak. It's about 28 degrees in here. Right, Muhammad Ali's on his way, trudging in. He gets there now and he bowls on the off stump. It's fiddled away down to backward point by Cox, and there's no run. 158 for 5.
I'm going to say for this attack, I just look at Rizwan, that last one that kind of went through him, and I think as a cordon, I think you've got to come up because we've seen a few where the player has kind of defended the ball and the outside edge has been found today. It's dropping short.
Yeah.
All right. If a big drive comes and the ball flies, well, you've just got to kind of hope that you can grab it. But you're there for those kind of really good balls, a bit of a defensive shot. You've got to put yourself in the right zone to make those carry.
And they're only sort of lively, medium pace, really, aren't they? Muhammad Ali bowls again on the off stump, and back goes Cox. Fielded that there at mid off, 82 miles an hour. That one. Lovely sound of Lord's. Contented murmur.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Sounds great to have this window open.
Oh, the chant from the Pakistan fans. Pakistan Zindabad. I didn't hear any of that at Headingley.
No, there weren't many Pakistan supporters there, wasn't there?
Usually at Headingley you get plenty.
Yeah. Ali again. Starts with a long run for the pace that he generates. Anyway, he's there now and he bowls on the off stump. A good ball though. That moved away and bounced. Shows maybe that's the right pace. If that's 81 miles an hour, maybe that's sort of kissing the surface. And that length, maybe that's the length that England should be looking at bowling themselves. That bounced.
I like that carry as well. It went through nicely to the keeper.
I was talking to Graham Gooch at tea.
Oh yeah?
About all sorts of things. But he was in the huddle this morning, that is hallowed ground, isn't it? Sacred turf to get invited into the team huddle. And Ali bowls again, one that bounces. And Cox, who's been there a long time now, quite surprised by that. So taken by the keeper. So we're finding out all about that. And he has, because he showed, well, he didn't actually whip it out at breakfast, but he has about his person a very special piece of cricketing memorabilia that he's going to be using to raise some money. And I just wonder, Andy, I'm going to give you sort of five things. If you had to go through cricket history and think of, cool, that would be special to have that. There's Ali bowling, and that's a run away down to Gully. And there's no run. Good over from Muhammad Ali, who's standing here with his hands on his hips. Cox isn't engaging. Something that's unique. Like that Brian Lara T-shirt that I had when he got 375, and he signed it, and I put it in the washing machine. This is not being through a washing machine. This is, well, it'd be right up there as one of the items to own of cricket memorabilia, I reckon.
It's not David Lloyd's box from when he was hit in the groin by Jeff Thompson.
It's not that, no. This is going back
I don't
further.
think it hit him in the groin.
Right.
This is going back further.
Oh, further than that?
Yeah. This is special.
The original Ashes. Has he nicked them out of the
Well, no, he hasn't got
museum
that.
now?
Stop one of W.G. Grace's fake beards.
Not at all. They were using the life of Brian, weren't they?
What about the umpire's jacket from Shakil Rana?
That would be good.
Yes.
That would be good. No, this is older than that.
Okay, so we're going...
Come on, as schoolboys, Zoltz, as schoolboys. I'm bracketing you in the same age group.
The 70s?
What was earlier than that? What was one of the great feats that we have taught about is a new over from Curran, who's taken the place of the spinner now, and the first ball edged by Smith, and there's no run. We've actually talked about it being on somebody else during the course of this programme. But not that particular one.
A jumper.
Correct.
It's Jim Laker's jumper.
Correct.
How's he got that?
Jim Laker's sweater from 1956.
Wow.
In which he took 19 wickets against the Aussies. He had it in a plastic bag at breakfast this morning. There's Curran bowling. Oh, a magnificent shot. Smith there driving out through extra cover. He's really full follow through. He's really hit that hard. He really meant it. 162 for 5.
John, how has Gucci ended up with that jumper?
He's going to tell me all about it. And it's going to be auctioned to raise funds for the PCA. Jim Laker's jumper. It'll be authenticated, I'm sure. I think he got it from his niece, something like that. I think some sort of connection there. But that's not bad, is it? I mean, along with, I don't know, Don Bradman's cap or something. I mean, it's up there, isn't it? Here's Khurram bowling, and Smith drives into the onside this time. Muhammad Abbas goes down and then has to get up again, so you've got a bit of a hand on it.
They're an amazing fielding side, Pakistan, because they do a lot of diving, but every time they dive, you just know they're not going to stop it.
Yes, well, he got something on it. He didn't go for 4 anyway, but the second very hostile shot there from Smith, driving hard. So what would you pay for? What would you pay for Jim Laker's Old Trafford jumper?
It's got to be worth quite a bit, isn't it?
Well, I'd have thought so.
Is it mounted or?
I haven't seen it.
I haven't. Is the ball with it as well?
I don't think so. Khurram bowls outside the off stump, keeps a bit low there as Smith has nothing to do with it.
And if you can't afford Jim Laker's jumper, there's another auction lot at a charity auction, cricket related. There's a cricket related Taskmaster evening at Lord's for the Lord's Taverners next week, in which you can bid for the shirt I wore in the Taskmaster Champion of Champions show, which was a
right.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not quite in the Jim Laker.
It's up there with Jim Laker.
Yeah, handwritten certificate of authenticity.
Right. Which one was it? I suspect I've probably seen it.
It was bright red. So I did the main series. I did series 18. I did in full white cricket whites.
Yes.
And the Champions is one show. So I thought I'd get a one-day cricket kit made. And bright red with the Taskmaster logo on.
Yeah.
And anyway, the shirt is being auctioned off for Lord's Taverners next week.
Wow.
So you're against Jim Laker.
Yeah, that sounds like a very good cause. It's Khurram, and bowls, and Smith a little squared up. Plays that out towards cover. And of course, there's been one or two disciplinary issues around the England camp. Graham's tour of Australia in 1990 was a lively one. So I might talk a little bit about how he instilled discipline on his team. And
that's the aeroplane tour.
Gowra's flying his Tiger Moth. Tuffers was sectioned. There's a bit going on. They didn't win a single game.
Well, it's the norm, isn't it?
Yeah. Robert Asquith threw an aeroplane round Perth with a banner saying Gowra is innocent, OK. Here's Khurram. So driven away down towards Wyberton. Oh dear, poor old Abbas is after this. Just gaining some speed up now. Gets down towards the boundary. And they'll come back for a very easy 3.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, it was.
Just on the up, just kind of just shutting the blade of the bat to find the gap. He's looking nice here. Jamie Smith has moved to 34 from 43.
But like all-rounders, when one part of your game is good, the other part is good too, isn't it? And if he knows he's keeping wicket nicely.
Oh, his keeping's been fantastic so far this summer.
Yeah. So it might just free up his batting.
So you're gonna question Graham about the discipline side.
I just wonder how he
in a side that has the odd character that's a bit off the rails.
Yeah. How he imposed discipline on that team, especially at Carrara when Gowra Morris took off in those Tiger Moths.
I mean, just getting cuffed outside a nightclub in Derby is just small fry compared to that, isn't it?
Flying an airplane. He wants to take water bombs up with him. Do you know, out of all the people who dealt with in the game, and my memory is now utterly hopeless. In fact, usually I can't remember why I've gone upstairs or whatever. I still remember the name of David's pilot that day. It's just so. This is in 1990. This is a thick edge down towards Gully.
And there's no ball to move here, Aggers, you know.
His name was Bruce McGarvey. It's still there. I don't know if Bruce is still flying or not, but he advised David against taking water bombs up and chucking him on the pitch. John Morris scored 100 in that game and never played for England again. That's discipline.
But didn't he have to? He got the X's. Didn't he pay for it through his X's that he'd got?
Oh
early,
yeah. Peter Lush, the manager, paid out thinking he was giving David his meal allowance. He bustled out of the airfield, gave Bruce his money, and round they went. It was one of the funniest days ever. This is Muhammad Ali being tucked away into the onside. So a couple were here. They run quickly, which they do.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali's just. I mean, that was a good shot from Jamie Smith. It was a bit short, but he's just getting the ball to move quite late away from the right-handers. How long were they in this? Did they do quite a few laps, or was it just a quick up and down?
Oh well, they went round, and then it's like an AFL ground or rugby league with floodlights, like here, and they went warm through the floodlights at one end, over the pitch, and then waggled the wings as they went through the floodlights at the other end. It's a great fly past. And Robin Smith and Alan Lamb.
Did they have any message coming off the back of the plane? No.
They had their bats like guns going poof, 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 looking to shoot them as they came down. Here's Muhammad Ali, and that's more runs off the inside edge this time. Though Muhammad Ali's holding his head in his hands again, and they take a couple of runs. But of course, no, dear old Graham, and they didn't know. They didn't know.
That's a 50 partnership in 11.1 overs.
So he went round and broke the news. I remember Mickey Stewart, we're in sort of like a gymnasium there, everyone like naughty schoolboys waiting for this press conference. And someone said, what about that fly past then, Mickey? That was all very stirring. He said, oh, yes, marvellous. And it's the old tiger moths. So I said, yeah, but David Gower was flying one of them. And you see these faces become very set. There's Ali, bowls. Oh, it's a good ball. It's held its own there and beats the outside edge. Smith coming forward. And Mickey got up and he sort of bustled out of this press conference. I say it was in a gym, so you could hear it echoing. And he shouted, "Where's Gower?" down the corridor towards the England dressing room. Somebody, I mean, the least likely response about where Gower was at the time was, "He's gone for a run, Mickey." Gower never went for a run in his life. He was down at the airfield having more photographs taken. Anyway, as Graham arrived, no, he is at the back. Didn't go down very well at the time. So anyway, we'll talk discipline with Graham Gooch. Oh, that's nicely played. A little late open face there from Smith. Runs the ball down through third man. I think that was more or less where he was aiming. He's waited very late, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. He's played that.
Yeah.
I mean, Muhammad Ali is on his knees because he thinks it's kind of a bit of bad fortune for him, but if you watch this again, he just glides it.
Yeah, he's played that really nicely. Held the pose. Yeah, very nice.
That's when Smith becomes really dangerous because he scores so quickly.
He can't believe it. He's doubled up. He's almost beating the ground with his fists.
Only a few hours ago that Babar Azam had the biggest smile on his face when he won the toss.
That was lovely though, wasn't it?
Laughing.
175 for 5. Smith on 42. Then in goes Muhammad Ali. Bowls on the leg. That was a poor ball, I'm afraid. No pressure on Smith there. Tucks it away through straight mid-wicket. They'll come back for another 3. No, it's 2. Will have got there just in time. 2 more. Just off target there.
I think when Smith's playing that kind of shot, you know he's in real good flow.
Yeah.
Good rhythm, nice balance.
He's got 37 off his last 23 balls.
Had any digital online bids for your shirt yet?
I believe it's a live auction at the charity event next.
And that's
next
at Lord's, yeah?
Next Thursday evening at Lord's.
So where's Graham's jumper going to get auctioned? Is that on mine or?
He'll tell us.
Okay. I can see he's got a bag. Is it in there?
I just want to touch it.
It's there. I think it's in that bag.
Yeah, I'll say so. Black zip-up bag. Right, here's the first ball of the next over. The last 4T this will be. Driven down to mid-on by Cox.
Oh, he's opening it. He's opening the bag.
Well, It's not a supermarket bag, I'm pleased to report. That would have been terrible. Lidl or something. Oh, there it is. It's in some cellophane. Oh, it's in one of the little zip up packing bags. You're going to have to get it out, Graham. I need to touch it. I need to hold it. I need to feel it. It's that lovely creamy coloured one as well, isn't it? Like the one that Stuart Broad's wearing in the portrait. Curran on the leg stump, tucked away. Oh, they do take Abbas on this time. He was lurking there rather at mid-on, having a little doze, and they picked him out.
I must admit, I love the colours of the cream,
yes,
woolly sweater.
Yeah.
My first Yorkshire sweater was that colour. I think my first England sweater was that, yeah. My first England sweaters were like that, yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yes.
That is Jim Laker's sweater. 1956. Look at that. It's not Kent and Kerwin, because the ones that we had made were by a company called Kent and Kerwin. This is made by Simpson of Piccadilly. There you go. This is run away down to backward point. And there's no run. That's a proper Simpsons of Piccadilly. That's a proper tailor's, isn't it? Crown. And 3 lions. It's beautiful. 1956. Well, I'm looking forward to talking to Graham about that. And there is stitched me up slightly with a postcard here from Michael Aspel. I'm thinking, no, it's not Michael Aspel, is it? Is that Michael Aspel? Really? Here's Curran bowling, and it's played away down to mid-on, and there's no run. So this... Oh. So Michael Aspel owned it. And this letter of authenticity is written to Jim Laker's niece, saying that I can confirm I bought that cricket sweater on the understanding that it was indeed Jim Laker's, and that he wore it in that sensational match in 1956. I wore it a few times in charity games. This is Michael Aspel. Bring that towards mid-off. And there's no run. And he gave it to the Lord's Taverners. And there we are. There we are. That's one out. That was written in 2020.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
It is. It is. You see him. He walked off with that when he took his 10th wicket. He slung that over his shoulder and walked off. No high fives, no kissing the badges. He just slung it over his right shoulder and walked off. That very sweater. Now Curran hits the pad this time as Smith tries to deflect the ball away into the leg side. He better not lose that letter, Graham. There we are. And he wasn't Victor. He was an off spinner. He turned the ball.
But it's right. The modern player is really missing out on getting a piece of kit like this.
I know. And then, as Stuart was explaining in the interview at lunchtime, of course it's a coronet now. It's not the crown, which it used to be on these sweaters. But yeah, isn't that lovely? Not a advert or a sponsor in sight. Now it's down the leg side, and a swish from Cox makes no contact, and that I suspect will be tea, and it is. And there's a photo that Gucci has of Jim walking off with that sweater over his shoulder. He's just taken 10 for. It looks like just a little bowl in the neck, doesn't he?
I like his strides as well. Like a pair of chinos he's wearing.
Yeah, proper creams, I think they would be called.
And the shirt as well.
Yeah,
look at that.
roll-up sleeves.
Oh yeah.
That's all coming at tea, which is about to happen. But before that, Michael, just some thoughts on where we are in this game.
Yeah, England have done well that last hour. Jamie Smith has brought a little bit of a more positive approach. Pakistan will rue a couple of chances. I mean, Rizwan has dropped him, and they dropped Dan Lawrence earlier. They had a period in that session actually where they kind of bowled with a great deal of patience. Ali Usman bowled nicely, Mohammed Abbas, and then they've just allowed England to win that last hour. So from the start of the day when they got those early wickets, I think England will be quietly quite happy to go in at tea, 180 for 5.
Yeah, I think it's been their afternoon, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it has, yeah.
From a real battle this morning.
Well, the problem with Pakistan's attackers is only 4.
Yeah.
3 seamers, 1 outstanding bowler in Mohammad Abbas, and Karan Shahzad and Mohammad Ali are okay, but they're not the quality that we'll see when Josh Tong, Gus Atkinson, Jofra Archer and Ollie Robinson will get the ball in hand. They'll hope it's tomorrow. It might be later today, but yeah, I think England are just ahead of the game at this minute.
At the story of the session, 100 for 1 in 26 overs, 49 for 1 from the first 19, then 51 runs in the last 7 overs.
Yeah, which illustrates perfectly what we were saying. There's an army of ground staff going out, buckets and spades and shovels and brooms, all going about their business. The fourth umpire making sure that everything's done correctly. And there'll be a break of 20 minutes. The sun's out at the moment. It's lovely. Pretty dark over to our right, and there are some showers around, some quite hefty ones. But let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope that all will be well. So I'm looking forward to this. It's always nice to see my old friend Graham anyway. And before play, well, you may have noticed that there was a former England captain as part of the team huddle, because Graham was invited by Joe Root and Marcus Trescothick to join the group to thank him for his support for young and aspiring cricketers through his work with the PCA Cricketers Trust. And Graham's worked very hard on education of young people to best prepare them for the spotlight of the professional game. Interesting topic at the moment, isn't it? The discipline issues around the England side. But Graham is fantastic. We're going to talk about the sweater in a minute. First of all, in the huddle, in the sanctum. So what was it like in there?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Aggers. Lovely to be here in the TMS box. I came to the ground to present this cheque for £20,000 from my Graham Gooch Foundation to the Cricketers Trust. They generally use it for things like alcohol awareness courses, gambling awareness courses.
They've not been spending very much recently.
And yeah, very well. Yeah, that's another question. But anyway, so it's my way of putting something back into the game. We started the charity 24 years ago, and amazingly, it's still going. I think you've been to a couple of gigs for me, various. And I came to the ground hoping to have a photograph taken, making the presentation of the cheque. I ended up in the huddle, giving them the up and up and speech.
Oh, do you give it?
Yes, well, sort of. Right. Yes, a minor one, but it was very nice.
Off the cuff.
It was very nice. There's only two people that were there when I was still with England, 2014 after Australia. Obviously Joe Root and Mark Saxelby, the masseur. Yeah. So that was a lovely touch, and we had a nice photo. And of course, all these players may or may not benefit from the Cricketers Trust in years to come, and they might support it, because the Cricketers Trust, through the PCA, as you know, give these educational courses to young women and men's cricketers in academies. They also help players who fall on hard times, and they also help ex-players who maybe need medical assistance, i.e. someone like David Lawrence.
Correct. Yes. I mean, it's amazing how the PCA has grown from when we were playing, isn't it? I mean, I think it was a tiny little organisation then, wasn't it? Jack Bannister was the secretary. John Arlott, I think, was the president. There's a meeting once a year at Edgbaston.
I remember.
Used to turn up, and that was it. You never really heard from them again. But now it's really grown into this benevolent trust they have, isn't it? They're looking after. I mean, it really touches my part when we talk about it. When it is the families of maybe cricketers who've died and are really on hard times. You know, that this trust it covers all sorts of things.
Yeah, and it helps present players. It helps future players by education, hopefully, and players who've given good service to their counties and to their country, who might need some sort of financial support and backing, in terms of medical help and all those sort of things. So I'm really honoured to be able to help them through my Graham Gooch Foundation. I also support the Essex and women's and men's academies. So when I started this 2002, I never ever thought we'd still be going in 2026.
What motivated you to do it? I mean, you're very driven by this, aren't you?
Well, it's really just, it sounds simple, trying to put something back in the game. And I've found over the years that myself and Julia have run functions and whatever, and people are very generous at supporting the cause. You have to learn that you have to give people in functions a good time. If you give them a good time, they will come back and support. Yes. But they've been very, very generous, and we've managed to help, lots of different cricketers, as I've already alluded to, in the PCA and the Cricketers Trust. And we'll continue to do it as long as we get support. So
is it getting harder to get that support?
No, I don't think so. actually.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I got a function on the 24th of September. It's completely sold out, and we're celebrating Essex's 150th
Right.
anniversary.
Excellent.
And as I say, we get great support. So at the moment, we will carry on, and we as cricketers and professional sportsmen. I mean, playing professional sport, I don't know how you felt, is not a job. It's a dream. Really,
Privilege.
it's a dream.
Yeah.
Getting out. Yes, you have your ups and downs. Yes, you have your bad times, but you have lots of fun times. And far as I'm concerned, you'd never change that. So that sort of idea of putting something back in the game, I think still holds fair, and we're happy to do it. And as I say, we get great support from everyone, and hopefully we make a little bit of a difference to some people.
No, it's brilliant. I was saying to Andy Zoltzman, I mean, of all the sort of the cricket memorabilia that you could, if you are someone who collects cricket memorabilia, I mean, to have Jim Laker's jumper, sweater from 1956 when he took 19 wickets. I mean, that is. I can't believe I'm touching it. That is special, isn't it? Because whatever generation you are, you know about that match. If you love cricket, you know all about that game.
Yeah,
and that's remarkable.
It's probably, if not the most iconic performance by an English Test cricketer.
Must be.
It must be.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether when you got your first England sweater, was that from Simpsons?
It wasn't from Simpsons. It
wasn't from
Kenton Kerwin.
Kenton Kerwin, okay. But
Yes.
my one is from Simpsons.
Is it
I've
really?
still got it.
Well, you're much older than me.
I'm not sure this one would fit me, to be honest, but it needs to be a bit bigger.
Yeah.
But
Simpsons of Piccadilly,
yeah.
with England sweater.
Absolutely, and the England blazer, which was like a felt type blazer,
Yeah.
I've still got that. But this came my way by chance. Ryan Tenderskata, captained Essex, who was playing for Essex when I was coach 20 years ago. His next door neighbour was a lady called Linda Cooney, I think. She was friends with Michael Aspel, the television presenter.
Yeah.
Michael bought this, we think. And we saw him about a month ago when Mike Atherton wrote a piece in the Times. We think he may have bought this at Michael played one game for the Lord's Taverners versus Oxford University at Blenheim Palace. I've done the research.
Wow.
At 1980, and we think it might. There's no provenance about it, but we think he might have bought it there. He paid £500 for the sweater on the understanding. You just saw the card.
Yeah.
On the understanding, it was Jim's sweater from that match. Mickey Stewart has spoken to the daughters of Jim Laker. They don't know where it is, so no one knows where it is. So we think it is 100% genuine. So my idea, Ryan gave it to me. And I don't want to get anything out of it. What I would like it to do is to make some money for the Cricketers' Trust.
Right.
So to me, it's a good news story.
Yeah.
Very much, the sweater's been discovered. I'd like it to go to a good home. And I have to say, I've offered it to the Oval. I've offered it to Lord's.
Right.
And I've offered it to Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid all of them have said, we can't afford to buy it.
Ooh.
So, to me, I'm sorry, but that's a disappointment.
Yeah.
So we might have to auction it.
All that money's sloshing around.
Well, I don't know. It's not for me to judge.
No.
But
anyway, so it's up for auction.
It possibly will be, unless we have someone who wants to come in and get a good offer for it. But is there any other memorabilia in English cricket like this?
No, I don't think there is. I mean, I mentioned it. I mean, there's Don Bradman's cap. You think of the great iconic things in cricket that it could be.
I mean,
Brian Lara's bat for 400.
You're a test bowler, right? Although everyone takes the mick, you're a test bowler. Can you imagine taking 19 wickets in one match?
No. And the fellow at the other end, a similar spinner, got only one.
On a turning wicket?
Yeah. But that match was something that we were all brought up on, and I hope kids still are taught about that Test match, although it's a million years ago now. It's still. They used to produce a little pack. I remember sending off one when I was a kid, and you got this sort of folder with the scorecard in it and information and a Jim sort of facsimile autograph and all that sort of stuff. It was so special. So So if someone wants this, if they're going to go before the auction, what do they do? How
they could contact me through the PCA, probably. I'm in the throes of deciding what to do with it. As I said, it's just about raising money for a good cause, rather than me just giving it to somebody. Raising money for a good cause, and of course, Cricketers Trust look after up-and-coming cricketers, educate them, and I think that's a fitting thing for this sweater to help finance.
I think Jim would be chuffed.
Yeah,
actually.
Hopefully. Played for Essex as well, you know that?
After
I forgot
Surrey.
he
did, of course he
Yeah.
did. He had an argument with Surrey, didn't he? And he left and went up to Essex.
Probably.
I think
know.
it was.
Probably about the money. We didn't get paid much in them days, did we? Don't know how much you got paid in the first.
I suspect rather less than you did, Graham, but there we go.
I can tell you exactly. I got £1,045 for the season, in my first season.
How old were you then?
20.
I got 20 quid a week when I signed for Surrey at 16.
Yeah,
that included
a lot of money in those days.
20 quid a week, included board and lodging of Mrs. Bushell. Yeah.
Digs, they used to call them in those days, didn't they?
Yeah,
the digs.
down in Morden. Well, Graham, look, that's brilliant. I did notice, and I don't think you were in the commentary box. I was just setting you up slightly because questions of discipline, and a tour did come up in my mind when you were captain, and it was a tricky one. You had one or two. Not difficult characters maybe to have to handle. So my question would be, how do you, as a captain or a coach, a manager, how do you instill discipline in a team? And I mean, I'm talking obviously about the Ashes tour of 1990, 91, but there was some, not recalcitrant team men in there, but it was an interesting mix of characters, shall we say that? Gower flying his tiger moth, Tuffers disappearing in Perth. I mean, there were incidents, weren't there?
Yeah, I mean, look, David, it's been done to death, the stories, isn't it?
Yes.
And I do lots of sort of 3Gs shows with Gattin, Gower and myself, and because David's made that story into a 20-minute story now,
has he?
And he's done brilliant with it. But the thing is absolutely true about that story. I didn't find out literally till he told me maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
You came up to me at breakfast.
Yeah, and that's right. And only found out that the reason Peter Lush, our manager, was really upset and really annoyed with D.I. Gower was the fact that in that morning he'd gone to him and I said, can I borrow like $60 in cash? And of course the cash was used to pay the pilot for the tiger moth.
I know. I love the fact that you didn't know because we all knew.
Look, we were playing badly and interestingly, I have to say that in David, he had a great tour and he was a fabulous player, obviously one of the greatest I've ever played with. Probably him and Boycott are the two, I really stand out for me. But a bit like England this winter in Australia, things weren't going well on that tour.
No.
Although that game with the tiger moth is the only game we won on the tour.
That's right.
Against Queensland.
Yeah, John Morris got 100.
Yeah, absolutely true. So it's difficult with discipline, isn't it? I mean, you hope young men behave properly. I mean, there's a different era in terms of discipline, not so much discipline, but having social drinks. I tell everyone these days, and your listeners might be surprised, they might already know, you might have already said this. When I first played Test cricket against Australia, 78-9, 79-80, the batting team would go into the fielding team's dressing room at the end of play on maybe day 1, day 2, day 3.
Really?
And have a drink with the opposition, your Dennis Lillies, your Jeffrey Thompsons, your Lenny Pascoes, your Chappell brothers. You would have a drink, a beer, Australian beer that is, of course, and when it happened over here, you would spend an hour or so having a couple of beers with the opposition, talk cricket, and then they'd disappear, and then it'd be no holds barred the next day on the field, and that happened regularly. So it was part of the culture in those days.
That must have been really strange. If you've literally had Dennis Lilly roaring in at you in the last few overs of the day, you walk off, take your pads off, then go into the
but no doubt when you started with Leicestershire and when I started with Essex as a young player, you had a beer with the opposition in the bar at the ground or the local pub with the opposition. It was just the culture, wasn't it?
In our tent at Grace Road.
Yes, that's right. Or David's tent, the single man tent on the outfield. That's another story. You'll have to allude that to the to the listeners. And although it would be frowned upon now, that was a great learning curve.
Well, I agree.
Because you spoke to the players, you listened to your Brian Closes and your Ray Illingworths and all these guys, and you listened. And if you were smart, and as I said in the huddle this morning, you don't have to be the best player in the world. You need to be the smartest player. And if you were smart in those days, you listened to all these things and you picked up things.
Yeah.
And it helped your education to be a player.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying you have to go and have beers to find that out, but that era of doing those things maybe is a little bit better than looking at a laptop.
Yeah.
Finding out of true experience from people who've been there and done it.
Look, I remember going and to sit with Malcolm Marshall or Richard Hadley, and it was just priceless. And also, I'd sit and have a chat with you, who I didn't know. I'd be bowling at you and find out you're all right, really.
Yeah, is that the game we got 700 against you at Chelmsford?
I don't think it was. I'd seen enough of you.
But does the listeners know that Neil Foster, who you were up against, and Neil always used to check the in the Telegraph or the Times all the bowling figures from the county matches to make sure how you were doing and how he was doing.
Very competitive.
And your listeners might not know that he posted you your bowling figures.
He did. Around every game.
Every game after that game.
Yeah, it was a low point. Talk about Essex. Dan Lawrence, Jordan Cox.
Yeah.
I mean, Cox looks a good player.
Both Essex players.
Yeah.
So Dan Lawrence a bit unlucky to be run out on a pitch that's doing something.
Yeah.
What I would say about Jordan Cox, he's got all the talent, right? He needs to turn talent into numbers, right? And what I've been really impressed with here, it's not just because he went to Felster School, he plays for Essex, whatever, but he has shown that you can score runs in a different way if necessary. And that's what all of us, you, me, all the ex-players have been saying. Yeah. Can you adapt to conditions?
For the last couple of years,
can you play the situation?
Yeah.
Can you not just go harder when it's doing something? Play good defence, pick your shots, anything short in on this wicket, throw the kitchen sink at it, but otherwise cover up a bit. Grind out an innings, compose an innings, and that's what he's done today. So this 50, what's he got, 55, is worth 100 on a flat one, easily. Yeah. And he's done himself a lot of good, I think.
He has. Where can you see him batting? I mean, could you see Bethel opening and maybe Cox staying here at 3? I mean, he seems like he could bat anywhere, really.
Well, he's a real talent. And of course, the fact that he keeps wicket, I'm not saying he's going to keep wicket for England, but really handy when you're on tour.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a reserve wicket keeper.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I can say about that. All I can say is make it count, right? Get as many as you can, then it makes it difficult to leave you out, doesn't it?
And Dan Lawrence...
Take selection out of the selector's hands.
Yeah. Just ink yourself in there.
Yeah.
Dan Lawrence, lovely fella, always very sociable and chatty, big smile on his face. I'm pleased to see him back, actually, because that last Test match that he played when he opened, that wasn't him at all. But he's got a range of shots. He's an interesting player, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he's an attacking player, and I think when he opened, I'm trying to think who it was against, but he opened a couple of years ago.
India, was it?
I don't know, I can't remember. He looked a bit all at sea with the off stump and everything and where it was, and he's playing at balls miles wide of off stump. I thought today he straightened himself out a bit, playing straighter, hitting the ball back down the wicket. And, what I've seen of Dan down the years with Essex, very good temperament, a fighter, gets stuck in, but of course, and I don't mind saying it, his technique needed improving. And it looks like he's gone away and tried to improve his technique, and that's good.
Playing a bit straighter, perhaps. Yeah. Graham, it's lovely to see you, and good luck with that. I mean, I'm really pleased you brought that in. No, it's just. If you love cricket,
do you think that'll fit you, Aggie?
No, no, I don't. But there it is. If you want to see it, it's slung over Jim's shoulder as he walked off, having taken 10 wickets. There we go.
And nice to be with you.
Yeah,
and
you too, mate. I'll see
you soon.
Yeah, thanks,
Take
Graham.
care.
Always a pleasure. Graham Gooch, who's raised a lot of money for this excellent cause of the PCA Benevolent Fund. And if you fancy that Jim Laker sweater, well, I suggest you go on their website, have a look, and put a bid in before it goes to an auction, and you might get lucky. So there we go. Right. Thanks, Graham, for that. He's meeting up with Tuffers. That's nice as well. Right, players are in the middle already, and Ali's ready to take up commentary.
Thank you very much, Aggers. Yeah, the sun is streaming onto the ground at the moment. Lovely evening sunshine, probably in the eyes of those who are seated in the mound stand at the moment, but it is casting some lovely shadows across the ground as well, and it's in stark contrast to the way the day started with really muggy conditions. Joe Root did say at the toss when England were put into bat by Pakistan that he had a feeling that the sun would come out later on. And so that makes this partnership between Cox and Smith even more valuable as they resume after tea. On 180 for 5, Muhammad Ali is in now, and it's skewing off at outer edge. Jamie Smith's bat. He's resuming on 44, not out here. So Smith on 44, Cox on 55, and the partnership is the best of the match so far for England for the 6th wicket. Hello, Tuffers. Good tea break?
Hello, yes, lovely. And we bumped into...
You and I just had a slightly, I'm going to say, embarrassing moment in retrospect. I was having a little chat in the doorway to a gentleman, should I say, and his 2 young sons.
Yeah.
Both cricket mad, by the way. One's a bowler. In fact, both were bowlers.
Yeah.
One likes to bowl seam, the other one bowls leg spin, predominantly googlies. As Ali comes in now to Smith, forward defence, and there's no run. And the father had shaken my hand. Hello, Sasha, he says. Nice to meet you, Sasha.
Yeah.
Chatted away to his boys. You walked past.
Yeah, not a flicker, not a flicker.
Well, it was Sasha.
Yeah.
Just happened to be Sacha Baron Cohen.
Absolutely, but it wasn't who I was expecting to see.
Well, he didn't sound like Ali Jean. He didn't look like Borat.
No,
So.
I know. How embarrassing, you know. Isn't it funny, you know, sometimes you get this vision of someone in your head.
Well, you mean somebody very much out of context. Wasn't expecting that. And Muhammad Ali in again outside the off stump, forward defence.
I know.
Towards the gully region.
Yeah.
You at least chased him back down the corridor
I did,
to say, oh, hello.
I sort of apologised because, you know.
I was having a lovely chat to his boys, finding out about their cricketing exploits, playing for school, playing for club.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. But, you know, it's hilarious, some of the stuff he's done. But
he wasn't wearing kind of orange goggle sunglasses.
Or a little red beanie hat, you know, and a
That's a very big moustache.
It's funny, isn't it, that you have this perception of someone in your mind and just didn't sink in. But it won't be the first time and it won't be the last time.
Here is Muhammad Ali in again. Down towards fine leg. One hand comes off the bat of Jamie Smith. It's fielded inside the rope. Through they go for 1. It was off the bat. No leg by signalled. 181 for 5 for those run after tea.
You're right. Very keen, the boys. Very keen cricketers. Absolutely loving the day here. Glad that the sun's shining and didn't have a day of rain. Yeah, amazing who you bump into.
He's very tall.
Yes. Yeah, big fella.
Well, we'll know for next time, Tuffers.
We will. I know. Maybe it was mildly embarrassing.
Maybe he'll pop back up again.
Yeah, well, mildly embarrassing for both of us.
Ali moves in. Evening session here at Lord's. Day 1 of this Test match. Beats the outside edge of Cox. He'd drawn him forward.
Still doing it. Still doing a bit.
How well did Jamie Smith play, did you feel, since he came out? Because he's sort of always caught up with Jordan Cox now. The rate he scored just seems to have taken a bit of pressure off his partner in some ways.
Well, they had a good period, didn't they? Sort of like that first hour after lunch. And they sort of restricted England in the scoring. And then Jamie Smith came in, took a little bit of time just to get going. But then it's just the way he plays, isn't he? He's always going to be looked to be positive and throw a few punches back. And, you know, I've got this partnership going, which have got England out of a bit of trouble, really, because they were just teetering a bit there if they were lost him early.
Cox waits with his bat poised, defends back into the pitch, into the onside, no run.
And that's, you know, one of the reasons why he's in the side, really, isn't it? You know, that he's been picked for this sort of guy to come in at number 7 and try to, you know, wrestle a bit of initiative, and he did it nicely. I think Pakistan faded a little bit just before tea. You know, they'd had that good hour and then a drinks break came along, and there was a few short balls from the left arm spinner, and it just gave them that little bit of momentum, didn't it?
That was the end of the over, so 181 for 5, just the single off that first over after tea. Wonder if anybody else has ever unwittingly met celebrities they should have recognised.
Well, I tell you what happened. I nipped over to Guernsey the other day, and for some reason people seem to think that I look vaguely like Matt Le Tissier. Right.
I thought you were about to say some people thought you looked a bit like Phil Tufnell.
No, I know. In fact, yeah. So
Matt Le Tissier, right? Yeah, I can always.
Oh, it's steady. I'm a very handsome man, and so's Matt.
Karim Shahzad from the pavilion end outside the off stump, left alone.
Yeah. So anyway, I got a couple of hi Matt, when I was over there, because of course Matt's from Guernsey. Yeah. So
well, I kind of there's some logic to that.
A couple of taxi drivers have said one of the best penalty takers I've ever seen.
Have you played along with this?
I played along a little bit. But then the one that we was out for a bit of dinner, and this lady, I could see this lady, God bless her, she was sort of looking at me, and then she came up to me and she said, "Oh, please, can I have a photograph?"
Oh.
Yeah, and she then said to me,
Here is Shahzad over the wicket into Smith, driving back up the pitch to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, and she said, "Oh, I love that. I love what you've been on the telly and stuff, and I followed your career and what have you." So I said, "Oh, thanks very much. Can I have a selfie?" Of course you can. And then just as I was having the selfie, she's gone, "Oh, and I really love that fishing program that you do with Paul Whitehouse." And I've gone. What? Who do you think I am? And she said, "Bob Mortimer."
I'm not seeing that, I'm going to be honest. But I love the programme, mind you. Here is Shahzad over the wicket to Smith, and he's on the drive, square up to the grandstand. The ball is slowing up a little. It's going to get there for 4.
Yeah.
Bob Mortimer.
So that took.
He's a very funny man.
Yeah,
so I mean,
but she must have done a little bit of research, because I was with my wife Dawn, but then she pointed to a friend's wife who we were having dinner with sort of long dark hair, and said, "Oh, I see you're over here with your wife," and pointed to the wrong lady. But then we looked. I then looked at Bob Mortimer, and I think he has got a wife that does look vaguely like my friend.
Oh, to your friend, yeah.
My friend, dark hair and everything. So she got it wrong on many counts, but I let her get away with it.
I love the fishing show. You like your fishing as well, Tuffers, don't you?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Karoon in here to Smith. Forward he comes. A dot ball up towards mid-off.
A little bit like my fielding, my fishing.
A bit hit and miss.
Don't catch much.
Oh, very good. That show is so much is about male friendship, isn't it? As much as the fishing.
Absolutely.
Do you love it? Well, fishing gives you the time and the space.
Well, we were talking about art earlier on.
Yeah.
With Isha about that getting away and letting the mind unravel, and I think fishing is exactly the same as things like that.
You sit there looking out over the water. Nothing happens for a very long time.
Yes.
Karoon dashing in past the stumps here. Forward again from Smith. Defence into the offside and no run. TMS at bbc.co.uk if anyone else has met celebrities that they haven't recognised or been mistaken for celebrities.
I know. I think it's that you vaguely see a face. I've done it a few times, vaguely see a face and you think, "Oh, I know that," or it's in there in the back of your head somewhere,
I've been a bit struck occasionally in a BBC building where you bump into somebody or you walk past somebody in a corridor that's actually a well-known face on television, and because you see them so much on your screen, you sort of just think,
"Oh, absolutely.
Hello, morning." And you go, "Hang on, they don't know me. I don't know them at all." Shahzad in, forward comes Smith. There'll be a single here. Can he squeeze it past mid-on? A tumbling stop there by Abbas, just the one. And that means Smith has a half century to his name. Needed by Smith. He's following up well, back-to-back 50s. After his 60 in Leeds, and he scored this at a decent clip as well. 50 off 63 deliveries, good positive cricket, 8 boundaries in that half century from Jamie Smith.
Yeah, no real no real fidgetiness was there, and it wasn't a bit sort of frantic, trying to hit every ball. It was just put the bad balls away. Well, a good selective innings, a good measured innings. Oh, you're going to get a few decent ones on this pitch, but he's put that behind him. And still tried to play in that positive manner. So, nicely played, and a good partnership here developing for England.
Yeah, very much so. They came together with the score 120 for 5 when Dan Lawrence was run out, and England were in a Real bit of bother when Harry Brook was dismissed just before lunch. 77 for 4 at that moment. So here's Smith crouching over his bat again, 50 from 63 balls over the wicket. Length and defended up towards mid-on, no run.
Yeah, his 11th Test 50, including 2 centuries. You mentioned his declined recent form. He had 8 50-plus scores, including 200s in his first 13 Tests. This just his 3rd in his last 11 Tests. His 2nd of the summer. He got that 6th actually against New Zealand in Trent Bridge. Made 25 at Headingley in the last Test in this series. But yes, signs of a return form.
Very welcome indeed. So Smith 50, Cox 55 at the other end, off 104 balls that he's faced. 2 slips and the gully. Muhammad Ali is in, defended once again, angling that ball out towards points, and there's no run.
Well, it's funny, you know, we've got 2 very attacking batsmen, you know, and we're all talking about, you know, this sort of like reset for England, and they have batted slightly different. I mean, these 2 guys perhaps 18 months ago would have been blazing away, wouldn't they? You know, 30 odd for 3 or something, 4.
Perhaps might not still be there if they had done.
Absolutely. So there is just obviously, it doesn't take long to change a philosophy. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
A mindset matter.
Yes.
Smith crouches, taps his bat, awaits. Muhammad Ali in bouncer, he went for the pull shot, missed, and taken down the leg side by Rizwan. They have got deep backwards square and fine leg, set for a top edge and mistimed shot.
Is that the first bouncer I've seen this morning today?
First one I've noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they were lacking a little bit of that little bit of spark in Headingley. You know, sometimes, why not? Okay, you know, they're not the quickest bowlers in the world, but just, you know, throw a couple in just to keep you honest.
Well, it certainly was the tempter, and Smith
nearly
accepted the invitation.
Yeah, nearly got a little glove on it.
Watery sunshine here, the sun coming in and out behind the clouds. A little bit brighter now as Muhammad Ali pushes off at past the umpire now, up to the crease. Bowls in the length defended into the offside again, and no run.
Just picking up on what you were saying about the more restrained way these 2 have played. Jamie Smith's shown different gears in this innings. He was 7 off 26 at the start. Then he scored 37 off his next 23 balls, taking advantage of some wayward bowling. Since then, 6 off 21. So that was one of the criticisms, that inability to play the situation. We saw that in Adelaide when he started. Hit a range of boundaries, didn't he? And then tried to hit another one and was caught at a time when England just starting to have a vague outside glimmer of hope of pulling off an extraordinary victory. But yeah, he's gone sort of back into a restrained phase and then waiting for the right ball to attack.
187 for 5. Ali is in again. That's a little bit fuller on the pads, have driven only as far as mid-on. Fielded, and there's no run. Zoltz, have you ever met Sacha Baron Cohen?
No, I've not met him before, but I did meet someone pretending to be him.
now we're getting into weird territory.
At a student gig. Early in my stand-up comedy career, I was doing a load of student gigs with John Oliver. Where is he now? And someone turned up at Swansea University as an Ali G impersonator in the full yellow Ali G kit, and asked if he could do a little set at the comedy night in the student union.
Here's Muhammad Ali in. Balls now to Smith. He gets up, defends it, pushes it into the offside. Point, no run.
The crowd did not go with the Ali G impersonator's act as he delivered someone else's jokes not very well. John Oliver then was less than complimentary about him on stage, at which point the Ali G impersonator invited John Oliver for a fight in the car park, an invitation which John declined, politely but firmly. Yeah, so the multi-Emmy award-winning John Oliver and an Ali G impersonator almost had a physical altercation
at
Swansea University.
Dramatic.
Cool.
So if he'd been wearing yellow Ali G get-up, we would have had no doubt who he was.
Absolutely.
Ali in again, outside the off stump. Eased out towards point again into the ground to close out the over, 187 for 5.
Well, the other thing I also get a lot, which is, you're a lot taller than you sound on the radio. Which always makes me...
Didn't Aggers get sledged by an Australian taxi driver? It wasn't about how tall he sounded. Was it about how good looking or not he sounded?
You're a lot less handsome than you sound on the radio.
That was the line. Oh, here comes another handsome man.
Oh, I say, what an introduction.
It's not Sacha Baron Cohen. It's Daniel Norcross, Tuffers. Here you go.
What's all this Sacha Baron Cohen?
Well, Marcel finale, a slightly embarrassing moment. I sort of like didn't quite realise who he was.
Oh.
Yes, because he didn't have his Ali G outfit on and it didn't sink in.
Start on a new over and it's brilliantly caught. My goodness me, what a catch. Unbelievable catch at second slip. Cox driving in a wide ball, diving one-handed, an amazing catch. That is one to check out. My goodness me, that is an astounding grab. He's dived away to his right. Salman, is that, who's taken that? Salman Aliaga.
Well, they've dropped a few, and that is a belt up, and it's got rid of Cox as well, who was looking great. He's just slowed up a little bit, hasn't he, Cox? But he's gone for the big drive. That's an absolute corker. Have a look at that one on the highlights. That is an absolute corker.
Second slip, it's almost behind him when he takes it. Unbelievable, and the very fingertips. Fantastic catch.
I'll tell you what that reminds me of. The Ben Stokes catch at Trent Bridge of Stuart Broad.
A bit, yes. Yes, and there's no higher praise you can give.
No.
It is Salman Aliaga who's taken that amazing catch, diving away to his right. You've got to check that out. That has taken us all by surprise.
Yeah, and they were just fading, weren't they? They were just fading a bit. Pakistan had a poor little hour up till tea, and this partnership was developing, and sometimes you need a little bit of brilliance just to break a partnership, and they've got it there in spades. Beauty.
I've just been reminded that he dropped Brook on one.
Oh, there you go.
At Headingley. And so, I mean, he's made up for it there.
Yeah.
Because Cox was looking in good shape. He really was.
Yeah,
he got a wide ball. He drove at it. And yes, it wasn't. He didn't execute the shot particularly well. Got a very thick edge, but he flew the bat at it, and the ball. Well, I mean, I thought that was heading to the boundary.
You know,
and then suddenly you just see this hand pluck it out. And the thing was, they weren't even that excited. It was almost like they were so shocked that it had happened. So I was looking for the ball. I was looking for the elation. It was amazing.
You know what I'm going to say? They either stick or they don't. Yes. And that was one. I mean, that is just a little slinger hand out, and hopefully it sticks, and it did. Brilliant catch. Sometimes little things like that just can raise you.
Well, that is one definitely for the highlights, which is on tonight on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock, and will almost certainly be available on the BBC website and app. Here comes Khurram Shahzad, and Atkinson drives up to mid-off. There's no run. It's all happening.
It's all happening.
Yes.
Celebrities in the door, great catches. Not just a
So I see. So Ali G was in the door.
Yeah, yes, with his two boys who love cricket.
I mean, the problem is, I suppose someone who wears disguises the whole time, it's not surprising you didn't recognise him.
Well, yeah. So that's my excuse.
The man of 1,000 faces.
That's it.
But just looking at that now, look, it does point to a bit of a technical thing that Cox does have, which we'll come to in a moment after this ball. As Khurram is in again, and Atkinson lets this go by, brings the bat inside the line, goes through to the keeper Rizwan, which is his bat does tend to come across the ball, and you know he wasn't driving that with his shoulder pointing towards extra cover and a nice high elbow. None of that.
If only you could see now what I'm seeing now. The old high elbow.
High elbow. I know it's well out of fashion, but his shoulder's so far over the other way that the bat does tend to go inside out a touch.
The plane is it? The plane of the backswing.
That's right.
Played well though.
Did play well. Really dug in. Here is Khurram into Atkinson, who flicks this away out towards deep backward square leg for four on the pad, straight onto the pads. And Atkinson is underway. This, of course, the scene of his Test century versus. What do I want to say? The West Indies. Do I want to say the West Indies?
I've forgotten that already. There wasn't that.
Well, I wasn't here.
We got 5 for 5 for 100, didn't he?
Well, Sri Lanka, I think, the 100.
Right. I remember listening to your commentary and Aggers genuinely saying he thought it was better 100 than Roots that was on the same day. Which it was. I mean, it was chanceless. It was brilliant.
There you go, yeah.
And England do need some runs from him because they're 191 for 6 at the moment. As Khurram is in, and he's played a strapple straight back past the bowler, up towards straight mid on, straight pull, and it's
gone up towards the boundary. It's been hauled back in. They've run 3. So that's a fine, crisp shot. It was very straight. It was just to the onside of straights. The bowler couldn't quite get to it. The mid-on certainly couldn't. So
well, you might,
Atkinson goes to 7.
Yeah, you might see a slight change of tempo now, mightn't you? That
yeah.
the sort of, you've got a couple of genuine sort of shot players now that feel they've just about dug England out of a bit of trouble. So another quick 100 now might put them in a good position.
100, you think?
Well,
yeah, that's been quite good for the last 4 wickets, was it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
but little 30, 40 from Atkinson quickly, and another 30, 40. You get in there then, aren't you?
Well, they got so Robinson can bat, so he's got a first-class 100 this season.
Yeah, and I think it's usually best being a little bit positive for the lower order batsman to play confidently.
I think you're right.
If it's doing a bit.
Kurum is in. Oh wow!
There you go.
Flicked away by Jamie Smith. Out to the boundary, and it's second ball of the over that's gone onto the pads, and it's been put away with ease by Smith. He goes to 54, so what an entertaining over. We've seen a fantastic catch. For me, one of the catches of the season, that.
Absolutely.
198 for 6, also seen 2 boundaries and a strapple for 3, and that's just a lovely pickup from Jamie Smith, but lifts it, elevates it up over mid-wicket for 4.
Jordan Cox's final numbers, 55 from 104 balls with 7 fours, his second Test 50, following his first one at Leeds. This is just his 3rd Test. As you mentioned, the deceleration, he was 38 off 38, then 17 off his final 66 balls, and the partnership was 67 in 15.5 overs.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, that partnership dominated by Jamie Smith, who's not been in the best of touch himself, but he's on 54. It's been a very useful innings and what's felt like a low-scoring day, but now the sun's out a bit, the pitch is slightly changing colour. It's a bit of a new over. First ball has worked into the onside off Muhammad Ali, out towards Imam at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Atkinson on strike with 2 slips, a gully point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg.
The Atkinson 100 was against Sri Lanka in 2024, his maiden summer of Test cricket. On his Test debut on this ground against West Indies, he picked up 12 wickets, 7 for 45 and 5 for 61. And then the Sri Lankan match was his 5th Test. He scored 118 in the first innings, took 5 for 62 in the 4th innings of the match. Tidy display.
This is the reason why I'm glad Stephen Finn isn't with us today. I don't normally say that, but it's this issue drives him insane with rage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Muhammad Ali is in. It's worked into the offside by Atkinson, straight to short, extra cover, no run. So it's the business of these honours boards, you see.
Yes.
Because, as I understand it, the 10 for board doesn't break it down or something. He's got some issue about it,
right?
In which you don't get to see the breakdown of your 2 5-foot.
So he hasn't got 2. No, I think you get 2 5s on the 5 for board and a 10 for board, don't you?
But something's changed.
Oh, is it?
I don't know all the details.
Oh,
Someone
okay.
let us know, but it drives Stephen Finn mad.
Oh, okay.
But Atkinson is basically on any board you can be on.
Absolutely.
If there was a hat-trick board, he'd be on it somewhere because he's got one of them as well.
If there was a surfboard.
Woo. Muhammad Ali in, he nibbles at this. It's Atkinson in the channel outside off stump. Yes, it was a bit of a shower curtain.
Ironing board. What other boards?
Ironing board, yes.
Are there any other boards up there? Well, he likes Lords.
Board of Control for
didn't he get? He got.
Classification.
Didn't he bowl New Zealand out here as well? Didn't he? He bowled very. Oh, I can't remember.
Let's leave that to Andy.
Yeah, I'm sure he got some against New Zealand. He got a 5 for it.
5 for 30 in the second innings against
that
New
was
Zealand.
it. Yeah.
2 for 9 in the first.
Yeah, he likes it. Yeah,
he does like it. Yeah.
Funny that, isn't it? You know, sometimes you just feel.
He's on strike now and he's defending on the front foot to short extra cover. Well up to wide mid off in the end.
You feel at home.
Yes.
Some places.
Well, maybe he's doing
I did when I bowled. When I bowled, you just felt. You know.
Where did you love bowling? You got a lot of wickets at the Oval.
Yes, used to like at the Oval. Used to like bowling here. All right, you know. But sometimes I think it's to do with slopes and hills and you know, and wind and everything. Sometimes you just feel.
Where didn't you like?
Okay, majority.
Adelaide. Yes.
Yes, quite a few. There's too many to list.
Right. Here is Muhammad Ali. Atkinson. Oh, that nibbles at this and sends it gliding away off the outside part of his bat down towards, well, to the left of Gully and down to the boundary for 4. That's bounced in front of the field, and the applause you can hear is for the 200. 202 for 6, so certainly wasn't sure that England were going to get there when they launched at 80 for 4. But some good digging in from Cox, and then support from Smith, and now Atkinson, who has moved in double quick time to double figures. He's 11 off 9.
Yeah, nicely played that, actually. Just sort of waited for it. It was a bit edgy, but I mean, he sort of played it late and just guided it.
Thing is, though, other than that 100, it's not necessarily been pulling up trees at number 8 as he faces now, works this into the onside, crisply up to mid-on off the front foot, and there's no run. I mean, he looks quite well-organised player, but I mean, he hasn't got a massive output with the bat, which is...
Do you pull up trees at 8? I suppose you do. Who's the best number 8 you've seen?
Back in the day, I used to think that Graham Swan could be an amazing 8, and then actually Stuart Broad, when he first started, was an incredible 8. I mean, he pulled up an entire forest here when he scored 169 at number 8.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, that was quite a tree pulling exercise.
Was that at 9?
Was that at 9?
I think he might. And he was a terrific number 8 for a while. Sean Pollock batted quite a lot at 8.
Yes, decent. Yes. Who was an Aussie 8? Warney? Perhaps was Warne 8?
Yeah.
Towards the end of his career.
Yeah. Who's got the most hundreds from number 8? There we go. We're set.
We've found one.
Yeah, that'll keep him off our backs for a while. Here comes Curran. This is driven at the offside nicely. On the up by Jamie Smith. It's going up the hill. He won't make it to the boundary. They should get 2, and they'll stick at 2. There's a controlled drive, a little bit away from the body. Picks up another couple, moves to 56, 204 for 6. You were pointing at something?
Well, no, I was just pointing at that grey sky is coming up, and the wind's just turned round a little bit, coming from the... I never know. Where's that coming from? That way.
Great for radio. That way. Sort of left to right as we're inside the media centre.
Yes, there you go.
Do we look south? Well, hang on. The North Gate's behind us.
Oh, lovely.
Isn't that how we work it out?
Yeah.
So, in theory, that must be south. As Kurum is worked into the onside, round the pad of the front foot by Smith, and he'll find a very big gap mid-on as to move their way to his right to field. They take the single, 205 for 6, Smith to 57.
Usually that side.
Yeah, south.
Used it. It's gone. But
right.
Yeah.
But the weather's coming from the south.
Well,
you see.
Oh, France.
Yes, France. I mean, Agger's mentioned this earlier. And he's pointing at it. He's saying it's swirling. Ooh. He's suggesting certain devious tendencies.
Well, you don't want it to come up against the wind, then you are in trouble.
Yeah. Ooh. Right. Some people have a theory that the Thames is getting involved with it all as well. As Kurum Shazad is in. That's clipped away nicely by Atkinson. Again, he won't get a boundary for it, but it's a very controlled shot. Backward a square on the onside, and they'll take a couple of runs as a rather reluctant Muhammad Ali has to come out of his reverie and go and trot to the ball.
The players with most Test hundreds batting at number 8, so specifically 8 rather than 8 or lower. Ashwin. 4 for India, average 25, batting at 8. Daniel Vittori, 400.
Of course,
yeah.
Average 39.7,
that's
batting
number 8.
8.
That's preposterous.
That's got to be the best.
That feels very strong, doesn't it? It's a very strong candidate. Kurum Shazad in, defended well and solidly by Atkinson. Gets right in behind it, pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Well, that's what I was saying. You know, 400s. I mean, excellent, absolutely excellent. But it's not necessarily tree pulling, is it?
Not tree pulling, no.
It's sort of tree tweaking.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose you have a slightly different definition at number 8.
Well, yes.
50s, maybe.
Perhaps, yes. Yes.
50s feel quite important at number 8 because you don't get a lot of time to get on.
Running out of partners.
People keep getting out, don't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you don't have many left. So I think we can take it down a notch to 50s. Here's Kurum. Oh, he's gone after this. He's looking to flick it into the onside. It's a leading edge through extra cover. They've run one. They've come back for a couple. Imam ul Haq with his white floppy sun hat chases after it. We've seen that a lot today. There's definite movement on this pitch because the number of times we've seen leading edges and people looking in one direction and the ball's gone in the other and all sorts going on. Yeah, he's definitely trying to lift that over mid-wicket and it's gone over extra cover.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, no, we have seen a lot of that. Might just be a little bit stoppy as well. Might quicken up tomorrow a bit. Might just be a bit tacky.
But of course, we're due a bit more moisture as the match progresses. So I think the game is quite well balanced at the moment. Pakistan would obviously prefer a couple more wickets. As Khurram is in, and he goes for that flick away to the onside again. Does Atkinson? He can't catch up with it. It bounces off the pad and goes to backward point. There's no run. Tuffers has taken a break. And we had a no ball in that over, by the way, that I didn't tell you about. So England have moved to 210 for 6, and there's still a ball left.
Just to finish on number 8, Vittori has the best average of anyone who's batted 20 or more times at number 8, 39.7. Craig White for England averaged 50 and 14 innings at 8.
50?
MS Dhoni 69 in his 11 innings at 8.
Good grief. Khurram in again. That's slashed away by Atkinson. Down to deep backward point for 4. A bit edgy, but there was width. He could throw his bat at it as long as he got anything on it, because there's nobody out deep. He was going to get runs, and he's got 4 of them. So a very expensive over. 12 off it. Khurram continues to leak runs, 1 for 79 off 15, 2 14 for 6, and Vic Marks, who would have batted at number 8 a few times, I imagine, for England, would you?
Probably. I think I would. Yeah. I can't remember. I did score runs just at the end of my little England career, and I can't remember what number I was batting then.
Right. I'm glad I
But
asked.
7 or 8.
7
this
or 8.
Yeah. Coming back to the present, this match is just swaying now, isn't it? The balance is shifting. These runs are coming too quick from a Pakistan point of view. And I suppose Smith in particular is demonstrating why Brendan McCullum and co were so keen to have him in. I mean, is that he is destructive.
Mohamed Ali is in, the ball keeps slightly low, is pushed out in defence into the offside, there's no run.
Or he can be destructive once all the recognised batsmen have gone.
Yes.
He is dangerous.
As opposed to Folkes, wasn't it? That was the argument.
That was the argument.
Folkes rendered it too slowly.
I mean, I suppose one solution would have been to back Folkes higher up the order, actually, and still have a destructive man at 7. But anyway, he's played very well, Smith, and he suddenly had a flurry of boundaries. Now Atkinson's having a good time with happy memories of runs at Lords, and Pakistan are creaking.
Mohamed Ali in, nice straight drive, lovely shot from Smith, straight back past the bowler. It's going to run up to the boundary at the nursery end for 4. Full face of the bat.
Yeah, that's a great
seen
shot.
that too much today, but we have off that shot. Smith goes to 61, 218 for 6.
It's a sweet shot. 228 for 6 on one scoreboard. I expect that's the right one too, somehow.
Do you?
Well,
no.
We got different numbers on the scoreboard. We got the manual one saying
right.
228, and the what I presume to be an electronic one saying 218. But we've got the arbiter sitting very close to us.
We've also got a screen on our right saying 218.
Oh, well, perhaps the manual's out of sync then.
They've gone too quickly.
But we know. We'll find out in a second.
Mohamed Ali in down the leg side, and it's left alone short ball to pirouettes.
And a tricky question, Andy. What's the score?
The score is 218.
All right. Okay. Sorry. I'm sadly. Oh, you wanted it the other way.
Now I don't
round.
like the feel of this weather right now. It's got a swirl and it's got a greyness, and the lights are on, and suddenly I can see shadows, floodlight shadows.
Okay.
And there's just that. There's almost that smell in the air of encroaching rain. We might get lucky, it might blow past us, but
there's a breeze
we're in a danger
too.
zone.
There's just a bit of an increase in the breeze. We've got our one window here.
Here is Mohamed Ali, and he turns around Smith ever so slightly, but he defends it solidly enough, rolls along the ground and only just reaches mid-on. No run. Yeah, there's just something slightly more. There's activity, isn't there? There's energy in the sky. And Jonathan Agnew's due on shortly, is that right? He's very good at weather.
You're very capable.
He's very
good at weather.
He's very good
he
at weather.
is very good at weather.
Yeah. He's got a number of apps. He'll be able to tell us with absolute certainty what's likely to happen. Here comes Muhammad Ali. Smith pushes off the back foot. A lovely looking shot, but he picks out the fielder at cover. He's batted as well today as he has in quite a long time, Smith. He began the domestic season very well for Surrey, but then he had a bit of a dip. But today, in what have been quite testing conditions, he's been positive. His defence has been quite solid. You see him quite a bit more these days, practicing the forward defence in between balls, because he knows he's been undone that way a bit lately.
It's a change of policy, see.
Yeah, but he started it. Started at the start of the season.
Did he?
Yeah, he did a lot of very exaggerated.
And he started the
practices.
season right up at number 3, didn't he?
Yes. Yes. Last ball of the over with the wind swirling, rain in the air. Here comes Muhammad Ali, and that's defended off a thick outside edge. It goes into gully. There is no run. That is the end of the over. 218 for 6. Smith 61. Atkinson 19. What is a par score here? I mean, England having been put into bat would probably be happy with 250, wouldn't they? Looks like they might be getting there. More from you, Vic. And then it's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
It's hard to gauge. I mean, I was thinking 250 as a par score. It's a dangerous proposition, predicting par scores. So after a very good start, I think Pakistan are just behind in this game now, and they've lost control. I'm not sure how fit Mohammad Abbas is, because we haven't seen much of him since his opening spell, and he was off the field for a while. That's a bit of a blow. And the runs have come so freely in the last hour or so. And Smith played some brilliant shots against some ordinary bowling occasionally. We've got the spinner back, who bowled. He started against the spinner, who bowled really well for about 5 overs, giving absolutely nothing away. And he dropped short a couple of times, bang, 2 fours, and then another one. And the pressure all just evaporated. You're our weather expert.
This wind's getting up, isn't it?
Isn't it?
It's blowing through the window. The spinner's back. Usman hasn't taken a wicket yet, but he's bowling, and Atkinson plays him down to mid-on, and there's no run. The big storm is going round. And that's missing us. You can see it. You can see it up there. The dark cloud. That's going. I think if you're living in Kent, right, batten down the hatches. It's the next one turned away by Atkinson out. Well, actually, that went precisely to the point where Lawrence was run out.
Yeah.
Hisham Masood's right hand. It was a lovely piece of fielding that. He was very disappointed to be run out on a pitch in which you work hard, you battle away for your runs. 218 for 6, Usman bowls. And it's pushed away back to the bowler again. So today, England put into bat, and it was difficult. It was difficult out there, particularly to start with. Duckett 17, Gay made 8. Root 4, LBW. Brook 15, who's bowled. There's Usman again, and let's play carefully down towards mid-on. Doesn't get there. Lawrence, as I mentioned, run out for 17. And Cox passing 50, made 55 very patiently for 104 balls. But Smith played nicely now, 61 not out. Atkinson 19 from as many balls, and Usman again comes in round the wicket, and that's pushed away to short leg, who's standing there about 3 or 4 yards away with his helmet on. Over to our right, where the weather usually comes from, it's actually still quite bright there. It's like orange glow to the sky. And there's some cloud there, but there are some breaks. Usman again bowls. Do you know, he does this, he deceives the batsman for length, and he's very good at it. He did a couple at Headingley when they were well set, and that almost got through Atkinson there on the back foot when he should have been forward. It was a slightly lower arm and a bit quicker. The batsman thinks, oh, that's short, I'll go on the back foot, but that's not the case at all, and he almost got through there. 221 for 6, Smith 61. Atkinson has 22, but there were some big storms around. But yeah, but I think it's going. I think Kent can get ready for that lot.
Doesn't look that far away, does it? Really?
No.
But anyway, okay. I think when you've had enough of doing this, I could see you as a weatherman. Waving your arms around various parts of the country.
You think?
All that.
I don't think so.
Getting a clothes allowance, probably. I imagine.
It's very English to be fascinated by the weather, though, isn't it? We're all fascinated by the weather, really.
Well, we're all kind of affected by the weather. Well, we all keep looking at it nowadays, I suppose.
Yeah.
Whether in work or play. Yeah.
221 for 6. And we've got Muhammad Ali taking shadows with him from the floodlights, and he bowls on the leg stump, turned away easily for a single. Atkinson moves to 23. We have all these apps on the phones. I tend to go with the one that I want it to be.
Well, you can usually get quite a variety, can't you? Well, mine says it's not going to rain.
Loads of them, and you just find the one that you want the forecast to
well,
be.
Yeah, but that's not logical. You should be finding the one that comes good most often.
Well, I suppose it's also quite good. It gives flashes of lightning. Look.
Oh, you like that one?
Did you see that?
Oh, yeah. Where's that?
Look, without going off. I know.
Wales is getting it there.
That's quite spectacular. It's like fireworks. Clever, that one. Ali again. He's setting off into this breeze now, which is getting stronger, and he runs away from us. Oh, he's gone straight through and bowled him. And Smith there looking to drive. He's played that shot nicely during the course of this innings, but he's just missed a full ball there. He's out for 61. We'll see if it came back, I suspect, between bat and pad, through the gate as they call it. We shall see. But that's a very timely wicket for Pakistan, and it was a full length. His eyes lit up. He went for the drive, and yep, that front foot nowhere really to the pitch of the ball. He's just driven at it with a firm left leg, a big gap, and the ball's gone through it, hit the off stump. But nice innings though, played well. And he gets a good hand for his 61. He'll be, I think, cross for the way he got out there, a bit loose.
Well, he was. He almost thought it was a half volley, I think, but it wasn't quite a half volley. He didn't move his feet much. He just set himself up, and it did come possibly just a little bit up the slope and clunked into middle and off. It all looked very simple from the handle suddenly. So that's a big wicket for Pakistan, because they were losing control. Runs were coming pretty quickly. And now, latish in the day, because I don't think we're going to get a full day somehow.
Couldn't feel it. I think the umpires already look a bit twitchy, I think, about the light. They went on at Headingley in really very gloomy conditions.
Oh,
yes,
good.
they did.
I'm pleased to hear it.
But there's still an hour and 45 minutes of scheduled time here. It doesn't feel as we'll get that.
I can't believe we'll get that. Out comes Robinson.
Jamie Smith's final number, 61 from 80 balls with 10 fours. His 11th 50-plus score in tests, including 200s, but his highest score in his last 11 tests. In fact, his highest score in his last 12 tests, since he made 184 not out and 88 against India at Edgbaston last year.
Felicity Parker, thank you very much indeed for the fruitcake. It has arrived and has been enjoyed. Still haven't found the culprit for eating half a piece of tiffin and putting the other half back in the tin yet. Investigations continue.
Shows great
I'm
self-denial.
narrowing down
Wasn't
the suspects.
me. I couldn't resist the other half.
You ate the whole lot? Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, if I took, it's a wonderful tiffin.
I know. Somebody's eaten half and put half back in.
Strange.
Very, very poor behaviour. 222 for 7. Then goes Muhammad Ali and he bowls, and Robinson plays his first ball out to cover. I've called in the cricket regulator to investigate. Very, very poor show. In the meantime, it's not often you get shout-outs, is it? And you get asked, sometimes you get asked to say hello to Auntie Betty and so. Well, this is one from one of our colleagues, Alistair Cook.
Oh, right.
Who's actually travelling to watch Luton Chelsea with Jack and his cousin Sandy. Said, I'd love a mention. And this song, Alistair, is just for you. 222 for 7. And he's bowled in. Full straight ball. Robertson's got a duck.
He gets a lot of ducks, it seems to me.
Well, Muhammad Ali's got through again. He's got 3 for now.
Yeah, similar ball. It's actually, that was a half volley length, but second ball, we didn't seem to pick it up. That also went through the gate, and the stump came out, headed towards the keeper.
Full straight ball, really.
Yeah.
And just an early grope, I think we'll call that. And the off stump uprooted, and Muhammad Ali, he loves a celebration. I mean, he is very theatrical, this chap.
Yeah.
He does need to be on stage. He's excellent. I don't know if there's some sort of Pakistani soap opera that he can make sort of, star appearances in, but he should be. He's a magnificent actor. 222 for 8. Robertson's gone.
Well, this is all changing the balance very quickly. It was about 5 minutes ago I was saying how the pendulum had swayed and England were in suddenly quite a strong position. But now the flurry of wickets. Umpires chatting.
Yeah, they are. I haven't seen him waving his light meter about.
Perhaps, I wonder if they've got their light meters out.
No,
they probably are. They're looking around quizzically, looking at the sky.
Here comes Jofra out into the gloom. And the umpires they are twitchy, but I'm not sure which light meters they're using. They tend to use different types. Sometimes there's one that's on the top of the bails. What's umpire rifle? Oh, he's got a ball. That's right, he's tossing it away. Sometimes they put the one on the actual stumps, don't they? That seems to be in vogue at the moment. Anyway, Jofra's arrived. I wouldn't want to face him in this necessarily.
No. I mean, in the ideal for Pakistan, I think, is that they bowl England out and then not have to bat.
Yeah.
Because you don't feel they're going to get much of a session batting. However, Jofra looks like a man who's scrabbled a little bit to get all his kit on. He's quite slow coming out.
Yes.
He's taking guard.
2 wickets in 3 balls.
And Muhammad Ali will bowl full length and off stump and see whether that does the business.
Yep. A couple of slips. You call it no over-attacking field necessarily. I think they're just relying on Ali to bowl straight, hit the stumps. 222 for 8. Archer's first ball then. Ali sets off. It's a long straight run as he's pounding his way in now, pumping his right arm. He's there and he bowls to Archer, who shuffles into line and plays that towards mid-on. Go for a quick single. A very slow setting off. Oh, well, not sure what was going on there, but Mohammad Abbas came in quite slowly from mid-on. I think it was because it was him that Archer took the run. The problem was that Atkinson didn't set off. And so Mohammad Abbas came in as quickly as he could from mid-on, and rather than pick the ball up and throw it to the wicketkeeper's end, well, he tried to score a goal for Luton by the look of it. He tried to kick it into the stumps, then he one to aim at. Missed it by some distance. Archer was home. Muhammad Ali's holding his head in his hands again, jumping about on one leg.
He might get in the Luton side, but I don't think he'd get into Chelsea's.
Well, that was all very strange.
He's off the mark by hook or by crook.
Yes.
It was a weird run to take because there were a lot of fielders converging on that ball, with Atkinson still behind the popping crease at the bowler's end.
Well, they were lucky to get away with that. Archer's leading nonchalant on his bat now. They put a deep square leg out. But Ali's theatrics there again were brilliant. 223 for 8. In he goes over the wicket and bowls and is savagely driven for 4. He'll be holding his head after that one. His kicks at the ground, full wide of the off stump, asking for trouble. And Atkinson delivered it. 27 not out. 227 for 8 at the end of that over. There is brightness coming. I don't want to make people feel as if we're necessarily condemning the day, as it were. There is some brightness, but it's kind of end of the day brightness. It's got a definite orange tinge to it, like a glow, really. In fact, almost like the sort of colour that you see at a sunset on the subcontinent. So that's over in the west. That seems to be coming our way, and that rain to the left.
If it can slip down further towards Kent, which is where you decided it's going, we might be all right, but for a bit longer.
Yeah,
it's a good over anyway. That despite the boundary at the end, I mean, 2 wickets has changed the whole feel of the match.
Now we've got Abbas from the pavilion end. Up he comes and he bowls to Archer. A real loosener that. Bounced a second time through to the keeper. And I thought Archer might have had a bit of a go at that one. But he let it go through. I didn't see Abbas having some treatment from the physio during one of the drinks breaks. He was lying flat on the ground and the physio was doing something to his back.
Well, he had a phase off the field, didn't
he?
Which suggests that he's not quite right. Which, in a 3-man pace attack, is a bit of a problem.
It is in conditions like this. 227 for 8. Abbas again shuffles in, bowls to Archer, who gets comfortably behind this and plays up to extra cover. It's quite hostile, Abbas. For someone who bowls 75 to 78 miles an hour, that was 72 miles an hour. Real. He doesn't mind a word, you know. I mean, it's often.
Well, that's always the way, actually.
Is it the slower ones?
Oh, I mean the non-express bowler, Markham Marshall, Michael Holding, they never had to say anything.
Not really.
Because they had the ultimate, intimidation with pace.
There's Abbas and he bowls. Archer has a huge swipe. Pace down the pitch and he's flogged this into the leg side. and they'll get a single down to deep backward square leg. Michael did say something to me once that wasn't very kind.
Oh, did he? Oh, right.
We bowled a bouncer, and he followed through, and he made a cross on his forehead.
Oh, right.
He said, "The next one, man, will hit you there." And I thought, that's not very nice. And so I gave myself a little room to the next delivery, I seem to recall.
You decided you'd try and access the offside.
Open the offside up.
Yes.
No,
well,
you
that
don't want
was
to hear,
unusual.
You don't want to hear that from Michael Holding.
No. Well, no. Because that's not my memory of him saying much. And I always had the theory that, well, we'll just wait for this.
Yes, there's Abbas creeping in bowls, and that's tucked away by Atkinson for a single into the leg side.
I think that the really chatty bowlers were those not quite of express pace who weren't quite intimidating because of their pace. So
Gordon Parsons?
Well, possibly. I mean, the best example is someone we both loved, actually, but when you played against him, you thought he was a real pain initially until you met him properly. It was Robin Jackman. Yes, he never stopped.
No, he didn't.
And when you toured with him, you suddenly realised this bloke is a diamond.
Yeah, great man. Ran a very long way, Jackers.
Yeah, he did. But he wasn't that quick.
Now, this is down the leg side. Archer can do nothing with it. A very shrill appeal, didn't he?
Yeah. And another good friend of ours. Delightful bloke, really. Well, no, absolutely. Paul Allott, he would have a word, wouldn't he, now and again?
Oh, yes.
And he wasn't express.
No.
So that's my theory. That
You're right about the West Indians. I don't remember.
No, they didn't say. I
remember.
You played with Andy Roberts, but he could look at you and terrify you.
Yes, he used to terrify me, and I was in the same team.
So could Colin Croft in various ways.
Yes. I remember bouncing Joel Garner because I felt that it was probably it
must have been in the fourth innings of the match.
I felt it was safe.
Was it the fourth innings of the match?
It was safe. Here's Abbas bowling, and he's been launched over his head by Jofra Archer. That's got into the members.
What a shot that is!
So lovely, clean hit, straight into the members.
It's a big hit, that.
Yes, it is. Timed that beautifully.
He's only just come in. It's a glorious lofted drive.
It's a swing of the bat, and away it's gone. 235 for 8.
And now he's nonchalantly got his hand on his hip and his legs crossed.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Well, I remember Joel playing. See, I think it was sort of a half-hearted bouncer. And he played it.
Oh yeah.
Boom. And he said, "That doesn't bother the big bird." I thought, I might be in trouble. I might be in trouble next time.
Well, my favourite quote of Joel's was, he could bat, Joel. He wasn't the worst batsman, but he had a bat like a railway sleeper. Yeah. Anyway, he was out once, having tried to hit the ball way over the River Tone down at Somerset, and he came and he threw this great big log into his bag. And he said, "I done swiping," which was sadly not the case. No. But I done swiping.
It's a great West Indian word, swiping, isn't it? I love it. Here's Muhammad Ali, and he bowls short, and that's Atkinson pulling it away down to long leg, which will get Archer on strike. I suspect what the crowd might look forward to. 236 for 8. I don't remember Joel. Joel had a long memory. Now, I went a long time having not seen him. When I walked out to bat against the West Indies in 1984, which wasn't very nice, I was the last man in, and Richard Ellison was at the striker's end.
Right.
As I walked past, headed for the Vauxhall end, Joel Garner, I heard, saying to Richard Ellison, "I want that, when it's all over, I want one of those stumps."
Right.
Yeah. And I thought, well, fine. But Richard, he was called Bungalow for a reason. Here's Ali, hits him on the pad, bounces away down to gullies, an appeal from Ali, but no reaction. Replied with, "Well, you'll have to get me out first." We were losing by about 400 runs. With just me and Richard Ellison there. And I thought, that's not very sensible. And Joel's eyes sort of went round like a fruit machine. Anyway, so when I saw Joel years later at a do for the Barmy Army in Barbados, I said to him, just making conversation beforehand, I said, "Do you remember what Richard Ellison said to you when I walked out of bat?" He said, "He say I got to get him out." He remembered it about 30 years before. Then goes Ali, and he bowls. And Archer beaten there. And he did get him out. He was angry, and he bowled a ball that flew from just short of a length that Ellison managed to get a bit of glove on with both feet off the ground. He was caught in the gully.
Did you say, could I have the stump now? Well, Joel was reckoned. We always thought, because I've obviously played with Joel, we always thought, he was wonderful, but he's a bit friendly, really.
Very gentle man, wasn't
he was a gentleman. Yeah. He's a lovely man. Yeah. Lovely man.
But all those fast bowlers were very gentle.
Well, no, Wayne Daniel afterwards was just, we were all terrified of him, but after,
Just incredibly skillful and very fast bowlers. Here's Ali bowls. And,
gets into good positions.
Archer plays that nicely off the back foot.
Wasn't your kit removed on the way off the
well, it was.
outfield?
So, yes.
That wasn't be up for auction with Jim Laker's sweater, do you think?
Well, it could have been. The bat, yes. So, because, of course, all the crowd ran on, didn't they, in those days? And I wasn't used to that because we didn't have crowds at Grace Road. So I started to walk off from the Vauxhall Road. I was surrounded by all those West Indian supporters, and they nicked all my kit.
What, your bat that you were carrying?
Bat, helmet, gloves, a lot. And I knocked on the door of the dressing room. The old attendant thought I was a streaker, I think, as I walked in. Anyway, it was found. A policeman found it dumped down the Harleford Road. In goes Ali and bowls. That's turned by Archer. He'll want 2 here because he sent it to Mohammad Abbas's right, so there's every chance he'll get it as well. 2 more runs to Archer. He's playing nicely here. Moves on to 8. 10, in fact. Useful runs. 238 for 8.
Just got a quick thing on Muhammad Ali. He hit the stumps twice in his previous over to get Smith and Robinson out. Only the second time since 1993 that an opposition bowler has bowled out 2 England players in the same over on this ground. Nuwan Pradeep did it in 2016 for Sri Lanka. Before that, Shane Warne in the 166th over of England's second innings in 1993.
Wow.
And he bowled out Peter Such and then first ball Phil Tufnell to end the match.
2 big ones. Here's Ali, bowls a bouncer, and Archer ducks nonchalantly underneath it. It ends the over. Wind still getting up, but that brightness, it is inching our way, which is good news. 238 for 8. Archer 10. Atkinson has 29. Victor, more thoughts, reminiscences, whatever you like, really. And then Isha will be coming in here.
Well, the game's moved on, and Muhammad Ali striking twice in that over, 8 wickets down. And Pakistan sort of got back in the game. I'm enjoying Archer, actually. I mean, he's only been there for 10 minutes, but he's probably played the shot of the day. Probably the only 6 of the day, I think, which landed amid the members. And it was a glorious shot. And I'd like to see him try and repeat it, but he's not on strike now.
Sorry, Vic, I'm just being accused of... There's a half-eaten piece of chocolate.
And you are suspect A.
I am suspect A, apparently, which is absolutely entirely not true, as Atkinson works the ball to the leg side. They push through for a single. And that was quite comfortable in the end. Atkinson then 230 off 26 deliveries, 239 for 8.
Well, it's been lovely talking to you, Isha.
It's for the second time today.
I know, but I must
go now.
Are
you sure it's not me?
No, I've had no private conversations with the producer. I promise.
We're going to have to catch up off air,
Yes,
Vic.
okay.
Archer then on strike. 2 slips in a gully. Lights are on here at Lord's. Dramatic conditions. Abbas bowling from the pavilion end, and Archer whips that away to the leg side. Out to the boundary, down the slope, into the mound stand for 4. There are 2 men back on the leg side, but he hit that beautifully. Slightly fuller from Abbas. Archer to 14 then, 243 for 8. And Ramiz has come in here. Have you managed to work out the old
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're on. You're on.
Fantastic. What a good shot. I mean, he's a natural striker, isn't he? Jofra Archer makes it look ridiculously easy. He's just full of promise. So watchable.
Gorgeous conditions here at Lord's. Abbas past the stumps to Archer, who's bowled. Well, it was a big heave-ho. He might have got a little something on it. And I just love the reaction from Mohammad Abbas. He's just gently stroking his hair and putting it back into place. No massive celebration, just, job done. Another wicket for him then. He picks up his 4th. And Archer goes for 14 after some entertainment here at Lord's.
Yeah, so he spoiled my comment.
just about enjoying his hitting, and then he lets me down with that hoik. But anyway, a cameo comes to an end. Abbas, can he get a fifer? So that's what the fans want on the honours board.
243 for 9. You don't get many opportunities here as a touring side.
Yes.
So he absolutely will be desperate for that final wicket.
And his previous test on this ground, Mohammad Abbas, as I mentioned earlier on, he had 4 in both innings. Pakistan's win here 8 years ago.
I think he likes this pitch.
So is this a good score? I mean, I'm just wondering. 275 is what I thought England should get. They'll tease Pakistan. They'll not be completely out of the game. But it's just that 275, the way the ball was moving around, would be a good score for England on day one.
It's been swinging back and forth, hasn't it? Definitely Pakistan's first session. It was a delayed start today here because of the rain overnight and this morning. So damp outfield, bit of moisture on the surface, green surface as well, and the overheads to favour Pakistan in the bowling conditions. And they had them 4 down at the break, having removed Joe Root and Harry Brook. So there was 77 for 4 England, and you were thinking at that stage, can they make it to 250? Currently 243 for 9.
It's a good score, I think. It's a good, decent score.
But as soon as those clouds parted, you felt like the pitch
became easier.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's a lot cloudier again now as Mohammad Abbas, searching for his 5th, is bowling to Josh Tongue, who leaves a wide one. Good length delivery, 2 slips in a gully in position then for Tongue, the number 11 batter for England. Strong breeze blowing through here, gusty conditions. But it's looking like it's a little bit stiller out in the middle. And a lovely hum here at Lord's, day 1 of the second test match. Abbas pushes forwards, running towards us here in the commentary box. Past the stumps to Tongue, who's turning that away to the leg side. Mid-wicket chasing after it, Imam ul-Haq there. He's off the mark then with a single. 244 for 9. So you think this is a good score?
I think so, yeah. I mean, considering how Pakistan batted at Headingley, I don't know. I mean, they look a lot more assured of what they were doing today with the ball, largely because of the conditions. But how they bat on day 2, I mean, they'd be hoping that they don't have to bat tonight. There's bad light and the bails are off, that kind of stuff. But England would want to insert them in similar conditions to pick up a couple of wickets at least.
Atkinson on strike. Edged! And it's gone over the slip cordon for 4. He was looking to turn that to the leg side when the ball was pitched outside the off. And that's bats these days, isn't it? Abbas has got his hands on his hips. He cannot understand how it got as much wood as it did off the outside edge to fly away for 4.
Yes, you can't have Salman Ali Agha everywhere because he's already taken a blinder at second slip. Just 2 slips and a gully in place.
Can we just talk about that catch, by the way? He's been dropped from the game. Captains Pakistan for the very first time. Thank you very much. Babar Azam comes back in. No place for you, Ali Agha. He comes in, takes an unbelievable catch.
Yeah, it's the attitude, isn't it? He's always been a team player. I'm sure that he would have felt the hurt, but out there, it's just like a Superman.
248 for 9. It's been up and down from Pakistan in the field today. We've seen some pretty incredible catches. Mohammad Rizwan with one early on in the day off Emilio Gay, looking to turn it down the leg side. And here we go. The light meter is coming on here at Lord's, much to the frustration of the crowd.
Well, it's a house full, I think.
Not getting a warm reception.
Yeah, I mean,
Rob White.
You've got to be very careful because, the fans are serious stakeholders. I'm sure umpires will have a reading taken, and they've taken an intelligent call here. I don't know. I mean, they're still trying to measure the light. The light meter is on the bails. It's like an old Nokia phone.
Well, it's a determination of the two on-field umpires. So fourth umpire, Rob White, has brought the light meter onto the field. They will take a reading from each end, and it's a determination of the on-field umpires as to what they deem is safe. The lights are on currently, and then they use that reading for the rest of the test match to measure against. And I think they've just got the news there. So players are leaving the field of play here. Play suspended due to bad light, with England on 248 for 9. The question is, do we think those clouds are going to help brighten things up a bit more?
It looks really dark. I mean, I'm wearing light enhancers, and so once I take them off, it really is murky.
Umpire's still out there. Well, there was another just under an hour and 20 left of play here today. Whether they will come back remains to be seen, but not looking great at the moment. It is very gloomy here.
Thankfully, it's not raining, so I don't know if the light improves and there's no rain. Maybe we can have a look in again. Still a lot of time left. Hour and a half, you said?
Hour and 20. So if you're just tuning in, if you're on the drive, on the way home after work, second test match here, England having won that first one, chance to win the series at Lords, with the third one being played at Edgbaston. Babar Azam returning to the side, and as captain, he won the toss, elected to bowl first in gloomy conditions. It was a delayed start here at Lords. Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay wandered out. First wicket to fall, the one of Emilio Gay, with that stunning catch from Mohammad Rizwan, diving down to the leg side. Superman dive, and you'll be able to catch that on the highlights tonight from 7 o'clock on BBC Two, also available on iPlayer at your leisure. But also, if you want to have a look on the BBC Sport website and app, you'll be able to catch it there as well. Duckett was the next to go for 17, played nicely, looked as attacking as ever, strike rate of 85 before he was out. LBW to Mohammad Abbas, a ball that was bowled from over the wicket, and it pitched just outside the off stump and nipped back out on review after being given not out before the wicket of Joe Root, who was looking good out there, but some movement in the surface. LBW to Mohammad Abbas as well, out for 4. That was a big moment in the game before Harry Brook was dismissed for 15. Bowled Muhammad Ali, when the score was on 77. So England 77 for 4 going into the break. Dan Lawrence then the next to go after. Pakistan had built some real pressure. The left arm spinner coming in, and they built some dots together. Him, Mohammad Abbas, and you felt like Dan Lawrence was getting a little bit itchy feet out there, looking to get off the mark and get the ball away before he was run out, looking to work it to the mid-wicket boundary. Shan Masood got in the way of it. He sent the throw in, and it was a nice bit of work from him after dropping Dan Lawrence for 10. So that was the next wicket to fall when the score was on 120. Jordan Cox next to go, and he played nicely for his 50. 55 from 105 deliveries, batting at number 3, back-to-back 50s for him. Jamie Smith entertained with his 61 before he was dismissed by Ali, and Robinson and Archer the next 2 to go. So England find themselves 248 for 9. Vic Marks has slipped in here. Your thoughts on the day's action?
Well, it's been entertaining, and it's proving to be a better contest than we saw in the last game. I think 248 for 9. I think it's sort of par. It's hard to gauge what exactly a good score is on here. For a while, Pakistan ruled the roost, but they just lost control a bit in mid-afternoon. England accelerated. But then back comes Muhammad Ali and gets 2 wickets in an over, and now they're back down to 9 down. I suspect Pakistan, they'll be a bit grumpy that runs came so quickly, but to finish the day 9 down, if they could have 250 all out, you're in the game. You've got to play
100%.
well, but you are in the game.
So a couple of good partnerships, and you can get to a 250. But 250 really will not be enough. Pakistan need to look to pick up a first innings lead. If they can do that, then it'll be humongous. It really will be a great test match for them.
It'd be interesting too when England bowl. There were so many nicks, weren't there, that didn't quite carry, and I'm just wondering, maybe because the likes of Tongue, Tor are a bit quicker, maybe those nicks will carry. But the slip cord were always just sort of groping forward to nicks that the slip cord. I don't think there's been a slip catch, but the ball seemed to be flying through the slips quite a lot.
We generally see it's a little bit slower here on day one, and it felt like quite a spongy surface at the start. So maybe with a bit of wind, a bit of sun on it, it might just dry up a touch and it might quicken up a bit more.
But yes, 248 for 9 off 56 overs. I mean, even if we don't get any more play, the game is advanced pretty quickly. You don't get many draws now unless you have a monsoon.
Well, the spectators have certainly been treated today, that's for sure. After coming here thinking, are we going to see anything? 4 for 56 then for Mohammad Abbas, and he has been the leader of the attack once again, on the verge of a Test match 5. For it would mean a lot to him, I'm sure, to get his name on the honours board.
Yeah, and he's not 100% fit, it seems. He was off the field for a while. And he's a key man, and remember, he's only got 3 pacemen to work with. So if he loses one, that'll be a real blow for later in the game. But it's a delight. I love watching the fact that he's sort of defying the odds, in the sense that people think that type of bowler is no longer any good in Test cricket. But if you're good enough, it's possible. And there's been a few others around. What was Philander, who played for South Africa, who barely above 80, but so skillful and kept beating the bat. And it's great to have that variety and have someone like Mohammad Abbas causing problems.
It felt like he did have a little bit more support this time around compared to Headingley, though, Ramiz. That they'd learnt from their mistakes in terms of the lines and lengths that they were bowling and the consistency that they showed.
I mean, to get England to 248 for 9, it had to be a collective effort. So it couldn't have been Mohammad Abbas from one end. Muhammad Ali, I thought, showed a lot of heart. There's this left arm spin of Ali Usman to keep them honest. I think that is where his role was, and he delivered it quite nicely. And there's a time when England were feeling the pinch because there's not a lot of boundaries being hit. They were under the cosh, but they played that part of the innings very sensibly. And with 248 on the board, Pakistan would feel that they've got an outside chance to make it an interesting Test match. So when fans ask me, what should Pakistan, can they win this Test match? I think the first thing has got to be to stretch England to day 3, day 4. Think on those terms, on those lines. And if they have a good session, then make sure that you make most of that good session. And now it's the batting that has got to come good. With Babar Azam in the ranks, who knows if he has a good outing. The openers do well. Abdullah Shafiq looked pretty decent in the first Test match. They can get to a lead of 30, 40. It'll be massive for their confidence.
And I think the forecast is quite good tomorrow. So, if you bat in clear sky, sunshine, it somehow makes a big difference in the UK. So they've got something to play for. I mean, if you're got a deficit of 200 and you're really struggling, but when you've got something to play for, it kind of gets you going a bit better. So that's a big plus. I thought Cox was quite a plus today from an English perspective.
What did you like about him?
Well, he stayed in and he played some nice shots and he got into quite good positions. He didn't get out very quickly. But, he's not played much and he looked pretty compact. He's a lovely timer of the ball. I know he went quite slowly by his standards, but he's in credit, it seems to me. And Jamie Smith also put in a good effort there. He's been struggling for runs, but he played pretty well. I've enjoyed Muhammad Ali. I mean, he bowls a few 4 balls, but he's great to watch and he's full of energy and bustling.
Absolutely, you need somebody like him in the camp because people were saying that Pakistan doesn't have the kind of spark that they used to have to tease and topple England at Headingley. I think the The comments were that they were listless and a bit limp in their approach, that kind of stuff. And so Muhammad Ali provides them with a bit of a lifter.
Yeah.
He puts in a lot of effort. He runs in hard. He shows his emotions as well. He's, at 33, he knows that it's probably his last chance at it. And so this is his big moment.
He reminds me a bit of Waqar, but he's not quite so good as Waqar. But that
Waqar maybe at 37.
Yeah. But he bustles in,
Yes.
and he's full of it. He doesn't. He's nowhere near as good as Waqar, obviously. But there's something about him there that
I agree.
He threw a few punches today, Muhammad Ali. 3 for 67 from his 17 overs. Khurram Shahzad 1 for 79 off 15. Mohammad Abbas 4 for 56 off 15. And Ali Usman none for 34 off 9 overs. You talked about Babar Azam coming in as captain. But he offers such a boost to this batting lineup, doesn't he? He had a pretty good time here last time out before he got the injury, Babar Azam. I think he picked up 50 at Lord's. But just the sheer boost that he can give to a side when he's in it against a high-quality bowling attack.
Yeah, it'll be very competitive. Actually, it'll not be easy for Babar Azam because they'll test him out completely. England with 3 bowlers who can bowl at around 90 miles an hour. They know that he is a bit iffy with regard to fitness. How he is he acclimatized well enough to take on such a bowling attack in seeming conditions? Only time will tell. But it's definitely a boost because they would want Babar Azam to see off the tough moments in the innings, and he's quite capable of doing that. I don't know how fit he is. He says he's 90% fit. How fit he is technically on a surface like this, only time will tell. But one thing is for sure, he'll put in a lot of effort.
And if you are faced with a total, as Ramiz was saying, of about 250, you only need 2 or 3 batsmen to play significant innings, and you're back to parity.
Within reach. Yes.
It's not as if you're saying, well, we need 2 men to get hundreds here. But that's not quite the case, assuming they get their next wicket fairly quickly. Where are the umpires? They came out and they've disappeared again.
Yeah, they've disappeared into the long room, and that was after Palika read the light once again. He put the light meter on top of the stumps, and I think that's led to a decision being made about potentially them coming back on. But we'll wait to see.
Do you think so?
Yeah, potentially. We'll wait to see. Andy?
Babar Azam in his previous test at Lord's in that 2018 victory for Pakistan, top scored. It was 68 when he had to retire hurt. Played the 3 tests in 2020. Useful innings in each of the 3 games, 69 at Old Trafford, 47 in the first of the 2 games at Southampton, undefeated 63 in the second. His form had really dipped from early 2023, really made his last Test 100 in the Test right at the end of 2022 against New Zealand. No hundreds in 18 Tests since then, averaging 31, but some signs of recovery. He's scored a 50 in each of his last 4 Test matches, including one in each match in the West Indies before this series.
He's a high-quality player, and he's going to need some support. That's for sure. Imam ul Haq has had experience in these conditions. Sham Masood, we know that he scored a century in these conditions before. Abdullah Shafiq, as you mentioned, Ramiz, he's someone who can put up a fight.
Yeah, he looked very organised in that first Test match. Didn't look completely at sea. There were moments when he looked a bit iffy, but overall, he probably was their best batsman. The way he drove the ball, especially through mid-on. And they didn't want to change his batting order as well. So there's a case maybe or a chance of opening with Abdullah Shafiq, because he's done that plenty of times for Pakistan, but they wanted him to be there where he was at Headingley. But they would need a big innings, actually somebody to get 100 maybe. And that has been an issue with this Pakistan batting lineup. Not enough hundreds.
What about England then? You mentioned you like the look of Jordan Cox at number 3. Where do you see him kind of settling into this side? It took him a while to get his first opportunity, but this is only his 3rd Test match. He's put his hand up 2 games in a row, albeit not against an Australian attack. But
Well, most of England's batsmen would like to bat at 4, 5 and 6, but they can't. And most canny batsmen in the modern era want to bat at 4, 5 and 6 because, well, it's easier.
Much easier.
So he won't have much choice because they could have Root bats at 4, Brook at 5. It's hard to see that changing. So the newcomers, in a sense, tend to get tossed in at the deep end. But he'll bat anywhere. I mean, he didn't look ill-equipped to bat at 3. It's more of a problem. England have struggled to find a number, say 2, if we give Duckett his spot. 2 and 3 is a bit of a puzzle. Bethel's not with us, but we're waiting for Jacob. But Cox can make a statement that, hang on a minute, if someone's got to give way to Bethel. We always keep talking about giving way to Bethel, don't we? But if someone's got to do it, it's not going to be me, but then they've got a problem of finding an opener if they're not totally confident with Emilio Gay. There's still a few puzzles to answer, and there's still something slightly odd about Lawrence at 6. In the short term, you can understand why they're doing it, because they need an all-rounder, sort of all-rounder, but he's only a sort of all-rounder, if we're honest. There'll come a time, particularly when they play in the subcontinent, or maybe, I don't know what Edgbaston will be like, where you want a fully paid up member of the spinning department rather than Lawrence. So that's a puzzle, which has been created, I suppose, by Ben Stokes withdrawing, because all-rounders are like gold dust and there aren't that many around, as we know.
Who would be your number 1 spinner?
Well, you'll blame me for being parochial, but I still think Leach is the best available.
Okay.
He's better when it turns a bit, but most spinners are, not all, but it's not an exciting. He's not batting very well, I can tell you that.
Does he need to bat very well? He can hang in there, we know that.
Well, he can, but even by his standards, he's not batting terribly well just at the minute. But that's by the by. I still think I happened to see Leach bowl 55 overs in the last championship match on a pitch that did start to turn. And once he gets in the groove, he doesn't let you down when it's spinning. He's very patient. So he may not have all different varieties, but you watch Usman bowl today. Got 5 wickets in the last match. He's not. There aren't many flights of fancy there. Usman today was interesting because he bowled 5 terrific overs.
Yes.
Helped get that run out.
He did, yeah.
But he just lost it in 1 over when he dropped short, and Smith suddenly took about 12 or so. He'd done all that hard work and he'd done a really good job for his captain, but he let it slip in 1 over, and suddenly that's kind of helped release the pressure. But I mean, he's been pretty. I mean, I didn't see much of the Headingley, but he bowled pretty well at Headingley, and he bowled really well for half a dozen overs here, and then it only takes an over sometimes in the modern game, and you suddenly get 12 or 16, and the whole game feels different. But that's so. Anyway, that's. But you'll think I'm just being a bit of a West Country,
I mean, you did watch him bowl for 55 overs.
55, I know. I barely missed a ball. Nor did Essex for a while. But he ended up 5 for 80. It's very old-fashioned bowling figures, about 55 overs, 20-odd maidens. It's like, it's like the 60s.
To the 80s,
yeah. Well, I think you played a few more shots than that, Ravi.
Making a call for the ultimate Jack Leach comeback. But there's so many different...
Well, I'm not making a call, but you asked me the question, I'll tell you.
So many different roles a spinner can play. And as you said today, Ali played the role of just holding an end to rotate the fast bowlers. And England are developing...
You need that if you've only got the scope to play 3 seamers. Like Graham Swan, when he was around, was good enough to exploit a helpful wicket, but also bowl his 20 overs on a non-spinning pitch so that England could play 3 seamers if necessary.
But Brendan and Ben very much liked the idea of Shoaib Bashir because he was a wicket taker. He might have gone for a few runs, but he could take wickets. But if you're building a battery of quicks now that Joe Root seems to have at his disposal, then you can rotate them with someone who can just offer you a little bit of control just to give them a bit of a break.
Yeah, I mean, it'll come to a head when England actually don't go to the subcontinent this winter, did they? They go to South Africa.
They got 2 tests in Bangladesh.
Oh, have they? This winter?
Yep.
Well, that'll be the interesting one, because when you go to Bangladesh, you're going to, well, not have one, but at least 2 fully fledged, signed up, professional spinners, not Lawrence and Root and Bethel or whatever. So that'll be interesting to see where they go.
And Bangladesh have 2 very good spinners, both over 200 test wickets in Mehdi Hassan Miraz, also scoring a lot of runs in the middle.
You can more or less, I expect, Ramiz will know better than us, but you can more or less guarantee that it'll be spinning in.
Yeah, but of late they're preparing pitches for their faster bowlers.
Oh, right, okay.
Because they've got Mahmood, who picked a wicket, Shariful, who picked up 7 against Australia.
Yeah.
Then they've got this tall fast bowler, I forget the name.
Nahid Rana.
Nahid Rana is like 150 clicks.
Oh, right.
And so I think the DNA is being altered.
Is Alan Donald still supporting there?
No, he's not part of the setup anymore. Phil Simmons is from West Indies, so he's the coach.
But I think England will have to take the precaution of picking a proper.
So they will introduce a specialist spinner, definitely, because whatever you do with the pitches, day 4, day 5, even day 3, you get spin on those subcontinent pitches. So Mehdi Miraz is a very good all-round cricketer these days.
Places to come for England over the winter. Australia,
but they have a bit of a problem balancing the side, because there's can't really count Robinson or even not quite Atkinson as sort of all-rounder territory. But we'll see.
Let's go back to Emilio Gay and how he's performed. How many opportunities would you be giving him?
Well, I think you might give him this series and then take a view for the winter. Maybe.
So what's wrong with him then, Vic? I mean, are you looking at the technique or are you looking at the runs?
Well, I'm a bit of both, but ultimately I'm looking more at the runs. He's a very beguiling player when he strikes the ball.
Yeah, it's like proper cover driver who gets on top of the ball. So, I mean, if you trust him, then you've got to back him. And if runs are the key and you feel that there are others who are technically more equipped and can get more runs, then so be it. But a little, sample size that I've seen of him so far is that his footwork is not that bad.
No,
actually
what I like about him, unlike some players, there's quite a stride when he drives or even when he defends. He's not just stuck purely on the crease. I quite like that.
Is he good against the short ball?
He's come unstuck a couple of times against the short ball. And I imagine when they're looking at players, they do have one eye on next summer and what's to come next summer with the Australian bowling attack. Albeit here in these conditions, they do have the test match at the MCG.
But I suppose they predicated their Ashes campaign on the fact that they'll be playing against Stark and Hazelwood and Cummins, a quick attack, and they were bowled out by Bolland and Nisa as well as Stark. So So I think the jury is still out. I mean, I know he does. He looks comfortable when he's attacking. But he will have had by the end of this summer 6 tests, 12 innings. At the moment, he's made. I think his first innings was probably his highest, wasn't it?
He's made. So he had 57 in the second innings of the first test of the summer against New Zealand here at Lord's. A very low-scoring game. So sort of a very high-value 57. He had 53 in the first innings at the Oval. He's had 8 innings, been caught down the leg side twice, which is often described as unlucky, whether that's a technical issue or not. But so there's not a lot of evidence, I guess, to go on as yet.
A few more thoughts from you, Vic and Ramiz, and then Dan Norcross is stepping in here. He's been waiting in the wings, ready to go. And maybe he can tell us some news about what the umpires are up to.
Well, yes, he can tell us all sorts of things, I think. But they wouldn't. I suppose when they go to South Africa, they'll take you usually take a sort of 3 people who can open the batting. End game might be that, but
So Vic, is there someone who can look outside the box, for example, and if you don't have quality openers, can a Brook be promoted to open the innings?
No.
No, so it's like very much the...
My nerves would understand it.
No, but I'm just saying there's someone to take on the opposition rather than be 3 down for nothing.
Well, I mean, that's roughly what we had with Duckett and Crawley. We've got Duckett who will take the game to the opposition.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got quite a good record, although he hasn't scored a stash of runs this summer. Crawley has been sidelined. They had to change something after the Ashes, and he was the only one who could actually be ditched. So he had to go, really. Otherwise, it's very hard to find a specialist opener in the county circuit who you really feel is a good idea. So then you think, is there someone who hasn't been opening who could do it really well? In the sort of way, in years gone by, we were talking that Graham Gooch did, who started as a middle order batter. Yeah. Dennis Amos started as a middle order batter and suddenly discovered through change of tack that they were happier opening the batting.
Let me make one suggestion. How about the bloke that we don't know anything really about, because he's only played 31 first-class games, only played 9 test matches, he's only got 300s in his entire professional career. He might be an opener, Jacob Bethel, but nobody knows. Nobody knows. But we could try and find out, since although I'm not quite sure that sawing off Emilio Gay at this stage is also entirely fair. Anyway, look, the play has not yet been called off, but it is dark and gloomy, and I don't think we're very likely to get back out there. So I think we should look back on the first day of the second test match between England and Pakistan here at Lord's, and it's been a rather exciting day, one which has been a lot more evenly matched between the two teams than any of the days at Headingley. That match began with Pakistan losing wicket off the very first ball and succumbing, being bowled out for under 200 twice. Play has been abandoned due to bad light. So what a perfect time. What absolutely perfect time. So I'll tell you what, once again, let's look back on the first day of the test match here at Lord's between Pakistan and England. A day that belongs perhaps to neither side or both sides. In total contrast to the entirety of the Headingley test match, where the game never fluctuated once. It was grabbed hold of by England and then they kept their grip on it all the way through from the first ball to the last. Here, Pakistan, upon winning the toss, a good toss to win on what turned out to be quite a lively pitch under grey skies. We had a very gloomy morning. There's a lot of rain around, and they made initially the most of that with breakthroughs for Mohammed Abbas. He picked up 3 early wickets, and England have closed, though, at 248 for 9. It's very hard to know exactly whether that's a good score, a medium score, a bad score. But luckily, I've got Pakistan international cricketer Ramiz Raja. I've got England captain Michael Vaughan. I've got Jonathan Agnew alongside me to chew the cud. Jonathan, I'll start with you first. 248 for 9. That is a middling score or a good score? What is it?
Yeah, I think Pakistan looked back at it at a bit of a missed opportunity. 70 odd for 4 with Root and Brook out. That was an opportunity, wasn't it? The ball nibbling about. I mean, it was so humid and oppressive and heavy out there when Babar Azam won the toss. There were perfect bowling conditions, grass in the pitch, and pretty decent attack session with Mohammed Abbas, one of the best in the business probably for exploiting that. So to get 4 down and those 2 out, I think that Pakistan might think they've just missed a chance. So they missed a couple of catches on the way through. But that I think they might have felt they could bowl England out for 170 from there, and the two big players out. So I think I'm giving the day to England actually. Only narrowly, but I think that they'll, from having been from that position to get where they are, I think they'll be pretty happy with that.
Lunch at 80 for 4, Ramiz, and you must have been absolutely delighted because it was doom and gloom at Headingley. How have you assessed how Pakistan have bounced back in this game today?
I think they've done reasonably well because let's not forget, it's a medium-pace bowling attack. So once the shine is off the new ball, then it becomes difficult for them to roll over teams. That has been the pattern. So they'd be pretty happy with 248 for 9 because, yes, they had window of opportunity, and obviously, it was good batting from England in that period where runs had dried up, but they batted sensibly. So, from where they were on day one at Headingley to 248 for 9, they'd be pretty happy with it, actually.
I mean, you mentioned runs dried up, Ramesh. Michael, is this what post-Bazball looks like? Because at 80 for 4, Jordan Cox had got 38 off 38 at that point, and there'd been a bit of a counter-attack despite the wickets falling. And then after lunch, there was a quite definite go slow. Jordan Cox at that point got 6 runs of his next 48 balls. He was joined by Dan Lawrence, who ended up with 17 off 41. They did dig in, didn't they? And that didn't seem like we've ever seen that in the last 4 years.
No, I mean, I think you look at the day's play, and I think England will be absolutely delighted to get to 248 from 70 for 4. I agree with Agaz. I think Pakistan will probably not accept in that dressing room at the minute that they've missed chances and they've kind of let a good situation kind of roll away from them. But, you know, I think Jordan Cox looks a fine player. He looks like a very well balanced. He looks to me like he's got the right shots to the better bowlers, which is going to be important when he comes against better attacks. He seems to have the calmness. He'd be disappointed to get out because he got to 50-odd last week and got out, got to 50-odd this week and gets out, and your currency is hundreds, you know, whoever you play for. But, you know, I get a feeling that 248, I think that's quite a big score on this kind of pitch. You mentioned Pakistan at Headingley didn't get past 200. Well, they're going to have to get past 200 in the first innings to put this England side under pressure. And I just think that extra little bit of pace. Muhammad Ali bowled a little spell in the afternoon when he started to bowl a bit quicker. And he started to get the ball zipping through. And I just thought, oh, wait a minute. When Jofra's doing that tomorrow, and when Josh Tong's doing that tomorrow, and Gus Atkinson's doing that tomorrow, and Ollie Robinson, we know with the new ball, will be a major threat. I think there's plenty in this wicket. And I would give this, I wouldn't say that they're a long way ahead of the game, England, but I think they're ahead of the game by the fact that they've got 248. And it was really down to Jamie Smith, because Jamie Smith came out and played like the Jamie Smith that we saw at the start of his Test career. Just made it look very, very easy, both sides of the wicket, really beautifully balanced. And that innings today for Jamie Smith, I mean, I've read a few articles that, you know, there's a bit of a question mark over Jamie Smith. I don't see that at all in terms of his position in the side. I have watched his keeping. We spoke to Sarah Taylor pre-match this morning and just basically congratulate her. So you're doing a great job with Jamie Smith because his keeping's rock solid. You're always going to go through little periods in your Test career where you don't quite get the runs. But what I saw in terms of balance today from Jamie Smith, that leg side flick, I always think when he's playing that leg side flick, he's in a really good position with his head. And he was the key for England today, getting to that 248.
And batsmen who make flying starts to their careers, as he did, you're going to have a dip. You are going to have a dip, and it's how you come out of that dip, isn't it? And I like the fact that his keeping definitely has been worked on and looks really solid. Because all-rounders, well, usually batsmen and bowling all-rounders, aren't they? But if one aspect of the game goes well, it generally means that actually the other part does too, because you relax a bit and you're not searching, you're not looking for something, trying to find form or whatever it is, maybe. But one does tend to complement the other, and I think it's no surprise that he kept wicket really well at Headingley, standing up, not easy. He's working very hard with Sarah Taylor. We've seen that, and now he's scored some nice runs too. That's not a coincidence, I think.
What I want to highlight though is that it was 2 Test matches ago we were at Trent Bridge, and that was after an incident. This is a Test match straight after an incident. The way England played at Trent Bridge was almost insane. I mean, on the last couple of days,
totally insane.
It was. Yes, it was. It was almost like burning down the church, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you think that the way England batted today is the way that Joe Root wants England to be batting?
Yes, and it was at Headingley as well. I think the way they played at Headingley was the Joe Root blueprint. And
is that the right one for Test cricket?
Yes, of course, absolutely it is. You know, I think one of the main criticisms of the last couple of years has been that there has been absolutely no thought of actually getting into the trenches a bit and soaking up some pressure and putting pressure on the opposition that way, rather than just blazing away and trying to hack yourself out of trouble. This is how you do it in Test cricket. You get your head down, you work hard.
Well, you know, it's intriguing that you're saying that this is a new style of play, and I understand where you're coming from, because we saw a dogged England batting display mid-afternoon when they suddenly started to bowl nicely. Pakistan, the left-arm spinner, bowled a terrific spell from the pavilion end. Mohammad Abbas started to bowl dots. You thought, oh, this is proper Test match cricket. They scored at 4.43 throughout the day. So they have players that has been the frustration really in Bazball, that because they have players that can catch up quickly, they don't have to always go on the ultra-aggressive approach, because you can see off, particularly if you're playing Pakistan. Again, I'm not disrespecting Muhammad Ali, he bowled quite nicely at times today, and Quram Shahzad, I think they're okay, but if you're playing Pakistan, you go, see off Mohammad Abbas, and the left-arm spinner on a pitch like this, he shouldn't be causing too many problems. He might bowl 2 or 3 good overs, and you're not going to score off him, but you kind of know the longer that you play against him, you will get a cut shot and you will get a pull shot, because he's not going to be able to hang in on that length all day long. And that's the way that you play against this attack. So I think a bit of sense, but the sensible side of batting at Headingley still scored at over 4.4s, and the sensible side of batting here at Lords has scored at 4.43s. So
it was kind of in flurries, though, wasn't it? That was what was interesting, because it seemed to respond to the tempo, of the requirements of the
Cox
game,
did, didn't he? I mean, Cox offered a run a ball, and then well, he really dug in. They bowled very well at him too. They set good fields. They tried to put pressure on him that way, but he said, "No, not having any of this. I'll just keep playing." And you've got 5 days to play a Test match, And so I'm much happier with this approach. It's much more likely to bring success.
As for Pakistan, Rameez, you must have been delighted by a lot of things worked. The plan for getting out Joe Root, forcing him back into his crease, Rizwan up to the stumps quite early. The moment that Root was on strike, it was clear that was a plan that they were going to do, and it was executed perfectly. They got their wicket. They got their reviews right.
Yeah.
They looked like a much more cohesive team this
That's
time.
right, and that could be because they've got a leader back playing for them. So he's a regular leader, Babar Azam, that helps. Also, after winning the toss, the onus was on Pakistan to make it count, and I thought they were really focused in that first session. Only if they fielded a bit better. I mean, they allowed couple of chances to slip through their hands, and that caused them a lot of distress in a way, because it broke the rhythm. England were looking for a rhythm that was broken by some tight bowling, but England did not throw away that partnership by playing recklessly. I think that was the important phase of the day for me, where England just dug in, trench mentality, as Eggers was saying, and making sure that the wicket do not fall. And then when the opportunity came, because once that ball got older, it became easier to bat. And that's the problem with Pakistan bowling attack. They do not have a 90 miles an hour guy who can come back and give you wickets after it's 50 overs old.
They've also only got 3 seamers. I mean, and it was interesting. I know Salman Ali Agha is not a seamer, but he's another person who can bowl some overs.
Yeah.
And the change in Pakistan's lineup today was Babar Azam came in for the man who'd captained in the previous test and taken out another part-time bowler.
Saud Shakil could have been made the 12th man. He didn't look that convincing in that last, but maybe they needed a left-hander out there. But Salman Ali Agha, I don't know how he's feeling. Maybe he opted out himself because his progress in Test cricket has been below par.
It's a very un-Pakistan bowling attack, this really, isn't it?
It is.
It's more like sort of Indian bowling attack of the 1970s.
Yeah, Madan Lal and Kirsten Dhavri.
Absolutely. There's no reverse swing. There's no pace.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, you wouldn't
So
get
this
reverse
is
swing
like.
today.
I remember who was the coach then? Might have been Bob Woolmer.
Oh, right.
So I met him. He had Mohammad Asif with him, and Asif hadn't played a single match for Pakistan, and he introduced me to Asif, and he said he's going to be a great bowler. And my first question to Bob was, how fast is he? He says around 130. I said, he can't be a fast bowler. I mean, Pakistan is renowned for pace.
Yeah.
It's another thing that he became a great bowler because of that length that he bowled. But we're so used to seeing 90 miles an hour, and suddenly it puts me off completely, watching Pakistan play cricket like this. So I've been part of the teams where we absolutely derail opposition with sheer pace. 95 miles an hour, reverse swinging, Yorkers, bouncers. I mean, the 2 lengths that we bowl was Yorker and bouncer. There's no length bowling as such. There's no respite. There's no hang on a second, we're going to make sure that we don't leak runs in this session. Nothing of that sort. We were on the attack all the time.
And this Rameez, is where the coaches, the captain, and the group have to get together as a whole and realise this is what they've got.
Yeah.
So how they're going to compete with what they have is, and I'm staggered that I keep watching, and Mohammad Rizwan is reluctant to come up to the stumps.
Yeah.
That tactic has got Joe Root out 4 times this summer. Joe Root has been out LBW 8 times in his last 7 Test matches. Joe Root walks out there to face Mohammad Abbas, and Rizwan's back.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that going, tactically, what are you doing?
It came up today, though, didn't it? Well, he came up very quickly.
But not right at the start. He is reluctant to come up to the stumps. Why isn't he up to the stumps to Quram Shahzad at times? to Muhammad Ali at times. You looked at Blundell for New Zealand. He was up to all their seamers. Matt Henry's not slow, and he was up there because he knew it was the right tactic to deliver. And if Pakistan are going to continue to go with this kind of pace, with this kind of skill set, I think that's something that Rizwan's going to have to buy into for the team to become that kind of the leader of the gang. Got to create a theatre, and I think the likes of Brook and Joe Root have struggled with that tactic all summer, and they seem reluctant to try and produce it against this England side.
Michael, Ramis, we need to let you both go because you have other duties to perform. Just to run you through that scorecard, Emidio Gay is becoming a little bit of a concern. The manner of his dismissal, caught down the leg side, doesn't really indicate whether he's got a particular technical flaw, but
his head's just going a bit. His head is just going to that offside a bit, but he's got some lovely shots, I mean, I really hope he gets a score and breaks through, because his offside strokes are beautiful.
He played a couple of lovely cover drives today, didn't he? Phil Tufnell's just joined us. Ben Duckett looked quite sprightly for his 17, and an amazing LBW decision. I mean, I don't think anybody watching it thought it was out, and then when we saw the replay, we thought it wasn't out. And then it turned out that this board defied the laws of physics and we're going to hit the top of off stump.
Computer says yes. Yeah.
Poor old Ben Duckett wandered off shaking his head. Joe Root we've discussed, done basically by the ball, been doing him time and time again. Harry Brook played a pretty sort of measured knock again today, and batting
a loose shot at the end.
A loose shot at the end, but batting in difficult conditions. Dan Lawrence, 17 off 41. You've mentioned Jamie Smith as a cameo from Gus Atkinson. A couple of quick wickets, and the best shot of the day. Joffrey Archer 6 into the pavilion, probably. Tough as that took our breath away, didn't it?
Well, absolutely. Just decided to pop out of the bunker and just pop him straight back over mid-off's head, wasn't it? Yeah, great shot. But I think they'll be happy, Pakistan. But just as you say, I was listening earlier to John. Just a slight missed opportunity. You always get the feeling when you see a fielding side where they sort of are, aren't they? There's a fantastic catch and a run out, but just a little bit sloppy in those areas. But a good day's cricket, considering we thought it was going to be raining all day.
But also from where they were. You see, this is the thing, and I do understand where you're coming from. 248 for 9 does feel on this surface, with England's bowling attack and crucially with Pakistan's batting lineup, that's going to be quite a formidable score perhaps. But where Pakistan were, if we go back to the end of the Headingley Test, I mean, I was just reading nothing but despair. I was listening to poor Atif and Ramiz on air. I was reading Daniel Razul in Cricinfo. Every article of his, I mean, I think the latest one finished with the word abyss, which was where it described Pakistan.
As opposed to abyss, I think I'm interviewing tomorrow.
Right.
Well, sometimes you need a little bit on your side, don't you? And Pakistan got that this morning. We were all thinking, coming away from that, the only way that this Pakistan side can come back into this series is by winning the toss and on a bit of an overcast day and getting a few out. And that's what happened.
Well, one of the people who took those early wickets is with Alison Mitchell. She's with Mohammad Abbas.
Mohammad, well bowled today. You enjoy bowling here at Lord's, don't you?
Yeah, obviously this is my favourite ground. I played first test match at 2018, so I was man of the match. So after that I came here with Leicestershire, so I'm always enjoying bowling here.
When the coin toss went up and Babar Azam had the choice, it sounded like it was a clear-cut decision to bowl first today.
Yes, I think the pitch was covered. The rain was early morning till almost midday, so that's why we were thinking, so we will choose ball first.
Has the day gone according to your plan, albeit a couple of dropped catches, but the wickets kept falling?
Yeah, this is a part of cricket, so we are not remembering those things. As a professional, we have to look forward and just keep going.
And it must have felt like a bit of a dream score when you had England 4 down going into the lunch break.
Yes, we were very happy, and we had a meeting upstairs. So our coach said just stick to the plan and bowled out as soon as possible. So we tried well, but I think they scored a little bit more. I think the Smith played well, but still we are happy. So they are 9 down right now.
Joe Root is always a huge wicket to get. How much planning has gone into that idea of Mohammad Rizwan coming up to the stumps to Joe Root in particular?
Yeah, he's a little bit struggling. He's a big player, so always when we are getting his wicket, so always very good for the opposition. So we had a plan about him and every player. So we got success from there.
how is it that you get so much control over the ball? What is your particular attribute that enable you to move the ball in the way that you do?
To be honest, I played lots of cricket, almost 220 first-class cricket, and around 30 odd test matches. So we are playing domestic cricket in Pakistan in different cities, in different conditions. So I am playing county cricket here in different conditions. So I took lots of things from there. So these things are helping me in test cricket.
Yeah, what do you think your biggest learnings have been from your stints with Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, Derbyshire?
Yes, it's been very good. I came first time with Leicestershire, so I played one game, then I played test matches. After that, 2 years I spent there, and after that I spent 4 years at Hampshire, so I took lots of experience from there. Our bowling attack was good, and last year I was more than happy because of we were the champion when I was with Nottinghamshire. Right now I am working with Mickey Arthur. He was with us when we played here, so I took experience from there, so I'm trying to give everything in test cricket.
And are you able to pass some of that experience on to the other bowlers in your unit who perhaps haven't bowled so much in England?
Yes, I am as a senior, so I am thinking, so these guys are my small brothers, so I am giving the things who I get from first class cricket and from county cricket, and just I am asking them, so just assess the conditions and bowl accordingly. Even we are just chatting with each other in practice and in the games as well.
And just looking ahead to tomorrow, it'll be the batters' opportunity. You felt that Jamie Smith batted well. England maybe got a few more than you would have liked today. What do you think the batters will have learned from watching the way England went about it today?
I just spent time on the pitch. I think they took some experience from the last game as well. So they are thinking about the mistakes. They will learn and they will put score on the board. So then we can bowl again.
Good luck tomorrow. Well done today.
Thank you.
That was Mohammed Abbas with Alison Mitchell. He seems pretty happy. He's a leader of the attack. He's got all these learnings from playing in county cricket. He's seen it all.
He's a character as well, isn't he? I love the fact there he is, 76, 77 miles an hour. He's chirping away at the bats. With, it's like a little terrier, isn't he? He's there all the time and he's nibbling about on a length. Terrific bowler. Really is.
Bit of old school, John, really,
yeah,
isn't it? It's just, come on, we'll...
Derek Shackleton.
Yeah, I'll hit the top of off stump, and what you're going to do about it.
Also Mohamed Asif, which was mentioned by Ram earlier, similar pace, and he does most of his work in the last couple of yards, doesn't he? It's what happens at the end. Not
but I go back to the point you made. This is a very un-Pakistan attack. How they're going to bowl people out in Pakistan on those pitches with an attack like this, they've got some problems. They've got to find some pace. Well, they've got to find some reverse swing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the great bowlers from Pakistan didn't really use the surface, did they? No. They sort of cut
fast,
that out.
full, bang. That's it. They've all did it. All going all the way back to Asif Masood coming in off his bendy run down here. They've always had fast bowlers, and they're not
and wrist spin as well.
Yep.
Well, I mean, they baked the pitches the last time they played England, and that was how they decided it was going to work there, Sajid Khan and whatnot, but that's not going to work here, is it?
No.
Just a quick word on the pitch, though, because when we came here, there was the spectre of the pitch against New Zealand hanging over our heads. It's a very different-looking surface, which was, I'm not saying it's a surprise, you would expect it to be very different after all the hullabaloo, but we've had a very, very dry summer. And actually, we turned up and found really quite a green, grassy pitch, didn't we?
Yeah. I mean, I do have a bit of a thing about pitches because there's, 20 pitches, probably more than that out there, and a groundsman can produce what he wants. So I've always felt a little bit awkward about data for runs on a pitch because it's probably a different pitch prepared in a different way to the one that was played on the year before. This is 3 strips away from the one that New Zealand was played on, but it does look completely different. The one I went out there for the toss for the New Zealand match. I thought, what is that? But of course they'd had so much rain they couldn't get on it. I think it's more. I don't know anything about being a groundsman, but I suspect it's probably easier when you've had hot, dry weather, but access to water, which Lords clearly have because you can see it. Because you can control things a bit more then, don't you? You can see a forecast, and you know it's going to be dry, so therefore you're safe watering. But when there's just rain and rain and rain, you don't know when it's not going to rain and when it's going to stop. I think that's probably more difficult as a groundsman to plot a test match starting on that particular day, and that's what they had against New Zealand. But it did look a very odd strip, whereas this looks like a normal pitch to me, albeit with quite a lot of grass on it.
Lords, I found, having played here for 20 odd years, it goes through phases. Lords,
yes.
You know, sometimes
It's like the human condition.
Well,
really.
yeah,
Yes.
no, it does. It sort of. It changes, Lords, you know, overhead conditions. You can almost feel it when there's a cloud brewing up. All of a sudden, it does a little bit.
Well, it did, didn't it, later today when the clouds came over? And
Yeah, so
Ali
it's one,
went bang, bang.
it's one of those pitches that's always had that little bit of slope on it. And so when there is just something that's not quite right, it seems to accentuate it, doesn't it?
Yeah. But because a team got bowled out for 350 last year, doesn't mean to say someone's going to score 350 this year, does it? I
Absolutely.
mean, it's completely different.
It is. Every time you turn up to Lords, you're not quite sure where you get. I mean, I saw, Joe Root got a fantastic 180 all those years ago. Smith getting double hundreds here. It goes through sort of quiet periods, and then all of a sudden it just seems to come alive.
Do you think this is one of those ones that's going to get better, like we saw in the World Test Championship final last year?
Unlikely. No? I mean, it might be a bit drier and a bit easier tomorrow, I'd have thought. But there's rain again due on Saturday. So you just feel that the weather actually could play quite a part in the conditions for this match all the way through, given that there is quite a decent covering of green grass on there. I don't think we're going to see a brown strip at the end. I think it's always going to be nibbling around.
And England's attacked.
And we were commenting, weren't we? We saw a lot of shots that you're sort of looking to play through, sort of like a mid-wicket or a mid-on, that just all of a sudden sort of hit an outside edge and go to cover. And so that might just be a little bit stoppy. So it might quicken up a little bit tomorrow.
I think it will. Yeah.
Well, before we say goodbye, we could get Jamie Smith, who's been speaking to Alison Mitchell.
Jamie, well batted today. What was your assessment of the overall day for England?
Yeah, I guess overall it's been a good day for us. Being inserted on that surface, I think we knew that it'd be a little bit tricky. Lords is always a bit tricky at times with the overhead conditions, and the ball seemed to do enough throughout the day's play there. And also credit to Pakistan, I thought they bowled nicely. Took a few early wickets up top, which put us under a bit of pressure. But yeah, overall very pleased to be in that position.
Mohammed, well bowled today. You enjoy bowling here at Lords, don't you?
Yeah, obviously this is my favorite ground. I played first test match at 2018, so I was man of the match. So after that I came here with Leicestershire, so I'm always enjoying bowling here.
You had such a fast start to your career with the bat. Have you felt over the recent innings that you want to be getting some more big scores under your belt?
Yeah, it's been a well-registered fact, I guess, for myself, that I haven't quite got the runs in a short period of time that I would have liked. So yeah, to get a 50 today and a little bit more rhythm in my batting, I think that was the most important thing. I didn't feel great at the start, and I think I sort of built into it as the innings went on. So slightly disappointed to get out when I felt I was batting on my best, but to contribute and to put a score on the board is what your currency is as a batsman. So it's nice to finish on 60. Yeah.
That was a very happy Jamie Smith talking to Alison Mitchell. He batted very well today. Jamie Smith did just the job that England wanted him to do down at number 7, and was certainly the most fluent of England's batters today, notwithstanding Jordan Cox's first 38 runs. I've got Andy Zaltzman alongside me. What statistical oddities have you found today?
Well, let's start with Smith. That was his highest score in his last 12 tests since he had an extraordinary game at Edgbaston against India last year when he made 184 not out and 88 in the match, which from memory was the most runs ever by a wicketkeeper in a test match. Jordan Cox, another good innings from him, 55, back-to-back 50s. He's reached 25 in his first 4 innings of his test career. And in the last 50 years, only 2 other England players have done that, Jonathan Trott and David Gower. That's going back to David Steele, who did it in just over 50 years ago. So those were the 2 big pluses for England with the bat. Joe Root, LBW again, as Michael mentioned a short while ago. That's the 8th time in his last 7 tests he's been out LBW to a seamer. Once every 89 balls of seam that he's faced since the start of the Melbourne Test, he's been out LBW. And to put that in context, in his previous 39 tests, he'd been LBW to a fast bowler just 3 times, once every 1,137 balls. So Yes, a bit of a technical glitch. That we talked about the last four have all been with the wicketkeeper standing up. The first four in that sequence were with the keeper standing back. So yeah, I don't know quite how to interpret
have
that.
people worked out wobble seam? Because it seems that it's the nip backer that's getting him time and time again. It's doing quite a lot of people actually at the moment.
Yes, but that's been around for a while, and it obviously wasn't working against him previously. But anyway, that's those are the numbers en route and his pads. Mohammad Abbas had 3 wickets in his opening spell, including route. Looking at opposition opening bowlers who've taken 3 wickets in the opening spell of a test in England. The last to do so was Tim Murtagh for Ireland on this ground, out of 5 for 13 opening spell in the first innings of the match. So this is just looking at the opening innings of the match. Before that, Mohammad Asif in 2006 at the Oval, 3 for 39. And the list of bowlers before that, since the early 70s, some of the greats of bowling: Courtney Walsh, Glenn McGrath, Imran Khan, Kapil Dev, Terry Alderman, Colin Croft, Dennis Lilly, and that takes us back to Bob Massey in the match in 1972 here, when he took 8 in both innings, including 3 wickets in his opening spell on the first day. Muhammad Ali hit the stumps twice in the 53rd over, and that's the second earliest in the Lord's Test that anyone's hit the stumps twice in an over.
Maybe it does sting like a bee after all.
Yeah, the only bowler who's done so earlier in a Test match, Dan, would you believe? Mohammad Nisar for India in their first Test at Lords in 1932 bowled out 2 players in the 3rd over of the game.
I remember it well.
So again, it's hard to interpret this, and we talked about the recent pitches at Lords. This is sort of in line with the trend. Over the last 15 tests, we've seen around about 26 runs per wicket at Lords, and a wicket every 46, 47 balls. So this 248 for 9 in 56 overs, in line with that. And to sort of highlight that is that 46.7 balls per wicket at Lords in the last 15 tests before this one, the lowest such figure ever at a Test ground over a 15-test sequence. So it has been a very difficult place to bat. So 248 for 9 might prove to be a useful score.
It might, but I dare say the authorities here will be delighted. It's probably not going to be a 160 over match, and at the very least, especially with a bit of weather around, we're going to get to a 3rd day, you'd imagine.
Well, just on the Pakistan seamers, the lateral movement, the ball tracking data shows that they've had the 3rd most out of the 41 innings, first innings of tests in the database at Lords. So they were getting a lot of lateral movement off the pitch, not so much in the air. Again, that suggests that score might not be too bad.
Well, and it also suggests it could be hard work for Pakistan tomorrow against England's quartet of seamers. You can watch highlights on Today at the Test on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer now. Plenty of analysis on the BBC Sport website and app. The TMS podcast will be available shortly on BBC Sounds. And next on Sports Extra from 7:45, there's Rugby League commentary, Wigan Warriors against Hull KR. And we're back at 10 a.m. tomorrow for our highlights half hour with live build-up from 10:30. But for now, from all of us here at Test Match Special, it is goodbye.
Download the BBC Sounds app and click on 5 Sports Extra, Sports Extra 2 or Sports Extra 3 to never miss them.
Are we ready for the AI era?
These machine learning systems are studying war and will bring an arsenal of AI weaponry that will be able to target humans.
Oh, I'm suddenly worrying that that is not the clip I wanted to have. How did that get there? Sorry. That's not Bill Gates. I thought I saved Bill Gates. Oh, blimey. I can't get into. I can't actually. Can I come round? Because I can't actually get into. Are we ready for the AI era?
AI's ability to replace and exceed human cognition will usher in one of the most turbulent eras in history.
If Bill Gates is concerned, shouldn't we all be?
We're creating a new kind of being. It's going to be smarter than us. And unless it really cares a lot about us, we're in real trouble.
The future of AI on World Business Report from the BBC World Service. Yes, I'm Ed Butler, and today we're going to be hearing not just from the founder of Microsoft, but also the so-called godfather of AI himself, Nobel laureate Geoffrey Hinton, about the increasingly noisy chorus of concern over where this brave new AI world is leading us. Also to come, why FIFA President Gianni Infantino could be facing criminal charges, and we're sipping some very, very expensive whiskey. Coming up on World Business Report, some of the world's top tech firms are calling on us to beef up... wait a minute, it's too many worlds. Sorry, quick change. I think they're calling on governments, basically. Okay, try again. Coming up on World Business Report, some of the world's top tech firms are calling on governments to beef up cyber defences before AI bots overwhelm us all. The warning coincides with a more general warning from Bill Gates, Microsoft's billionaire founder. Is our thirst for technology causing us to sleepwalk into a serious existential threat? Coming up on World Business Report, some of the world's top tech firms are calling on governments to beef up their cyber defenses before AI Sorry. One more time. Coming up on World Business Report, some of the world's top tech firms are calling on governments